it's like a false. I don't know. It just gives you this false feeling of like you're getting better because of skins, but it doesn't actually help you improve.
I agree. Who would buy these skins? So dumb. What losers?
Just bought one.
So dumb.
Okay, but does it help? Does it actually help you, like, make you feel like you improve, like certain specific skins?
No, but like if they die to someone with like really cool skins, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, haha.
Biggest KG.
Dude, did you?
Yeah, if you can't beat him in game, beat him with money.
Yep. Hold on, Valo plus.
Lily, did you know the set 10 TFT is music themed?
Oh, I know.
Oh, are you coming back to TFT?
No, I'm just well aware that it is music themed.
Did you compose some of their songs?
No, I didn't.
Ah, shit, that'd be so
I just know
cool.
it's music.
That'd be so cool, though.
I've been
That'd be so
told.
sick.
What's this cute time, guys? I want to get in.
Pascal, hello. Let's see the ladder to set.
Game.
Oh, don't worry.
If I suck.
Because the set suck.
You know?
You did it with League.
I asked myself this every day. Wait, that's fucked up, Jomi.
That's fucked up. I wasn't that bad at Lux.
Yeah, I thought Lily was good at League.
Game is about enjoying, not about being good at it.
That's what I'm saying. And you can safely say...
It also gives me anger problems.
League of Legends does make me angry, I noticed. More than Valorant does.
Really? More than Valorant?
No, Valorant makes me sad. League makes me angry.
Oh.
So, you know what yeah.
But isn't that good? You can access your emotions. A lot of therapists like try really hard to spend years learning.
I like Valorant so much because it makes me sad. Then I can make sad music. I don't make music out of anger.
You don't make angry music?
You should. Some metal, some like...
Read the TFT dev video. I already did yesterday.
Revenge.
Because my anger usually turns to sadness anyway. It's hard to stay angry.
Bro, it's more like, do you see this? It's a Nico VTuber.
Not Scarra though. Scarra gets angry like almost every single day.
I've never been angry in my life.
Welcome back.
He gets so angry.
This is Nico.
So hot.
He starts yelling.
Never been angry in my life.
Biggest KTA superfan ever.
It's scarier when he doesn't yell actually.
VIP tickets to see KTA.
Back in the day when Scarra would get angry at TFT.
That never happened.
That's never happened before.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there is very small amounts of moments I've been mad at stuff.
To create new sounds, DJs and musicians on stage to collab. That is the remix side.
Okay, when was the last time you were angry?
Oh, it was at people, not at the game. Games are at worst frustrating, but
fucking balance team. I agree, Scarra. Yeah, fucking.
It's like people make me mad.
Who was the last person you were angry at besides me? I knew he was gonna say that.
Toast. Man, you guys are just rubbing me the wrong way sometimes.
Me and Toast made you angry for what?
Oh God, Mom.
Let's focus on the game.
Wait, I want to know too. What did Lily and Toast do?
Yeah, Discord it.
Just don't worry about it.
Wait, I want to know.
Are people streaming or no?
No,
I'm definitely streaming.
People are streaming.
Oh, Scarra's streaming?
Yeah, I woke up to stream.
Oh.
I'm hustling.
Oh, you woke up for us.
Yeah, that's what I said. I woke up for you guys.
Yeah. He's
also
hustling us.
Also, did you see they have a Nico VTuber now from Riot?
Yeah, she's super cute.
She's my sibling now, because
what the hell?
What?
Brian rigged her.
What?
Is that how it works?
Yes,
Is that how it works?
that's how it works. Hey, what's up, Gumi?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
Shit, Gumi, you replied too late.
Wait.
Gumi, fuck, man.
I remember Gumi was really good at Valorant.
She is.
She
really
is.
Good at
She's
Valorant.
really good at Valorant.
She's really good.
You can literally just watch
insane.
her pistol rounds. You can tell how good she is.
Gumi,
I'm washed.
did the number one thing that helped you get better at Valorant is play just a lot of Valorant?
Yeah.
Alright, thank you for answering that question.
Okay, wait. To be fair, she was also really good at Overwatch.
Oh,
This is true.
So there's like that, like, you know.
I'm logging on my
Experience.
main account, right? Because Lily can't play with non-main accounts.
Wait, we're full, we're full.
What the hell, Jummy? Why didn't you answer me then?
I asked you so long ago.
That's so
I
messed
asked
up,
you
Jummy.
so long
That's
ago.
actually messed up.
I'm leaving. And Jummy, you invited me to go hang out, and then you never showed up.
What?
She should
What?
hang out.
Jummy?
What?
Now I'm leaving.
Damn, she just had to drop that.
Wait, now I'm scared because Jummy's like, oh, I'm gonna be in Texas in April with my brother to get some.
Okay,
nice
okay, but
art.
I never.
What if
Okay,
I'm just
to be
waiting
fair,
for him and
I
he
never
doesn't show
said
up?
I wanted to hang out with you. To be
Oh,
fair,
that's
I
true.
never said. So I just said I'm going to Texas.
Why does
I
it
thought-
feel? Can we like Q-pop? It feels like we're tearing each other apart.
I know.
Why
now I'm
Caplet?
angry.
Welcome back for 22 months.
Wait,
Thanks for
are we
subbing.
bugged?
Gold, silver,
Nah.
queue time shouldn't be 7 minutes, right? Is this a dead
Nah.
game? Are we
Is
playing dead
Valorant
games?
dead game? Everyone moved to League because Worlds is happening.
Should we go play League then? Oh no, League makes me
Oh
so
no,
angry,
you don't
guys.
want to play League
I get
with Emily.
so angry.
Trust me.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with my league.
Wait,
It
what do
can
you,
be good.
what do you play in League, Emily?
I play Zyra.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, she's
She tried to
actually
play
good
Leona.
right
No,
now.
she tried to play Leona. Let me tell you, Scarra,
Someone
have you ever seen
banned
a
Zyra.
Leona be played like a Zyra?
Okay.
Oh, bad.
Should we re-queue?
Match
Oh.
found.
Nah,
Oh.
we're here. Just
Nah.
talk about the queue, man. Just talk about the queues. How we do it. Oh, this is my worst map because I never played on it.
Because we don't know what
Or
it
like I
is
barely
yet,
played on
right?
it. Yeah, I barely played on it. I
Oh,
will
yeah, yeah.
fill. You guys just Actually, I don't know how to smoke this map. Lily, do you know how to smoke this map?
Dude,
know how to
this is
smoke
I know
period.
how to smoke this map.
Shit,
What the
only thing
fuck
I
was that
smoke
queue
is a
time?
Yeah, queue
fucking
time was really-
joint, bro.
Hi,
Really,
Smoked it.
Hi,
really
doing?
long.
Hello.
I'm
Oh,
sweaty.
wait, Show is. Oh, we're playing with Show?
You might. Have you heard of him?
Have
I
you
thought we
heard
were
of
playing
it?
with Gumi.
That's what she thought too.
Oh, I mean, I'm
Shoto.
glad you're here too, Show.
Wait,
I am gonna learn
Jesus
smokes
Christ, no,
here.
you're fine, dude.
was there like was there miscommunication?
Yeah,
Wait,
Johnny fucked up.
No,
Oh,
we.
okay,
You know that when you're asking for a fifth, and then you just like send out mass invites. And then
Yeah.
until you
Oh,
get your fifth.
I understand, yeah.
Oh, okay.
'Cause
Scarra,
Okay.
you're playing Sykkuno.
Bro, he wishes he was this
I
jack.
play Sage.
I'm so sorry. You said it as soon as I logged in.
Oh.
I'm really sorry. I wish you could like trade agents like in League.
Take it if you want it.
I do
There's
want
no-
it. I do
Take
want it
it,
so bad.
take it,
took
take it.
I took it.
Show. You're playing Show.
Wait, what? No, he does not look like me at all.
He looks
no,
like
no.
Sykkuno.
No, let me
Yeah.
see the cosplay. Let me judge.
right?
The
Oh,
cosplay.
Sykkuno's cosplay was fucking good, actually.
Yeah,
I was very impressed. He did
Yeah, it
the
was.
pose
That
and
shit was
everything. It makes
nice.
me want to do like a cool like Valorant cosplay.
Would it be
didn't you do
KJ?
KJ?
Who the fuck? Yeah. Wait.
No, like professional like photo shoot sort of thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to do
Yeah.
one of those one day too. I just
Oh.
depends on what
Lily would
character.
be.
What character would you be, Show?
Oh,
No,
Lily with neon. Lily
No.
with neon. For sure. You got that Filipino blood in you.
No, wait.
Ghost is. Oh wait, no. Omen's
Shut up,
perfect.
Timmy. Omen?
Oh
Omen's
my
perfect.
God.
So like you know, you don't have to.
Oh, you
hide his face too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, that's Korean.
So.
Gotta go.
This is the hardest map to learn, by the way. This and Lotus.
Johnny,
Yeah, I'm
Johnny.
gonna. Huh?
Look at
Huh?
look at this.
I'm out of here.
Do you see it spinning?
What
so
the? Wait, that's so sick.
Isn't it cool?
Can it change colors or is that's just it?
No,
That's
it's just spinning.
Nah, shit. What the fuck?
It's so cool.
Dude,
I'm so
Okay, maybe
confident
spending
now.
money on this game.
I'm running
is
out.
Oh shit, it's B.
okay, I think-
Here.
Go, go.
I'm smoke.
Okay.
Show me a
target. Destabilizing.
Take this.
Perfect work, guys. They're not in. They're not in. They're not in. Triple me.
Reloading.
Yeah.
But I
Go,
am.
Well, I'll go watch men.
Oh my
wait,
god!
Never mind.
Wait, was he
Bro,
in?
he was sitting in there. He was sitting in there, like right at the edge.
I'm
Oh.
out of here.
I tried to push it.
They're
They're going A. They're going A. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Wait.
Must they be? There be. 1B, 1B, 1E.
1B, 1A.
He's going elbow. He's going elbow right now. He's right here.
One enemy
I think
remaining.
what's still elbow?
Oh,
What's
they're
elbow?
all
What's
B.
elbow? What's
I
elbow?
am. Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Ghostface is 1, 2, 4, 1 month,
Elbow,
44
that's a
month.
good
Thanks for
call.
subbing.
Honestly, you calling it out helps me learn.
It's not pretty.
I was like, what the fuck is an elbow here?
I'm spamming ping, man.
Yeah,
But even
yeah, yeah.
ISO, I love him. He's my favorite
Have you seen
attacking
the
character.
stick?
The stick?
Please justify my purchase. Look how cool it is when
Oh
it
my
spins.
god, you got this stick.
How cute
I got
it
the
is.
stick too.
Oh my
I got the
god.
stick too.
It is,
bro.
I think it's their best melee weapon. One of their best melee
So
weapons.
good.
Is
Yeah,
it
if-
random?
Besides all of your stick users, thank you.
Just fucking enabling people that spend money on this game.
I should get an affiliate link.
But I
for-
want the stick.
One's up there.
There.
Oh, I'm so bad.
Oh. It's okay. It's
Gotta
okay.
go.
Go watch this spot. There's no way they see me here.
My-
Maybe they did see me there. Okay.
Where are people? One mid?
God damn it.
One enemy
Smart
remaining.
move.
Wait, I think there was one at the.
He was here-ish. I don't know where he went.
He knifed the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. Damn. He might be walking into market now. I don't know.
Wow, he did not.
Probably in market. Oh. Or went back? I don't know. Wait, what the?
What are you-
Oh, he went up here.
30 seconds
Damn.
left.
What?
And timinged. That's crazy.
Spike
I'm
planted.
out of here.
What?
Last player standing.
52, 52, Scarra.
Take this. Coming through.
What?
I have
got
no
owned.
idea.
I got owned.
Oh.
Damn.
I got owned. Wow.
Clutch.
Where's
Did
that?
I
he
think
win?
that's crazy. He predicted.
Yeah,
the
he called my
fake.
bluff, man. This
Yeah.
guy owned me.
Shit.
Shit.
Guys, I'm poor.
Insane. No money.
I'm out of here.
I saved my one gun, so I guess I'm here. It sucks. I got owned.
Go, go, go.
They don't check this, do they? I'm just gonna
Okay,
sit
I
here
have
and
a
hope for the
plan,
best.
dummy.
Uh-huh. Do you know this map at all?
I've played it like 4 times.
It's pretty rough.
I'm trying to learn. It's actually,
I'm
at
gonna
least
sit
it's pretty
in here
small.
with a shorty.
I don't have another.
I don't hear anything here. Wait. What?
Here.
What?
Here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
How many?
I'm not picking that. It's a
Two.
lot. It's a lot.
Oh,
yeah,
God, I'm
here.
going.
I don't have another smoke. I don't have
I'm
another
so
smoke.
screwed. Oh, you're so screwed.
I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so fucking dead. They're just gonna kill me. Yeah, dude, I just got blinded.
Dude, I can't
Double.
see any- I know, I spectated. I couldn't see shit.
Oh, that flick. Wait, he has.
Okay,
Oh,
I have
they
a
bought
shorty,
an
I have a
op?
shorty. This guy knows.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Holy
God, I'm
shit.
dead.
Last player
Come on, Johnny,
standing.
2 more. I'll gift you the skin.
Oh, wait.
Damn.
Ah, fuck. that was
This
a free
guy
skin.
with 3rd round op. Holy
Wait, they
moly.
bought an op. That's
Yeah.
kind of
Hey,
cringe.
Sage.
I play Fortnite
Love this, right?
really badly.
I'll buy.
Oh, did you buy the gun too, Shell, or?
Yes, I
This is-
did.
Oh my God, we're
I bought the
matching.
bundle, bro. I had to. It was really sick.
I know, me too. Okay, I'm
You have the same
never-
color? Wait, you do?
Wait, how much is the bundle?
It's like
Nice job.
$100.
What's your stick color? Wait,
It's
hold
like
up.
$100.
I use
I have
the
the-
purple one. I like the purple
I have the purple one too. Damn.
Wait, you guys don't use
That's the synergy.
the
bro.
green stick?
Wait, is it out right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I want it too. Oh,
Yeah, we should get percentage fee.
Oh, she held that.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm pushing up.
Just up. That's kind of scary.
It's from mid.
Okay.
Oh my-
Spike down A.
Okay, it's all good. Dude, we have the longest flank
Focusing.
ever.
Over there.
I'm gonna push
There
from
are uppers
here.
around here. Probably
planted.
here.
Oh man, this sucks.
Well, you have a better crosshair.
What do you? Okay. Oh, I have a better one.
I just have a feeling he's gonna be
Smiley
watching
face.
this.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Wait,
it's
I
not
know how
like
to
you're-
jump peek. I know how to do. Whoa, oh, wait, I didn't. I forgot
What?
to jump.
Oh shit. Uh-oh. Bro, what was that?
I can
Oh.
jump. Wait, I can jump peek this. Wait. I can peek. Wait. Whoa.
No target.
Last player standing.
Oh damn. Bro, you just left me like
The
that?
good old
Damn.
jump peek to run away. Wait, she said, I'll jump, sweet guy.
What is that crosshair?
Yeah,
It's a
this
smiley
is
face.
interesting crosshair.
I think they're coming.
Swing 'em.
Peek it, you won't.
I didn't bring a snack.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going back to my
bring a
other
snack?
one.
Okay.
Spaceship one is the best.
Shummy, can you get me a smoke here? I don't think I can play mid against this op unless I get like
Yeah, smoke mid,
I
smoke mid.
got you.
I'm gonna have to walk up a little bit.
I think I'm gonna play
I have a
aggressive.
plan. Can you smoke for me?
I'm gonna play there, and then you can try and
Okay,
bait
give
for
me
me
a
maybe.
That is
Help,
not.
help. Yeah, bait for me, bait for me, bait for me. Get info, get info.
You're safe. You're safe. Show, you got it.
Damn! Oh my god. That was actually really good. We got 2.
Okay, we traded
Spike
ours,
planted.
so good luck,
Mhm.
guys.
Oh, he's holding right here. He's right here. He's right here.
Okay, I have a short shotgun.
Just make all the noise. That's cool, man.
Last player standing.
He's at for 130. Tell me.
Nice.
Satchelled into
There's free
him.
guns there.
We got. Oh, not there. Not there.
I think there's a vandal somewhere.
Stealing sight.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
My God.
NP. Nice try.
None of my stuff has
Okay.
malfunctioned yet.
Okay.
All right, we start winning this round. I'm warmed up.
You
Yeah,
said that 3 games ago, bro. Like,
Hidden title? Oh fuck.
Everyone
You're right. You're
on
right. Sorry.
this
Sorry.
account, I mean, not account. The map is really low because I don't know this map.
This.
So.
It's.
yeah.
It's
actually
really.
pretty small, though, so it's like kind of easy to learn-ish. It's just probably hard to execute.
It's really hard. Can we smoke mid?
Yeah.
I'm hearing here again.
Alice, my ult's ready.
I'm gonna go help mid. Like, he needs it, but I don't have a smoke for you. Oh,
I'm running.
Coming.
planting.
Already?
I'm got
Spike
ult.
planted.
I got one. Okay, you can push him probably. I got him.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Forgot I can
Let's
heal.
push together.
Yep.
Watch out, gotta go.
You good?
Nice.
Main.
Oh, okay.
Main.
Wait, Lily, come get this.
Okay.
I'm tossing my gun, Jummy. I'm
What's
gonna
that?
ulti. I'm gonna
Wait,
ult here.
Sage
If it were
and
easy,
the
we
dude
wouldn't
kind of
improve.
match.
ISO?
ISO. Like,
I
they,
feel
they
like-
have like
ISO's just generic. Pretty generic.
Ryan
Character.
knew what they were
Yeah,
doing.
they
Yeah,
definitely
yeah, they
appealing
knew,
to
they
someone.
knew.
This is the average player base.
See, once they like start selling
You buy that pin?
agent
No.
skins,
I buy it afterwards on sale.
like the end. Probably.
Go, go, go. Here we go.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Get out of my way. Shocking.
Oh, I went to 54. She shield. There's 3 A side. They can rotate. One mid.
Show me a target.
Oh my god. Low. Oh damn. Rip.
You're good. 2 mid. They're rolling up a Lily right now.
Oh, we got Spike.
Spike down
Spike
mid.
Two mid.
Two mid. I might catch one here. She fucked up her pop flash. Nice.
That's her second flash. You're good. Oh, top.
Last player standing.
Oh, he's Boba.
I didn't know where she was.
Yeah.
One Boba, one market. They're closing on.
Oh, good hold. It's actually winnable.
Super winnable, Jummy.
Spike planted.
Going out.
Wait. Oh,
Oh,
right.
Boba. Oh, nice try.
Nice try.
Boba? It's called Boba.
Yeah. This is called Boba. This is called. Wait. You just hold caps
It's
lock,
literally,
right?
it's actually called Boba.
Yep.
Literally. Wow. They knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, they knew. They fucking knew, man. It's a boba shop right here. Wait, is this? No, that's a burger shop. What?
Oh
Wait.
my god.
Oh, this is the boba.
Riot is so smart. They're gonna make a K-pop Valorant skin line or something.
Oh
for-
yeah.
I
Ah, fuck.
They gotta pull a
Oh,
hard
this
steal
is so
and KDA
smart.
thing, probably. I don't know.
Yeah,
Dude, I want to see the
something
hard
that.
steel performance. I'm so curious.
Some aim.
Watch out. I'm out of here. Got him.
Oh wow.
Out of charges.
Should I push this?
40.
How did that not hit her?
One here, one tiles.
40 jet.
Get him, Emily. Go ahead.
Oh no, there's 3 there. 3.
One mid, one tiles. Here.
Last player standing.
What?
Yo, spin the stick.
Stand aside.
No way.
Making cover.
Spike
Oh,
planted.
here we go.
I wanna play ISO now.
Focusing.
He's so
breaking them.
Yo, he looks cool.
His that Q thing.
Oh,
Ooh,
damn.
wow. Wait, that guy's
That's the angle.
pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
Anyone
on
have
my
any
head. I
sweets?
should push it
I may have
like
jams
closer.
my fingers.
That Q vulnerable is so good. I thought in most games vulnerable you take like 50% more damage, but you take 100% when you hit him with that.
Yeah.
You can
Him
also
with
hit on your
Silva's.
teammates, so if you really hate your team.
Yeah. If you hate your team, you hit them with that.
Him and Silva are pretty
Need a drop.
strong together.
Yeah.
We're saving.
Yeah, we're saving.
Yeah, we're saving.
Oh, Jummy,
I'm just gonna be a little ballsy.
I'm gonna wall as soon as.
Okay, no, okay, I'm out.
Oh,
One mid.
Oh, damn, bro.
Oh, that guy.
Phantomed. Jesus.
Push in so fast.
Spike planted.
Nice. Good kill. There's Guardian on my body if you want it. Oh, wait, Vandal knows.
Oh
my god!
Oh, wait, he.
Watch out. Gotta go.
There's no bullets.
No ammo.
You picked up a 0 bullet.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose.
Last
Emily,
player
I'm so
standing.
sorry.
One enemy remaining.
Last one right here.
No, we're good. He doesn't know. He doesn't
Nice.
know.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Good TP.
Thrifty.
Good stuff.
Wait, thank God you guys hit the Reyna, because I only body shot her, and I'm like, oh, thank God she died.
Breathe. Then
Go,
commit.
go.
Did we swap moment? Yes, and I'm on the next
All
boss.
the voices. They're
I
telling me
think.
to do it.
Oh, okay.
Tell you to do what?
I want to grab this. So
Oh,
bad. Because
you-
I like my ults.
If you
a lot.
take Emily with you, I think. Wait, Emily. I think the grenade spots are like
There.
main and right
There.
here.
Oh, okay. I'll just load it. Oh, I hear something.
That guy's crazy, by the way.
Missed my name.
He does not jump peek correctly.
Oh god.
Back up.
I'm backing up.
That guy's so pissed.
There's one here. Two here.
I'm running. Careful mid. Careful mid.
Mid is exposed. Fuck.
No, we're good. You hold the cross. Oh, go away. Oh, we're good. Oh.
Wow. Spike down B.
Spike. They're all left.
Destabilizing. Stopping fire.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
I'm watching this.
Gotta go.
There he is. We're running.
Oh, he's tagged.
He is going spawn.
Nice.
The base is going to
This-
leave us.
Wow, he's so positive. I'm so surprised. Like this character is so like wholesome.
Oh, your character is not edgy?
Yeah, he's not edgy at all. He's just like good luck.
That is true.
Good job, guys.
He sounds
Sweet.
like he should be edgy. And he listens to Keshi at 3 a.m.
Damn, he.
That really Scarra, bro. I'm owning.
Isn't Yori the edgy one already though?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, they
We
can
already
have two.
We already filled it.
Okay,
Wait, no.
wait. Jump. Can you hold? Oh, never mind. This guy's a
Bad
jump
idea.
piece right
We should
here.
play back.
Oh, you want me to kill him? Let's kill him. Fuck him.
Oh, he does not.
Oh! I think it's A.
They found a weak spot. They found a weak spot.
Our strong spot, you mean? One corner or one here?
Oh, damn, he's good. I got 80 on Jet. That's it. Still stuck there. They might commit to A push. They're coming to A probably.
Dude, I picked out the wrong gun. He's right. He's on. Okay, you can just kill him and res. Oh,
Last player standing.
TNT.
120 Omen.
Okay, so just kill the Omen, right?
Oh my god. Nice try. Your aim is still crispy, man.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, but I don't know the map.
Last
so I don't
round
know
Dude.
before the switch.
User credits.
I think. Ooh. I'm using play mid the whole. Oh, we're using. Ultra credits.
Yeah.
I can buy
Yeah.
a car.
Okay.
I'm gonna kill this guy mid.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
just jump peeks this.
Yeah, but he didn't this time, so he might just stop.
Get out of my way.
There's one there. Careful, dog.
Spike down B.
Whoa,
One
okay.
enemy remaining.
Fuck it. Ace.
Where is he? Oh.
He's there. He's in the.
Emily, we got this. He's right there. He's right
He was.
Flawless.
Oh,
Hey!
Oh,
shit,
wait,
who
that
took
was an
the
ace.
kill?
It was the Jet mid. Yeah, I couldn't really push that.
Switching sides.
His opposite was distracted. Oh, it's not for me. It's
Hi.
when
Fight's
other
not over,
people
you know.
pick up my off, they do worse with it. It's like
Pull
literally.
out the stick and then run with it and just spam the inspect
I
button.
can use it, but then no one else can. They throw it off the map usually. It's like a 50-50.
It looks like you're.
It's actually like the worst op skin in the game. Like, the fact that the color changes is so
Alright,
dirty,
I'll
man.
blind
It's
onto
so
slides.
bad.
I guess I'm blinding like here. I guess.
We usually like if you play Omen, you'll
There.
do this area, and then what
How
happens?
about,
is,
how about like if we're hitting B though?
Oh, like here and here.
yeah, you
maybe?
can blind.
Okay.
You can blind that. Or the thing is, you can just smoke this and then blind left. Here, hold on, I can't ping anymore.
Door.
Like you can blind
There.
here, and then you smoke
There.
these sides.
I see. I'm gonna stop.
We're gonna get flanked soon. Right here, literally.
What?
Mid tiles, right here. I hit her. I headshot her.
Sorry,
Headshot her.
I was putting my other earphones.
I saw you pause. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I'm too showy. I'm here to... Okay.
I'm gonna blind right actually.
Okay.
I'm gonna heal
He's
you.
there. He's there.
I'm blinding. I'm blinding.
Going. He's in. He's in.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
I'm just gonna go in. I'm going in.
Oh no, I can't see. I can't see. I can't see.
B. Eliminate.
Here.
Enemy spotted B.
Focusing.
One enemy remaining.
Montage.
Guys, there's only one more left. Check. No.
Nice.
Nice.
Good teamwork. Good teamwork.
Good stuff.
Wait. Yeah, I hit that guy in the smoke. I'm so surprised I didn't fucking die. But yeah,
What's your favorite map then?
Let me think. I like Split.
Oh
I
my
also
god.
like Village. It's my favorite map.
Ascent. Ascent is really good. I like Ascent.
Really? Oh, it's the
What is
wall. That's the wall bang one, right? Like the wall bang.
Okay,
fuck, I thought everyone hated that.
Your thing is you can like smoke right side or smoke like your smokes are probably like
Shadows.
and then you just
Show me a
ulti.
target.
And just ulti. Go.
Blinded. Okay, nice. I'm gonna smoke here.
What? He don't die. It's all
Close
time.
right.
Get out
Nice.
of here.
What the?
Reloading.
One flank.
Spike planted.
I lost my flow. Damn.
Your flow state.
Yeah.
How the fuck? Okay.
Oh.
That is unlucky.
To dust.
One enemy
Good shot.
remaining.
Nice.
Wait, you guys are
Where did I
beasts.
even get shot from?
Where were you?
Behind the
Do you want
green
to
box.
dance?
I'm guessing that's not safe.
I'll leave.
Yeah, that's wall bangable.
No, you got shot. Wait, I don't know actually.
Here.
You were here, right?
Yeah.
That's not safe. You're probably gonna get killed from here or here.
I'm gonna peek this guy. I'm gonna peek him.
Okay.
Wait, we all have guardians. Damn.
Oh yeah. This gun's the best. My favorite gun.
A great gun.
I'm out of here.
Show me a target.
They didn't get in.
Yeah, let's just go.
Somebody out.
Okay, I like it,
No, I
Emily.
don't like this.
What'd you say?
Okay, never mind.
I can wall the right.
Yeah, no, we're leaving. This guy pushed out. This guy pushed out.
Bro, this is so awkward.
Well, you're fighting. You're maining.
Bro,
meleeing
what
her?
the hell is going on over there?
Yo, back him up.
Spike down mid.
There's two here.
Every single round.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this map is made for lurkers.
I don't like this.
You catch two here.
Last player standing.
Bad move. Watch
Another
out.
one.
Isn't it like hitting a tennis ball, Scarra?
Watch out. This way.
One enemy remaining.
Oh
my.
Oh, imagine.
Oh, I slid the wrong way. Whoops.
That was really cool.
Dude, if you hit that
That would have been
shit,
sick.
bro, you'd be playing Apex at that point.
Yeah, it's like a different game over here.
If you want, like, we could just sit and wait
There.
at like areas.
Should
'cause
we buy? Or...
Yeah,
I think.
Don't push this.
We
He throws
should
out
buy
his
it. Don't
blind.
buy.
So like we should
Don't
sit
buy
back
it,
here.
okay.
We don't need
Shokin
to buy.
hero. Shokin hero.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll hero gun. I have ult soon.
是时候进入状态了。
He usually.
Yeah, I
blinds
text
us.
Rick. Did he come out? Yeah, he messaged me immediately, or he messaged me today
Ow,
and told
my
me
face.
I have a sibling. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna ult someone. Hold on.
No distractions.
Nice
I
grab.
got someone.
Fuck
I'm
this
outta
guy,
here.
bro.
He's in a duel right now.
Lily, can I
Oh,
get a
he has
heal?
ults.
Oh,
He had
no.
ults too. Damn.
Thank you.
I don't know what to do. What do I do? Okay.
We gotta get outside. We gotta get
I
outside.
can't hear comms. I cannot. I repeat.
There.
Oh, Jet.
Fine. Jet's here. Careful.
I'm so bad.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Eat smoke.
Last player
You right?
standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
shit.
That was a wide
God.
swing on her. Damn.
Oh.
But that was my dog's fault.
Yeah.
Instinct
Okay.
so far.
I know. Just give them to me instead.
Oh.
I can actually buy with you guys now. Wait, that's good.
Yeah, no, we're chilling, we're chilling.
Yeah.
Emily,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to double satchel in. You're gonna need to.
Alright.
You're gonna need to entry.
I have all.
Just. Oh yeah, just let us know when you're going in. Wait. Hold on. I'm actually.
I'm just running it straight in.
Wait. Before you do that, let Jummy give us a blind and then you do it. Okay.
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 You're here. Dog here.
Shadows traveling.
Nice. Okay, Emily, this is all you. Emily, this is all you.
Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, 2 mid. What the fuck, bro?
I don't think I saw anyone.
Nope. Keep going.
Oh, what? Flank. Main.
Spike down.
I think they're both flank.
Wait, what?
Wait.
Yeah. One. That was Gecko main.
I have spike.
Shocking. Almost
Last player standing.
Oh, that was
I
close.
want 31.
I don't know how that didn't kill.
So fast.
They push out immediately, I guess.
Clock
Damn.
ticking.
Okay. You guys want to do that thing where we hold. That was a good entry, Emily. We got the site. It's just.
Yeah. I can't believe they flanked so fast.
You know what? I can rat and wait for one of them to come by because they always seem to push from behind.
Yeah. They push out here. Here. We just wait.
Okay, yeah. I'll sit here and wait for one of them. How about that?
Yeah, I'll sit here as well.
Keep it together.
I'll sit here as well.
Wait. We're ruining his strat, guys.
I got it. I'll push him.
I've got your
Okay. Actually, I'll push with you. I hear something.
No,
Player
like
standing.
What?
play. Careful left.
So they had 3 on A? What?
Yeah. This.
Okay, I only
They
have
just.
like 78
Okay.
grenades left.
Can we just split up and play
Yeah, that's
like
default. It'd be default.
just default and hold every entrance like here.
Yeah. We just gotta win our duels, I guess. That's all it is.
I'll hold mid.
Yeah. Then one person holds here, one person holds here. I'll hold here. Someone holds here, and we double up somewhere.
I'm gonna smoke off mid.
Yeah, if you smoke out mid top, it's actually pretty good for me.
Oh,
one mid
it's pushing out. Dude, he did that so fast. What the
He
hell?
did it really fast. I couldn't react.
Get out of my way. I'm out of here.
Got one.
Okay, I'm going B.
No, it's
Yeah,
good.
it's good. Looking good.
Nice stuff.
I'm going. I'm entering.
Just running.
Reloading.
Stopping fire.
Take this.
Show me a target.
Spike planted. Grenade.
Grenade.
Oh,
One
back
enemy remaining.
Shelby, you.
I got him. In the blind.
Nice.
Let's pack it up.
It was good. Very good.
These
Okay,
guys.
yeah, we just wait for picks. We wait for picks.
These guys are literally just pushing it every round. Yeah.
They're a little too confident.
Hey, we don't see a push on.
Push out of mid or no?
So she tried and I killed her in the smoke.
Oh, I see.
And
Through the calm, I sing. Through the storm, I fight.
Through the what?
Storm, I fight.
Focusing.
Through the
through the what?
storm, I fight.
Let's
Bro,
go,
they
let's go.
always push.
I'm going.
The fuck?
Oh,
Go.
Lily, take the spike. Run with us.
Go.
Yeah, Emily, we're running. Yes.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose.
Monster on the loose.
Careful. Just
There.
hold this.
I'm
We're
out of
going.
here.
No.
Backside.
1B. Plant fast.
I'm planting.
Plant fast.
I'm planting fast.
Gecko will have ulti again. Make sure. Not... Oh, onside.
I got him. I grabbed him. Just
He has
grab
a
him when
shotgun?
he dies.
If he has a shotgun.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Geckos right here.
Has ult.
She's still gunning for you.
You good. Just press.
You're safe.
Please help!
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Good comms.
Holy shit, bro.
Over there.
It's a little rough,
Did you say something?
but we did it.
Sorry.
No, it's clean. We just chill.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh,
Need a
you,
drop.
my rich friends. Hello.
Salamat.
Gotcha.
Hello. Thank you.
Wow, Jemmy, you're doing really well.
Dude, this game is like
No,
I kind of like this map just because how fast the action is.
Yeah, but it's really punishing to learn. Like, because you have to, you kill someone, you instantly run, like to another side. Very push and pull. 1A. Oh, 2A. 1A. A.
Oh, there's that A push. There's a market push.
Fuck 120. I messed up.
Where we smoke B. Oh.
Another one there. Go.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no! Peeked me at the worst time, damn.
No. Okay. Wait. Sorry. I thought someone that was A.
Match point.
No. It's okay. This map is like really annoying.
No, we still had a good chance.
Yeah.
We can win this.
Yeah,
It's not super far off.
I'm okay.
Someone always pushes this shit.
Yeah. Every single time.
Okay. Wait, don't we have a good
I'm gonna play back here and just wait for him to push out to like mid.
He geckos this.
So make noise mid and make noise B.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll make so much noise.
Careful, Emily. They're probably gonna be there.
There's an op B.
Bye-bye. My ult's ready.
He didn't push. What the fuck?
One was Boba.
Yay, big one.
Oh, I missed. 40. Good trade.
I'm gonna rotate over to you guys.
One here and then one B side, I think.
Get him.
Oh.
Both mid.
Both mid.
Play.
We can plant.
Oh, I tagged his head.
Emily, back her up.
Yeah,
She's gonna be.
we play.
Back it up, Emily. Back it up. You throw that thing back, Emily.
He's named there. Yep.
Destabilizing.
Oh, you saw, sir? Here.
One enemy remaining.
One flank.
Last one. We play time.
On site.
You can play top tab.
Last
Okay,
player
or just
Fucker.
never mind.
What?
No, it's fine.
You have res, right? Oh, never mind. Peek that shit.
Fuck you.
Never mind, don't peek it.
Nice.
Fuck it. Go.
Go.
I am so bad.
Oh.
I am so sorry.
No, it's okay.
That was my fault. I peeked.
Oh, what's the pass, Jimmy?
I'm
gonna play some ad.
I think I'm gonna stay up till 3 a.m. thinking about.
Oh god.
It was a valiant effort, man. Damn. I did not expect them to just keep running it down out of their sight every single time when they're on top of defense.
Oh, Emily, you said you wanted the double digit.
I did not say
You
I wanted
did it.
double digits.
You got it.
No.
I'm back to silver. Ah, shit.
Yo, hey, that's good.
Hey, what's
Dude,
up,
we got-
guys? How
oh.
you doing? Oh, wow, it's warm down here.
Okay.
Wait,
okay.
I don't think I can play. I have a Goose Duck lobby to join.
No
at this
problem.
time.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I have to
You
do
have a-
some
you have-
workout
you have a
class
fill
as
for me.
well.
He
Oh.
played one game and he said, "I don't want to play."
No, I
Oh.
can if I
You
would if I
said-
could.
No. It's
I have
okay.
prior
I
obligations.
understand.
No, I get it.
I
We
understand.
get it.
No, it's not
Completely.
like that. It's not like that,
Okay.
bro.
You have
I
to
just
go?
yeah, I agreed to join. Was it LM's Goose Duck thing? So is that this time?
Oh.
yeah, I had time for one game. This is
Red
like on
carpet.
the
No,
top,
we
perfect.
were green carpet. We
Yeah,
were
thank you for
green.
inviting
Look at this.
Take care.
And then now
Bye.
it's goodbye.
Yumi's gonna come watch. I asked. No, Emily, you're already late. You're.
Wait, Emily, you have to go?
Well,
Wait, everyone has to go?
No. She's not going.
I moved my 5:30 gym class to 6:45 to play one more, but
Ooh, what's after 6:45?
There's nothing. It's tomorrow. I'd have to move it to tomorrow.
Yo, tomorrow
Oh.
early morning workouts are the best.
Well, you tell. Like, are we playing? You got. Someone's got to tell me.
I'm asking Goonie
I'm
right now.
down to play. We just need a fifth. I don't think I have anyone
I'll
right
be
now.
right back.
Did I lose you much? Yeah, I mean, I'm chilling.
Let me
It's fine.
spam Goonie.
Literally, the only character I want to play.
My chat after watching you play Valo, you made me feel a lot better. Thank you for this motivation.
Oh, see? You're like
Hey!
Santa Claus.
That's the relatable streamer we've all.
Okay. So, I need to play like a fucking Sova, man. I need to learn how to play Sova, actually.
Dude, sorry, you woke up. You don't expect to be the aim demon off the bat.
Oh
Okay, I
wait,
got
no,
Goonie.
my TikTok keeps giving me cipher clips because I'm cringe and I love the new cipher buff's crazy.
Is it a prank? Am I actually here?
Yeah, they're actually here.
Yeah, we kicked him off for you.
Oh.
Oh, I
yeah.
feel so bad, bro.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Jummy.
you're
I
down
knew you would do that
horrendous.
for me.
I know.
Do you have anything in the silver to gold?
Everyone knows.
Of course I do.
Silver
Dude,
to
look at
gold?
this character. They literally made this character for the average
well,
player
look,
base,
comes
bro.
crawling
Listen
back.
to Takeshi and Joji till
Actually, I
3
was
a.m.
running. I was running
Dude,
back.
like
Wait, hello.
Ghost
hello,
of
I'm back.
You're
Raves,
the
I
Mikasa
am
loves
to my
boba.
Eren.
The what?
Your Tsukasa
Oh, the
is
Mikasa
Mikasa.
to your.
See.
I
It's
should
weeb
probably.
talk.
Techwear, fucking, you know, just hit all
I
the
know, I
the
am a
fronts.
weeb.
Oh yeah. Then who's the best one? Who's the strongest in the One Piece universe?
Oh, Luffy.
No, besides Luffy.
Wait, I just started paying attention. What?
What? Is it not? Hello?
No, go for it. Go for it.
I mean, it's probably the other dude. I
Which
don't know.
dude?
Okay, it's not even my fault. I've only watched the first like 100 episodes of One Piece, so I don't know.
Do you watch?
Yeah,
Do you watch One Piece or do you actually watch like every?
No, I just
episode?
watch One Piece. I don't even watch One Piece. Should I watch One
Oh.
Piece? I should probably watch One Piece.
Yeah, like if you want to catch up this century, I would
Yeah.
watch One Piece.
Sounds like a casual thing to say. I think you watch the whole
Yeah.
thing. You even watch the intro. Don't even skip the intro. You have to listen to that 2-minute intro every time.
Did Lefty give? No, I thought she said something else.
Actually, it's 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Isn't
Chopper
the One Piece
sucks.
intro longer than
No,
the
don't
regular?
say that about Chopper. Chopper is best.
Chop-
What
It
the?
depends
I only
which
started
form,
watching
like
him for
Giga
Chopper.
Chad Chopper or
No, I like Tiny Chopper.
no, Giga Chad, dude. Flaccid Chopper is not it.
Wait,
Why would
wait,
you
how
call
many?
him Blasted? What's wrong with you?
How many chopper things are there now? Like when I was watching,
Like
there was like
20.
6, and now what's he at?
23.
Wait, really?
No, I was talking out of my ass.
Dude, how many chopper transforms does he have now, guys?
I think I should
Hey, why are
probably
you in
go.
game?
I have no. I
Sorry.
have to go work out. 'Cause
It's okay.
yeah, I
Respect
don't
your
think I should.
decision,
We
Emily.
understand.
Emily, how do you feel about Chopper from One Piece?
I haven't gotten there yet. He hasn't showed up
In
yet. He's not even
100
the first-
chapters, Chopper isn't
no,
there.
episodes,
No,
episodes, I
Chopper's
think.
in like episode like. Oh, you're right. Chopper
we need a
doesn't get to,
fifth?
like,
We need a
episode
fifth.
12.
We need a
Hold up,
fifth.
can I
Yeah.
ask?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll be
yeah,
right back.
yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the games, guys. It was fun. I promise I'll get better. So next time we play together, good things will
Don't
happen.
lie to me,
Emily
Emily.
leaves when
Yeah,
I
just
join.
don't.
Emily leaves when I join.
Goodbye.
No, it's a win-win.
Goodbye.
What?
Wait, Emily, can we play tomorrow? Can we play
Yeah.
TFT
Emily, can we
tomorrow?
play
off
tomorrow?
Can we play tomorrow? I'll be gold by tomorrow.
No.
What is
Nice.
this?
No, I was in TFT, the game that you're actually like.
Oh
okay.
my
No, there's
god.
no TFT tomorrow.
Wait.
It doesn't come out until Wednesday.
What?
Wait, they
I think.
they grouped all of
Wait,
the things
tomorrow?
together.
Isn't PBE?
Isn't this
patch
so
cycles
funny?
on
PBE is
Wait,
on
wait,
the
guys, I
7th,
have
so tomorrow.
all 5 people in a.
Oh, it's tomorrow?
Yeah,
tomorrow.
are you crazy?
What
got
the
a fifth.
hell? Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Have fun working out.
Have fun, Emily.
Do
Thank
your
you.
planks. Do your
Boob-
cardio. Do
Boobis.
your
Burpees?
burpees.
Burpees are so bad. No, I'm just kidding. Those things suck ass.
Really, I hate burpees
Dude,
with a
deadlifts.
passion.
Yeah, burpees are my
Honestly,
least favorite thing.
I don't
Actually,
like
I
burpees
kind of
either.
hate crunchy. I hate crunches.
I
Makes
feel
me
like you guys
spine
will
hurt.
actually start winning now. Now that you have another carry.
I
Who
haven't played in
carries.
2 months.
You're still
Why did it get
probably
silent?
way more carry of a carry than I am. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. She's gone.
I want to play Ice Out. How did you pay to unlock him, Scar?
Yeah, I had to.
God damn.
Because
You can pay them.
no, because you can use Kingdom credits, but you have to wait a week.
You have to
And-
wait 22 days.
Oh, sorry, it's not even a week. It's a long
Well, it
time.
said like recruitment period.
Yeah. The recruitment period is pretty long.
And ends in 22 days.
Fuki broke? Yeah, I forgot.
Or just get EXP. I'll just do that.
Bro, Fugi broke? I have to fucking do this normally? Man, does this work? Wait, he's a genius. Wait a second. Wait, literally?
What?
So Fugi's been redoing his reactive stuff like in the last couple days. And now you just like, okay, some of it's broken, but now you can just like drag it into your OBS and it creates the source for you.
Oh, that's so nice.
So like if you I can literally drag like
Back in my day,
Lillian.
Fugi didn't have that shit.
Yeah, no, Fugi's crazy.
I wish I knew how to code stuff. That's a lie.
Oh wait, Yumi's
My
broken.
brain would explode.
Oh, well.
Why would you say
Coders
that?
Oh,
are
we're good,
really
we're
cool.
good.
Coders are really.
Coders
Yeah,
aren't
the
real.
tech is
That's
nuts.
what Jummy just said.
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
Jummy?
What?
Fugi's doing some crazy stuff, man.
I love coders. Filipinos, if
Your
you're not a
PhD's so funny.
coder,
Oh, it's
or
great.
if you're
Lily
not a
Drew is a
nurse,
chef.
The chances of you being a coder is pretty high.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
But the group thing's broken. Like
Scar-
this.
Oh, never mind. It loaded. Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Wait, that's sick.
But you might have to delete all your sources every time, but it's awesome. Oh, it names them your name too. What the fuck?
Whoa, individual Jummy.
Yeah, the group one is fucked though. Do not drag that one in. That one looks like you're like you're attached to the other people. You scroll up, you might be able to separate them.
A doctor.
Oh no. No.
Who's their fifth?
Toast.
Oh.
Don't worry. He promised not to yell.
Oh wait, I can't space them. Wait, it tells you the
does
name.
he have
as-
another account?
Wait, I was wondering if people do this. Wait, do you see the group scene now has everyone's name underneath them as well?
You could always do that, no?
Oh wait, but it did it for me now. Before it did not. Let me try this. Oh, that's cute. That's a cute group. Yumi's name is kind of fucking weird. This?
Scarra, did you playtest the set 10?
I never play test.
Not really.
Not on purpose, I just never play test. Oh, it's because I don't upload to YouTube, so there's no point. I'd rather just do it like live.
I need this set to be good, Scarra. Or I'm going back to League.
Oh
Good.
no! Oh shit! I think it's gonna be pretty good. Like
The last two sets have been so.
yeah.
It looks good though, like off on paper.
Dude,
The bard looks so cool.
the fact that Jin it does his stuff in 4-4 is so funny. Ah. The most common meter, true. wait. What if I just drag this in? And kill this group. Aha! Okay, how's that? Can you guys talk real quick?
Okay.
Okay, great. You guys show up perfectly.
Yay.
I need to see this. How does this look? Let me see.
Match found.
Mine too.
Yeah, you guys literally look perfect.
You guys are cute.
Hop, hop.
I will fill. I'm such a good teammate.
All right, lock it in ISO. Let me see it. Let me see it.
Wait, you said you don't want Toast to scream.
Yeah.
Is ISO to play? Is ISO to play, Lily?
Yeah, I mean,
have
those.
him.
Oh,
really?
you're not. You're
shit.
waiting
Okay,
28 days.
Well, someone has to play the anime character.
I don't have. Oh. Scarra.
Wait, he's literally the most fun character.
Scarra.
Scarra, see, I so don't worry. I'll play Uriel. Oh no, wait. I'm really bad at Uriel.
Which one is Haven? Fuck.
Three
map one.
map one.
Oh, okay, got it.
A short, A long, C long, garage.
I will smokes. I know that they buff Cypher.
You mean the
Toast is
title?
the
Oh, it's
original
'cause fucking-
Cypher. Oh,
Ooh.
is Sova?
I don't know how
to.
to. Is it V Gumiho?
We need some sort of info, right?
Is that his name? Dude, I don't fucking know.
We have Gecko.
Oh yeah, that's his for fun pick.
Oh.
Oh, never mind. He's Cypher. Oh, never mind.
Oh. Oh.
V Gumiho, perfect.
Hey, how are my buddies? No, not Joe. I'm
Okay.
talking to guys, but
Holy
yeah.
smokes. What's up? I just finished playing like 50 games of Apex.
So you're ready.
Oh,
Yeah,
fucking
you're ready.
You're fucking ready. Who wants? Doom, you are the spike god.
No. It's Mr. Toast. He's playing Gecko.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's true.
At least they'll oh fuck. This guy's toast.
Is it?
All right,
Three
guys.
smokes? Look for 3 smokes.
Placing sentry.
Okay, what's our plan?
I don't know. What?
I guess playing it off by
We flashed out
ear.
A short.
Yeah.
Enemy
Sage
spotted.
B.
You can get a turret to watch off flank.
I have one.
Okay, wait. I'm looking. I'm liking.
Reloading.
Oh.
Here. Right.
Oh, we have our spike towards C. We're smoked off A.
No, you guys just go see. Just go see. Just go see.
Launching
make
Okay,
smoke.
I'm gonna.
Oh wait, we smoked it out. Okay. Right?
Oh!
I hit her 30. I hit her 30.
Reloading.
They
I
got.
only have 3 flash.
Oh,
Dude,
my.
yeah.
Dizzy's up.
26. He's one hit.
Thanks,
Like,
Diz.
One enemy remaining.
No idea where this guy
Placing
is.
swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
I think.
Target
Watch my
out.
heaven.
Okay.
for flank.
Oh, I see him.
Enemy
Lily,
A.
hold my cross. Just hold my cross. Just hold my cross. Just look at me. You don't have to look at anything else but me. Nice.
Sorry, this was taken.
I liked your calm, collected tone of
They
voice
forgot
there.
who's
It
a
was
team.
starting to increase a little bit.
The tone.
I saw you inching for that peak.
I heard it. The volume was increasing.
Okay. I'm chilling.
Because C with buys?
Yeah, I think so.
Keep it cool. Placing
That's how you
sentry.
survive.
I'll smoke pop.
I bought Guardian full, by the way.
Okay.
Show me a target.
Cypher cam here.
Smoke's down.
Astro.
Launching smoke.
That's alright. Oh, we got one.
Oh, that's good. That's
Rotate
good.
off that.
Reloading.
Get my push out. Oh, one's pushing out. Can I get one out?
Hold on. I'll hold cross. Or I'll hold
Over
this.
there.
Ow!
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna move with this
Shot.
spike.
Let's walk into garage. Let's walk into garage.
Not bad.
I'm out of smokes.
Bro, my fucking eyes, man. I can't believe I headshot that guy.
On the right. Nice.
Focusing.
Go for the plant. Plant for long.
Plant the spike, Wings.
Lily, take long.
Breaking
Once
them.
you have a chance.
Placing alarm bot.
Oh. What? He's logged.
Enemy.
88s. What is logs?
This is logged.
Yeah.
One
Wait.
flank.
Alright, you get flank.
Me or her?
Yeah, you.
Communicate with each other.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Girl down.
He's gonna watch.
You walled up, Rick wall.
Where is she?
On site, logs. Okay, can you get
Don't
Guardian?
mess with my crew.
Get my Guardian, please? I don't know where it is.
Where is it?
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
I
Thank you.
don't know where it is.
No, I don't know who
On
picked
their
it up.
stage. Fewer resurrections.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
Dude,
I could dual buy here and afford for net.
Yo,
I say go for it,
let
go
me
for it, go
have
for it, go
your
for it.
Deagle, yo.
Yo. Okay.
Wait.
Comfy, let me have that, or someone's Deagle, yo.
Yeah, I'm dropping
Yo.
mine.
Here.
Oh shit, yeah.
It has a skin.
Oh, Lily has like all the skins. She spent like $100 on.
Let's go fast. Let's go fast. Go fast.
Cutting through. Focusing.
Spinning.
Our spike is down.
One
Oh, my
short.
face.
Short.
down.
Go together. We don't have good guns. Oh, never mind. Lily has the Vandal.
Oh,
Destabilizing.
shit. I'm so sorry. Should I just call it C?
Yeah. Do it. You're the hero, Lily.
Run, Lily,
Show
run.
me
blank.
enemy spotted.
You're gonna break the
One
trip.
more.
Yeah.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
You're gonna
Fuck.
plant. You're gonna break the trip.
What trip?
Oh, there's no trip. All right, you're good then. And then after
You
this, you're
just
gonna
lit
play
one
up.
funny.
You're gonna get aggressive.
Yeah, you need to play like here. Choose an area.
Yeah, go. Yeah, walk.
Okay.
Towards them. You go towards them.
You
You need to catch them off guard.
Okay.
More.
one more.
Which way?
Anywhere.
Go left, I think. Yep, they're right there.
Swing this.
Nice.
Nice.
Ooh.
You have your
So they know
TP
where
in
you're
3 seconds.
Portal closed.
Oh shit! I was gonna take my portal. No.
Ooh, entity.
Damn.
Good idea.
I was gonna
good.
take the portal. I was gonna be a hero, guys.
Dude, that jet fucking just crushed us, man.
If you need help figuring out how,
I mean, we can still buy here. We should buy it. Like,
Yeah.
do the light buy. Do the light
Actual
buy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
are we going?
Well, it has to be a full buy or.
Oh, we can just chill. These guys push. Look, these guys push for sure.
Time to jump.
I'm gonna
Over
hold
there.
this.
Ashes
Oh,
down.
wait, what the fuck?
Smoke's down.
Guys outside garage.
You good.
Well done.
Break it.
Careful behind you, Lily. Their A push is probably gonna happen.
variable.
Oh my fucking god, he was corner.
Alright,
Yeah, A push. Oh,
Push that A.
Oh, yeah.
Show me a
Let's
target.
hold this. Let's hold this together.
Gonna smoke off mid
They're
again.
still there.
She's hit for nothing.
Oh,
Enemy A.
40.
One C-Mall. One I'll try hot toast.
Gummy, can you smoke left and right of B?
I have one smoke.
Can you smoke right of B?
Launching smoke.
30 seconds
Placing
left.
alarm bot.
A side or
He's close right.
nice.
Destroyed. Found. I got the
Oh
spike.
god,
One window.
One window.
Running for
Oh,
it.
window.
you can go see.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. You need to push up. It might be double flank.
Yeah.
Yeah, double flank. Oh, 10
Yeah.
seconds.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm gonna try and hold you.
Placing 10 seconds left.
Woo!
It's okay.
Spikes down.
You wanna play garage?
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah.
Swarm grenade.
Garage
out.
door. Might be open.
My
Nice shot.
ultimate is ready. Initiated. Last.
Oh, one more.
One enemy remaining.
Now four.
Oh, wow, they were all
nice. So
flanked.
good.
Oh no.
Oh, you. That was good, dude. Okay, these guys push A every round. Like, fuck these guys.
Jet,
So
it's just a jet.
yeah, give me a trip or whatever there, like a thing, that thing.
Breathe.
Because they have
Then
that
commit.
double sentinel setup, man.
Man.
If we're equal win. Let's
want-
buy stingers.
Oh, you want to do it? Okay, I'm down. I'll give you the whatchamacallit? I'll give you the Vuln through. I can
Over
Vuln
there.
here.
I can stinger someone.
Yeah.
Over
You
there.
just run. All right, buy Stinger. We're running.
Okay, go in with my
Yeah, I'm
dog.
gonna
Go in with my
smoke
dog.
off Window.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
Dim beacon here.
Go in. Hold dog.
Decoy.
1B.
Enemy spotted. Making cover. Launching smoke.
Oh, left. What the fuck? I didn't.
No,
share
that's
it.
my bad. I didn't check that.
Yeah. Nice.
Powers out.
Good clear.
Alarm bot out.
Placing swarm.
You're good. There's someone on my flank. So
Time
you,
to
can,
jump.
you can just sit there.
Okay. Smoking off CT.
One guy's garage.
Okay.
Okay, Lily's got one. Wait.
My turn's watching.
I'm playing garage.
I think he went garage.
Two garage. One more.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Right
Plus
here.
one seat.
My ult's ready.
Nice.
Intact.
You mean thank God you cleared this shit.
No,
Yeah.
I saw Sage wall, but if she wasn't back,
You
she
can
had.
trust my ball.
Yeah. I was looking at that. I was like, what the fuck? Lily put that. Oh, her aim's always sick. Her aim is really like she's better at the sheriff than I am. That's why I'm playing sheriff.
Let's get the flank turret and then let's
Wait.
walk.
Can I call this?
Over there.
Hold on. Come
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Everyone
He
run
wants to
long.
out.
I'm gonna ulti long right now. If I lose this
Okay,
1v1
follow
against
Scarra.
Jet,
Follow
just
Scarra.
kill her when she
Give
comes
us a
out.
boost off the start.
Yeah.
Let's spot Scarra. Let's spot for this.
1, 2, go, run.
Distraction.
Run.
You want to
Go.
We need a bomb. We need a bomb.
When you
I missed.
get on.
Yeah, you get on.
Okay, I'm good.
Nice.
Molded. Enemy A.
Cypher's here. We don't have to force. We don't have to force. They used out. Back up.
Yeah, you guys just chill. Oh, they use Astro Wall. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
One flank.
Nice.
Dead.
Okay.
Okay,
Ooh.
let's
Dude,
let's cancel.
Human's aim is so fucking crazy, man. He's actually
Carrier short.
so good.
We have
Yeah,
four,
no,
we have four.
I'm doing the 1v1 because I think their Jet's so much better than their next player that I'm willing to just take the
We kill
trade.
it. One more.
I think she's the way they get all their
Can you
actions
smoke
started.
right?
I think without Jet,
Yeah, look, give
they're
me bomb,
not
give me bomb.
that good. Oh, they rest long.
Give me bomb.
You could be.
One trying to flank.
B or C.
Run. Okay. Gumi can hold. Gumi can hold.
I have ults for.
It's plenty for long. We're holding different angles. One CT.
One might be long now.
Oh, you heard it. Nice kill.
One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
That's one CT.
Good look.
Reloading.
Woo!
I want him.
Dizzy's up top.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Swing
Hard
it.
left.
No.
You're sorry, you ran.
Hey, you guys played the post really well. Holy fuck.
That was a good out. Trade it.
No, yeah, if I get rid of the Jet, I don't think they have a player who's as
Let me
good.
buy you. I'm capped.
Oh yeah.
I need a gun.
Yeah, their Jet is definitely their all-star.
They are quite the brokies this game, so you guys know.
This is business.
Okay.
Time to jump.
Let's maybe just
Break
play
down
long
the
C.
wall. Stage mid.
Alright.
One strike.
Oh, kill him.
Blinded.
One's on the
One
right.
towards logs.
No.
Okay, I was blinded. Full blinded. Oh.
Oh wait, he
Focusing.
Sage is
Oh,
gonna be by garage.
Help out Gumi. Help out Gumi.
Breaking them.
give me the other one.
Breaking them. Stopping fire.
Stopping fire on the right.
Nice. One
One more
CT.
CT.
One
One more
CT.
CT. Oh, platform.
Nice.
Cover me,
One
cover me,
more
cover me.
One enemy
Really
remaining.
got nice. No eyes. Could be flank. Could be flank.
Focusing.
Flank, flank, flank.
Flank. Flank.
Nice.
Oh, you guys are beasts.
Holy
Yay!
Good clutch up. Good
I haven't
clutch
played
up.
in 2 months, and this
We're-
is how
Your aim is
I need to take
crazy.
You need to
2
take
month
more
breaks
2
more
month
often.
breaks. Yeah.
I can drop. I'm capping.
Oh my
No
god.
cap.
No, I got
cap.
nothing.
No cap.
Host is cap too. Like, you guys are just rich. Well, I've owned Jet. Oh. I think my ISO arc, it's fun.
They're
He's
kinda
really fun.
broskies.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They bought a little last time.
Smoking wind.
Over there.
When the window?
I've got your trail.
Through mid.
One pushing out, pushing out, pushing out, push that.
Was that left?
Shit,
Two mid, two mid, two mid, two mid. Hold flank. One's here, one's here, one's here.
I have ulti
Show
for
me a
post plant.
target.
Thanks, Wings. Thrash is ready.
Lily,
garage.
we need bomb when we need it.
I know exactly where.
Next.
One flank.
One play detained.
I have
Yeah,
Molly
one
on
more,
it.
right? Okay.
Yeah. I'm Molly.
One enemy remaining.
You guys are evil.
Lambs to the fucking slaughter.
You guys are evil, man. Oh.
Post plant warriors.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of
Lily,
them.
if you want to go with them, I'll
Let's
hold
go.
lurk. These guys are pushing like mid A every round. Oh. Ooh. Dude, my one ISO ulti.
That's all it takes.
I can
Still
ult.
kind of broke.
Launching smoke.
That's not.
1A.
Cypher and Jet on A.
Do you need me to help you get
Time to
out?
jump.
No.
Yeah, you're chilling. I'm holding C.
Oh,
Can I
okay,
ult?
okay,
Oh,
one B link.
Yeah.
Onside, onside,
I'm
onside.
one.
I'm blinded.
Focusing. Over there.
Flame post.
One garage.
Ping.
Freaking suck.
Reloading.
I have flank.
2 A link, 2 A link.
Wait,
Last 2 A link.
not that flank.
Focusing.
Ow!
One enemy remaining.
Still A link.
Enemy
Marshall.
spotted.
Still A link. Right side. Left side now.
Nice.
You
Nice.
tried to be a hero. Great job.
That flash.
Lily? I,
I'll teach him to respect their elders.
no. Just
Oh.
I can turn it. Just let me know when you're thinking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
yeah. I will communicate.
I'm
next
looking at
time.
you and I'm like, is she gonna throw? And then I just get owned.
Jet plays me long every now and then.
Yeah. She is just pretty much always there.
Okay, let me put my turn more.
Turret out. Placing sentry.
One shot A long.
Yo, sound A. Oh shit.
Ooh, push that.
Spike
Show
down.
me a
Attacker spawn.
Got the spike.
What? 17. Sky.
Flank
The
out A.
fuck?
Okay.
Who else? My ult is ready.
One more
Oh.
flank, one more flank.
Spike
Wait, where are
down.
you?
C.
Wait, I was like, I thought my teammates were playing default. I turned around They're gone. These guys are fucking in the
Last
garage
player
already.
standing.
And I have to spike. What? I was not even watching the minimap until like literally everyone's movement was different than I expected.
Thirty seconds left.
Yeah, this is light work for you, Gumi.
Goom goom.
The gooms.
Oh,
Oh, wait. It
wait.
just appeared there.
I thought everyone was playing default. The spike player dies.
Honestly,
and
yeah,
I see you guys in window. I'm like, wait, what? You guys hate me.
I thought we were playing default.
Yeah, default. What the fuck? They're here.
They're getting antsy. They're pushing
TTV
out
is
from
Zaya. Thanks for
everywhere
subbing with this stream. Yeah.
Let's do a C rush.
Yep.
now.
Okay.
Gonna smoke the...
No, that includes you.
And I'm gonna teleport.
Smoke's down.
I'm gonna ult platform.
Perfect accuracy.
Stopping fire. Destabilizing.
Destabilized.
Ooh, that's bomb.
Placing alarm bot.
Nothing for long. Oh, push that, push that.
Yeah, no, that guy's crazy. What
Spike
the
down.
Show me
C.
a target.
fuck?
Got the
That
spike.
long.
Someone playing. I'm going garage.
One CT.
Planted.
Somebody mosh pit.
One
He's
garage,
gonna
2
saw
CT.
you.
2 CT.
One enemy
Nice,
remaining.
should be garage.
Oh,
Last
garage, garage.
Oh,
100. 100.
okay.
Got her little kneecap.
All right, I did.
Good.
All right, last
in
round.
the half.
Time to spend this cash.
Yes.
Let's just go A. Like literally, crash this. I'm gonna just ultimately long.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Over
literally
there.
just run, just run.
See what the. Oh.
Placing
Woo.
sentry.
Okay. Wait, can you just ult too short? Oh, fuck, never mind. It's fine. I'm gonna just open with it.
Let's see how it goes. They
It's
put a
fine.
star out here.
No
Go for it.
distraction.
I missed. Miss.
Get out of my way.
Launching smoke.
All right, never mind. We're going mid. The
Got
fuck?
him.
Guy didn't even play the long.
Show me a target.
Here with you. I'm here with you.
Destabilizing.
Placing swamp grenade.
Making cover.
Swamp grenade.
On top.
Gotcha. I got the
Drop
spike.
I gave you spike.
Wingman's planting.
Volley. Reloading.
That's right.
Oh god, look.
That's two
Spike.
side.
Thanks,
Lily,
Wings.
It's
Lily.
planted for long.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, it's good. We chill. They don't know where Lily is. I think.
They
They
do
know, they know, they
know.
know, they know.
Flash out, Lily. Not on.
Saw you, Mosh.
It's needed. It's needed.
You don't have to peek, Lily. You're fine.
Go,
Okay, now you
go.
can flash.
Last player standing. One enemy
No,
remaining.
we're good.
She was default. No, you did well, Lily.
Wait, your first flash.
What could you have done better?
Switching sides.
You can bounce off the
Never
closest
show weakness.
thing. I think the wall instead of trying to shoot
No,
here.
if it was Scarra on the other team, she'd have blinded that perfectly.
So,
I play Euro because he's cool.
yeah, yours fucking fun.
He's so cool.
Dude, I'm just this is fucking Yumi's going fucking crazy, man. I don't even get to play ISO because it's like I die and she trades for 3.
I'm
The
gonna play...
Apex.
I should play B. It's easier for
Nightfall 1522. Welcome back for 91. Yeah, I'm trading.
You know what
Go
to
see.
do.
Yeah.
Oh, our
I
A
like
setup.
the ISO.
Our A setup is. Oh, ISO reminds me of Harbor, so I really like him.
Sounds here. Sounds here.
You see?
Garage.
Smoking garage.
Focusing.
Run, little
Breaking them. Neutralized.
Holding the garage. No one's in.
Okay. Well, one's in from garage. One's in from
80
garage.
80 sky.
One in garage.
Yes, target.
One's in garage
Ow!
still.
Sky's one shot.
Two on my right. Two on my right.
Lock down. C. One enemy remaining.
Coming along.
Long. Nice.
Nice.
What
learned a
the
lot.
Oh,
That blind that hit me from garage was like crazy.
He says they're
Good comms, good comms, good comms. Wait, my passive there blocked 105 damage.
nice.
Yeah, I think ISO's just like Reyna. ISO's literally Reyna on fucking pistol.
Reyna with extra steps. Time to shoot the.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Tiny bit harder.
Mid.
Jump that window. Jump that window.
They're forcing. They're forcing.
Okay.
They're in garage, right?
I missed all my bullets. Oh, I missed all my bullets. I'm so sorry.
One more window. Planting.
Here.
Spike planted.
Both. One C, one long.
Wait, I
Both
can't.
could be on site.
My aim is so bad today.
You heard one?
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
No eyes.
Backside.
Backside. 1, 2, 3, swing.
Okay.
You got my
Oh, nice.
guardian. I think it's
Jimmy, you can have it.
someone had it.
I see you.
The skin is very obvious.
Not the boom you
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Not the best. Okay, I'll upgrade that later.
I can hold an area
Dude, I
pretty well
missed
myself.
6
Make sure to
shots
cover
on
the angles
Jet.
I can't.
God. You checked wall? I didn't have wall, right? But because I bought 2 undercuts, which is probably a wrong play. It just this position is really ugly. What I should do is I should just reposition it here, because this gives me a lot better.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Smoking garage.
Giving up garage.
Here's a mid.
One in.
In already?
Getting.
One more outside B.
Oh, one more mid. One more mid.
Are you serious?
Spike down. C.
130, 130, 130.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Jet's
50
20 life.
still
Jet's 20 life.
Sage.
And you're done.
What was Jet?
Sage and
Hey,
Temple.
Oh, Sage.
Garage. Jet's garage.
Sage
Okay, one.
B. Both B garage. Sage has no heal.
Spike planted.
Wow. Dude, I keep missing my shots. You should shoot ADS? Yeah.
Double.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves? Thinking out loud.
They're just Wing in garage. I'm gonna.
I
stay there.
have missed all my shots. Like just someone swap with me. I am not feeling so good.
I'll set up my alarm bell for garage.
Oh, are we buying? No.
Light
I thought
wide
we
now?
were.
Maybe
Oh,
like.
okay.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So long.
Smoke it
Don't worry.
off. Smoking it off.
One garage.
What happened to calming your flashes?
So sorry. I'm so sorry.
One cut A, one cut A, one cut A. I do not.
Wait, deploying default.
Sage garage. Or outside garage.
101.
There's two on A, 2 on A.
Yeah, 2A. It's Sky
Fuck,
Astra.
one more
Sky
man.
Astra. Astra's 50 life. That's your 2. 3A.
No
Spike planted.
fucking
3A,
way,
3A, 3A.
man.
3, one mid. One mid. Okay, you're mid. Nice.
Impeccable
There's a
kill.
gun.
There's 2 guns mid.
Yeah. Go grab him. Go grab him.
Push that.
Astra's 100 life.
Go.
One's close. One close.
Go.
Last player standing.
Wow, you 11 chip bullets.
On the right.
I'm just missing the time.
Yeah.
Good save.
Dude. Wow, they really sold the mid there.
Yeah, no, they're W king everywhere.
If I may,
Dude.
I'll go in first. Thin out their numbers.
I just sucked. It's okay. It's okay. I got it now. I have ulti. I do like you two playing mid and we take sides. I just don't know which I'm going to. I think I double up with those.
Sounds A. A lot of sound there. Wow, one mid.
Enemy spotted. C. Enemy A.
One backed up, A.
One C long.
Oh, one more mid.
One outside B.
Turrets destroyed.
Smoke B.
Oh shit!
Enemy down.
I've got your trail.
Executing, they're executing.
B? Okay.
Multiple enemies. C.
Oh no. 70 on Cypher. Execute C.
Do you want me to ult this and try for it? Oh, I'm down.
Spike planted.
There's one
Down.
backside, I think.
Hold on.
Stopping fire. Breaking them.
You will not kill my allies.
Sage is down.
Last player.
Oh god, he
One bullet.
swung me.
No, behind
Oh.
That was a good try.
Fuck.
That was a good try.
Good try, everyone. I think
Yeah.
we all
I
did
didn't
Yeah.
bring a
good
snack.
there.
Yeah.
Did anyone bring a
Good
snack?
info, Lily. Good info. Saw that.
Dude.
They're just defaulting now.
Yeah, they're defaulting.
It's something where I feel like we should push out. Lily, can you come with me to push out here?
Which
Jummy smoke mid.
Just take that gun. Just take that gun.
Sentry.
Yo, can you smoke this for us,
Over there.
please?
Okay.
Let's keep on
Time to
vibing.
jump.
Full smoke window.
Oh, they're here. Oh god, we are running. Oh god, we are running.
Down you go.
Focusing. Stand aside.
One's holding spawn.
Enemy down.
Nice. You have
Lily,
you have
Lily,
4v2. 4v2.
Lily, forgot. Oh,
One's trapped down there. 4v2. One's trapped in short. I don't have
she left
to
side?
say too much.
She was no.
Okay.
Oh, she's coming out.
She's coming out.
Enemy spotted. A.
100,
Stuck
100.
left, stuck left.
40. Oh no.
180.
One enemy remaining.
Last one. Play together.
Spike
Hold
down,
A.
cross.
Window. She's 1 HP.
1 HP.
No
1 HP.
distractions.
Lily, run.
Where'd I go?
Here, I'm pinging it. Yeah, on your left.
Oh! AT. Sorry, I should communicate.
Every fight is a
NC,
lesson.
good job, everyone. Good try, everyone.
No, because I was 85 HP as well. I thought it healed me to 150. It only heals me to 125? I think I had to buy the shield to 150 before. That sucks.
Okay, for future reference, glowing purple spot is where they will be.
It's like Phoenix.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So, no, I should have comped you so you had better timing.
See you on the other side.
RC is open.
Okay, I could just smoke it.
Smoking C.
Smoking it.
I'm running ASAP.
I'm leaving mid.
No, you go. Leave me. I'll cover. Go.
Oh, already in the
I know
garage. What?
exactly where you
Wait,
are.
how?
Probably,
One's outside
Show
mid.
me a
80
target.
on garage?
One might be on your right, Lily. One's on your right. I'm gonna. Oh,
What?
thank you.
What?
Good job.
80 on
One more.
Nice.
Yes, spike. Back up.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Okay. Play
Hit
together.
40.
Lady.
One shot.
Yeah.
Okay, so he
learned a
smoked
lot.
over your alarm. Or like whatever.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Match point.
I just set it up differently now.
Oh, did she DC'd? Oh.
Oh.
The jet? No, I did a sick 1v1 with the jet.
Oh, and then
managed
you
to
made
kill
her DC. That's
Oh, you
fucked.
made.
Oh, you made her.
Yeah.
ISO ulti in real life.
Yeah.
Lethal Company is funny. Oh, I'm playing Lethal Company tonight at 4 with some VTubers.
I'm gonna ult out Scarra.
Yep.
Show me a target.
I'll handle this.
Nothing C. 3 long.
Breaking them.
All 4.
Target down.
Shit.
Last two stuck there. Hi, low with me, Jimmy. Hi, low.
Destabilizing.
Wow, no, wait, 120 Astro.
Hold.
They're gonna run. They're gonna run. They're gonna run the site. Oh wait, no.
One enemy remaining.
One more.
Spike down A.
It's right there. He's right there.
Go get him, buddy. The wingman's down.
Nice.
Defenders win.
One more. Sorry, buddy. It's over.
Yay!
Oh my god, am I back in gold?
Wow, that. Wait, ISO's so fun. Holy fuck, man. I'm getting embarrassed in these 1v1s.
I can't believe that
Focus,
Astra
lads.
won with 10 HP.
Oh
Like,
shit! I thought she was. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we called her one shot.
She comes out one shot as well.
Oh.
It just heals both players when they get in.
No, she just got lucky when she spawned in. She just like Lily's head was on the crosshair.
Oh.
Ooh, guys. I made a lot of blunders that game, not gonna lie.
Nah.
Good.
You guys did so. Shut up! Shut up!
Ooh. Okay. Okay.
Scarra is kind of awake now.
Dude, I'm getting owned, man. But I actually think it's so funny because when you ISO ult someone, they're just stuck there.
Yeah, I do think it's one of the. I don't know. I'm not sold on that ulti. Sometimes it feels like a counter ulti.
Yeah, I mean it's mainly there to get rid of. You outrange KO, so you can snag him and then turn off his ulti, and then you outrange. I mean, I think you can get rid of some other stuff.
Guys, that was my first win in like 8 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games actually.
Yeah, I have 6 losses in my.
That is insane. Yeah, no, my match history is not.
It's very red.
Oof.
And you're still silver.
Okay, yeah,
Somehow.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Somehow, right?
That's pretty
crazy.
good.
Look how much radiant I have, guys. God, I want to buy something, but I don't know. Oh, you bought the bundle? Fuck, I'm looking at the bundle right now.
Okay, I had to get the stick. I love sticks.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, I mean like.
Cool, man. You do you, bro. You do you, man.
No, it's a bulldog. If this or an Aries, if this was a guardian, I would buy this. Fuck.
Sticks.
Wouldn't this work? Does that work? Play the characters over your minimap and cover your bot? Nah, I'm good. Yeah, maybe, but I'm good. I personally think it looks better if they're on the bottom. But sometimes you can't see my health, so it's kind of weird. Honestly, this is too big to cover. Like, this is too big horizontally. So you're pretty much only putting it in the bottom. We play Lethal Company. I'm playing it tonight at 7 p.m. with Ori and friends. I don't know which friends, so I will figure out that when I get to 7. Oh, wait, chill queue time. You have any glasses? Oh, I've had Lethal for like a year. 2 years. Year and a half?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude,
League queue times aren't this long.
League queue times are the worst queue times ever.
Okay, in solo queue, yeah, it's pretty bad. But I think flex queue.
Oh
it's
yeah,
not as
true.
bad.
I think you know what always pops fast usually? TFT.
Okay, yeah, that's why TFT is the best game ever.
Yeah, TFT is just the GOAT.
Except this last set and the set before that.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much the same set, right?
Yeah. Well, no, like the others, like.
You didn't like
Wait,
8?
Did you like set 8? I didn't
Wait,
like
what
8.
was 8?
I don't know. I erased it from my
Yeah,
memory
I
already.
forgot. Oh, it was
7 was
hero
dragons,
augments.
right? Yeah,
Okay,
7
yeah,
was dragons.
Oh yeah,
and
7, 8,
hero
9.
augments.
You know, honestly, in hindsight, 8 was not that bad.
8 was not 8 and 8.5 was not that bad. I
Yeah,
think.
I
At the
think
end,
9.5 was terrible.
9.5 has to be one of the worst. I usually have like over 200 games. Like I couldn't get 200 games in.
Okay.
Split.
All right.
Lily, this is your kill drone.
Show me the cipher
Scarra.
test. Yeah, what's up?
Did you know Jummy made me play like 6 League of Legends ranked game in a row with him? And I did not have fun.
That sounds like a personal problem. That sounds like everyone does the same thing.
No, I never played League ranked before. I only played ARAMs.
Oh.
And I'm level 200 because of ARAMs alone.
Oh.
Experience.
You got the
I love
experience, the
ARAMs.
lady phase, and the jungler.
Having 4 or 5 people bottom lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Avengers. I can play smokes if you don't want to
I
jump.
can play smoke.
Okay, I can play fade.
Sick.
I don't have Sky on this PC.
Enough training.
Is Omen better in
It's
this map,
time.
or is Brimstone better in this map?
Brim's easier always,
Brimstone is easier.
but I do like Omen Blind though, but it's like
Yeah, it helps people get onto site.
yeah, it's
but
fine.
It's only you, so.
Yeah, it's just whatever, man. I have to aim go my way out the site anyways. Maddie, you have to be level 30 to play actual League. Wait, bro, the reason why is because there's so many fucking bots, man. Bots are just people making fresh accounts. I can't believe even nowadays. Like, they should just sell Smurf accounts and tie it to your main account MMR. That's it. I'm serious. And make it very public. If you abandon one, you just get banned in the other. They should be
I don't know if
monetizing
the game has changed.
Smurf
Like, doesn't
accounts.
that mean usually you have to pressure their mid so that they can't just leave it alone?
Yeah.
Let's rush this. Everyone come mid.
You want mid
Okay.
rush?
Everyone come mid. What's the Sage is gonna do is he's gonna wall and then he's gonna back up mid.
No. I'm gonna
there.
bond him.
No. We just rush it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna.
We just rush it. Stim.
Vents and spin.
Smoke's down.
Stim.
Beacon down.
Yep. Shoot it on the left. Go. Chase. On the right. Ah.
Spike down mid.
God.
Reloading. Bring them down.
Oh my god.
Reloading.
I have the spike.
Someone.
Nice. One more. Help Lily. Help. All good.
Find you. Marked 1. Enemy down.
No eyes, Arena.
They're both there. You heard the other guy.
I like this.
The long con.
Yumi played this so well, actually. Damn, they were doing
That's my bad. I didn't check that right corner.
Yeah, I thought you did. Fuck, I didn't look.
You have such a way with information.
Honestly, she
Cypher.
just hit 2 immediate right clicks as well, so it's like
Yeah, we got
couldn't trade.
Yeah.
My right clicks don't do that.
Yumi's does.
Let's try the same thing.
Oh,
This time we clear.
with what, stingers?
Finger gang.
Oh my god. Okay.
No
You're
smoke.
we're forcing? I'm gonna pick up.
Reloading.
Focusing.
Oh my god!
Bring them down.
I thought
There's one
Damn, I hit him each 70 and 90.
I hit someone 80 and
I
23.
have a pistol.
Wait, we didn't.
Help her, help her.
Wait,
One's
there's
on your flank.
there's- oh,
Lily's holding your
man.
flank.
Last player standing. Flawless.
You know what?
Oh,
I'm done cooking.
102?
Holy moly.
It's the only way to keep them on.
Wait, where do we go again?
It's gotta work.
I
Alright, Lily has the rifle. She goes
Oh, we're
first.
not buying. We're not buying. Sorry.
No, you're buying. You're buying.
No,
you're
you're-
buying. You're
Oh,
buying.
Oh, I'm
I
down.
am buying.
I'm down.
Okay,
I'm
and then
down.
you guys are gonna follow
Yeah.
me and then try to get the guy. You know what?
Or
I'm
you could just
totally
kill all
down.
of them.
Yeah.
I must stop their ring.
I'm coming.
Can we rush
Let's
it?
work out with Lily. Lily, take first peeks.
Over there.
Hold it.
Wall raised.
Okay, let's see.
Oh wait.
Bring them down.
I didn't think about this. I didn't think
Wait
about
a
this. I didn't
second.
think about this. I didn't think. You're gonna
Uh,
think I'm
Lily,
going.
Lily, you gotta do
Bring
something.
them
You have the
down.
gun,
I'm
yeah.
going.
Breaking them.
On the right, on the right. Everyone peek. Everyone peek. Everyone peek. Everyone should be peeking. Everyone should be peeking.
Down A.
Taken them.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
I'm really sorry.
Ooh,
I'm really sorry.
I was okay. It's okay. Let's we can now buy light armor and vandal, and we're good.
I have one smoke.
No, oh, we have one smoke,
I have one smoke.
bro. Buy guardian. We need our. We actually need our smokes here, man. I think. Let me click on it. This guy peeks. This guy peeks for sure.
Show me a target.
Two of us got caught by Zari.
We're almost fence.
Try again.
Push.
They're blind with fear.
Two mid.
Show me a target.
120 on KO.
Can you buy me some time?
One's flanking on your left, Lily. Behind you.
Last player standing.
Shit, I'm so sorry.
God.
KO's one shot.
What the fuck? My bad. What? Oh shit, man. What do you want to do? You want to do guardians? You want to do save? No, I'm the guardian. I can guardian this round too.
I'll have the rifle.
We go.
Play off my rifle.
Tagged.
Oh.
My ult is ready.
Molly.
Oh, I sorry.
Launching smoke.
I have a guardian here. Not sure.
I have the spike.
One left, B. Come.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
You got this, Lily.
Okay, I have an idea. Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
Okay, can you guys all buy guns and sit with me here?
Over there.
So the way this guy works is he peeks first and then goes back to smoke after. So I just want to have two or multiple people looking. I just need at least like two people, like me and someone else. I'll walk here. But yeah, just
So where does he peek?
he just peeks he peeks right here.
Hopping.
Okay.
I'll walk. Okay, thank you. There might be one more here.
I'm
Launching smoke.
Okay.
Careful, they had a
One side.
Right
Here.
here. Enemy spotted A.
Reloading. Bring them
Stopping
down.
fire.
One's on.
The hunt begins.
Re-smoking that man.
Breaking them.
There's two up there.
My
ult is ready.
The one.
One backside, one backside. That's
Then we go.
Yeah,
Come, come,
yeah.
come. Everyone come.
I'm running.
I'm coming.
He
KO
KO
CT.
just blinded a heaven. We're leaving you, Lily.
Okay.
Johnny had cook. Yeah. I fucking love Johnny. But I would play like ass.
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
Oh my god, that stick is so cool.
I'm watching heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Yes. Heaven. String.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, wait.
I'll
Wait.
find you.
Thank God they peek like
Show me a
that.
target.
have come
God
back.
bless.
Let's go.
You don't even need anyone, Scarra. You just
Yeah, I needed the confidence of you guys.
Oh yeah, like there's someone there.
Yeah, you guys got the trade. I'm good. I don't think they're gonna do that again.
Need equipment.
I'm gonna look mid. Someone buy Chubby. Lily buy Chubby.
Oh yeah. Beats.
Focus up.
They're opping. B main. Lily.
Oh, I can res, right?
Okay, let me.
You might have to wall it because
Can you wall and see if he's there? Yeah.
I'll res. Hold on.
Wall race. Your duty is not
Oh,
over.
but I hope my head doesn't come off.
I'm up. Shit.
If he missed that, I was gonna ulti him though.
He's smoking mid vent.
Smoke's down.
I'll find you.
Can you just give me eyes on this guy? I'm the.
You will not kill
Oh,
my.
Lily's got. Toast got contact.
You guys don't have spike.
Okay, we should go B.
Jesus.
Wait.
One enemy
Got the
remaining.
spike.
Coming B. That's cool.
Bring them down.
Show me a target.
What the fuck?
Destabilize.
Oh, he was so close.
My camera is destroyed.
Where are you?
I'm shit. The BlizzCon's still out. They did not.
Oh. He doesn't have time.
He's saving.
Caught one.
Oh, you caught him there.
Oh, nice.
You
Oh, there's
not
a wall. Does
save
anyone want it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make their fear your weapon.
Here you go.
Or use a gun.
Oh God.
Wait, Scarra, you wanted it.
Oh, I do. Well, let me go look at the skin real quick.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Oh, this is a pretty game one. I'm holding the angle with op.
If you miss, it's because the skin is ass.
Nah.
Together.
Wait, yeah, you're right.
Smoke off vents.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
No one's peeking, really?
There's
There's
3
at
mid.
least 2. Yeah.
Chaos, Sage mid, and 1 more. I heard it's in vents.
3 smoking vents in a second.
Oh, he jumped in.
Try again.
Oh, they smoked B.
Could be
Can we play
heaven.
B? Oh,
No, there's an op.
shit.
Revealing.
Got the spike.
Hold on, we'll see where everyone else.
Oh.
I'll go, I'm running.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm running. You want to look mid? You can do it.
Your heaven's open.
Yep.
Can we smoke heaven?
Smoke's down.
Smoking.
Lily, can you wall CT?
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh God. Please
Smoked
help
off
me.
for now.
Please help me. Planning?
Do it.
Created.
Nice.
Is that a wall? Oh, that's
Spike,
such a
spike.
wall. I'm so
Heaven?
sorry.
Is there a hole?
Right now, soon?
Is there a hole?
No.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Killed Heaven.
Oh, to your right, Jimmy.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
Both were elbow. Actually, no eyes on KO.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Clutch.
Nice.
Who's the old dog now?
Yo.
Whatever happens,
Ooh.
suck in.
Nice.
Don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
Man,
Yeah, hey,
can't
dude.
pick nothing nowadays.
I just realized that I was thinking, how are they so rich? It's because we gave them 4 fucking rounds this game. These guys could double buy op. Like, what the hell?
How to lull them to sleep. They think we're idiots because of the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, okay. I'm ducking.
Launching smoke.
Hold up, man.
She left. She tagged. We can put some pressure on her.
Resmoking that, resmoking that.
Destabilizing.
Destabilize it.
Okay.
See ya.
Nice, I'm walking up.
Smoking
spike.
CT, smoking CT.
Beacon here.
I'm gonna molly you.
Right
Show
here.
me a target.
Alright, this should be the last person. Let's get him. He's on the right. He's on the right.
Right here.
He's behind pillar.
Swing right.
Nice swing.
Nice.
Reloading.
Spike is with Lily.
Lily,
You
a
guys-
bomb.
Yeah. She broke her legs.
I broke my leg.
Cage.
Don't worry. Yubi has Giga Flank.
They could flank. They can jump over my trip flank.
Oh.
Here,
What happened?
What happened?
One enemy remaining.
Wait, how did she get there?
Where are you?
Beep, 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 beep. Right there. Chubby.
Oh.
CD.
Stubborn to die.
No.
I figure out how that Reyna. Oh,
Watch
was
out,
it
man.
from
Keep
Link?
fighting. Rest
From
here.
sewers?
Great alert. Oh, you
Oh,
learned
that makes
nothing.
sense.
Oh, wait. Can you smoke this
Over there.
and stim up
Over
ramp?
there.
Yeah, can I get everywhere? Smoke this, stim up ramp. I'm gonna just ulti you ramp. And if I lose the 1v1, you guys just trade me. Okay?
Okay.
Stim up ramp.
Over there.
Smoke this. Cross. We're taking
there.
5 tower. Okay?
Whoa, Scar, you aren't gonna wait? And why aren't you in the sewers where it's closer?
No distraction.
Got it. I got it.
Help him. Help him. Go.
I got it.
One more. Trade it, guys. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I
Contract
should be in
complete.
sewer. You're fucking right.
One CD. Marshall.
2 CT.
There's an Omen blinder from somewhere.
Omen blinded from CT.
Okay.
Planting for heaven.
Show me a target.
Thank you. They're on.
Well, you should swing this.
I shouldn't have.
If you wait, they're gonna clear you.
Actually, I think
Yeah,
it's
just hold
fine.
that. Stop moving. Shoot it. Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Almost on your left, Lily. He's in CT. He's in the tower. He's in the tower.
Well, I killed
here.
one here.
Cypher? What? Wait. Hold on.
No. You said in the tower.
I'm jump peeking.
Run, Lily, run!
He's looking for exit. Don't die to bomb and don't let him kill you.
Fuck.
Bye.
Here we go.
Watch your right. Keep watching that. Nice job.
Ooh.
Oh, he took someone's gun and left.
You were right about sewer though. I forgot.
Mm.
Well, no,
When we
it's
go
because
out
like
there,
I
someone
can't get this. Oh wait, I can't get this.
Carry that
Never
over
mind.
there.
I should have been sewer.
I can buy.
You know, you got the guy and you won the 1v1.
Yeah. You know, Vando versus Sheriff, pretty good.
You can buy Mr. Toast.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, Jubby's got you. Jubby's got you.
Any operators?
No.
Is it start with a
Oh,
baseball player pretty good?
hit
It's
them
1 in
hard.
3 good for
Working.
baseball? Like if I hit 1 in 3 balls.
Focusing.
They walled off.
Halo's here?
Main.
Average 1 in 4? Hey, oh.
Breaking them. Show me a target.
Oh, one pushing out, one pushing out.
My bullets were bullshit on that spray.
When you clear sewers.
I did 120 Phoenix and 54 KO.
While she's moving,
There is no way. Like, oh.
Okay, we can hold. We can wait. Yeah, clear this Phoenix out.
Honestly, it's like, yeah, I should have maybe not held it down.
You could be getting flanked.
Last player standing.
Two in heaven.
Fuck, one's on the left and one's in heaven.
Hit him for 100.
Yeah, my spray there was such bullshit. It's fine. We're about to get to 6-6 to defense.
I have ulti. I can ult somewhere.
What is your ulti? Oh, you want to? Isn't your normal to ulti B?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right. Your batting average is
fast.
Point T4. Yeah.
That's true.
Like that.
Got it. Oh shit! There's another one. There's another one.
The hunt begins.
Find you. Bring them down.
Spike down.
Nice.
Backside.
Yeah, you can chill. I think I went flank. Ultied. Omen.
They have bomb.
Last player standing.
Where is everyone hiding? My
Fuck!
It's okay. We got to this half 5-7. I'm perfectly okay with that.
Double sentinels. Holy shit.
Yeah, Lily. Where are you holding? Where are you holding,
I'll
Lily?
go opposite of.
Yeah.
I have to be mid because I can see that. Smoke.
I'll play heaven.
Smoke a bowl.
Okay, I'll eye out Amy.
Yay. You know, I do like how clean the default what you call it, Reyna pistol is.
Wait for my eye to load.
This has been my ghost skin for forever.
No one's here.
No noise. Wait, careful.
One step B.
Go.
Smoking immediately.
Show me a target. Breaking them.
Walking. On my left.
Enemy down.
All four.
52.
Dude, fucking got
Spike down.
blinded.
All on side.
Dude, I got blinded.
Each of them ding for 30.
Last player standing.
66 on KL.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
One might be heaven.
Enemy
Nice.
removed.
I hit Omen. You're right.
I voled 3 there too. Holy shit! I
Dreams that are
got
funny.
blinded.
Yeah,
Fuck.
I smoked. I was ready for that smoke as soon as they stepped. I'll do some crazy shit.
Might do some crazy shit.
Smoke's down.
Quiet.
Oh,
I'm
no,
rotating.
I'm gonna try to get one here.
Okay, I'm
Smoke's
gonna
down.
make them fall into you.
Focusing.
No. Oh, I didn't get to. There's a Marshall right there, Yumi. If you want. I fucking.
Spike planted.
Can TP up heaven.
Last player standing.
50 gifted Jummy.
Yeah, they.
Flawless.
Yeah, this has a vandal. Fucking nerd.
Very winnable. Very winnable. Very winnable.
It's super winnable. battle sage. Wait, can I go?
You want mid?
Yeah, I'll get mid. I'll wall off mid. That's what sages do, right?
It's like the
I'm a sage.
if you do that, they break it one round. You
I
just
am both sword
just-
and shield Scarra.
just
It's also harder for me to smoke.
it's fine.
Barrier created.
Quiet. Hold.
I'm watching B with you. Lily, can you
One
move
guy
to A?
tapping orb.
Lily, oh, never mind. Lily, here.
Smoking.
Here,
2B.
B.
2B.
3B.
My eyes are down.
Not in.
Not
Not
in, not in,
committing.
not in. Careful mid.
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 Disengaging.
Mid?
Yeah, look at mid.
They're breaking my wall.
Launching smoke.
Resmoking mid.
Destabilizing.
Are you 40? Oh.
65 Omen. Wow.
They just run?
Yeah, they run a gun. Let's go.
Last player standing.
Fuck.
Wow. No.
Dude, yeah, they are playing around your setup here.
Over there.
You might have to pull back. Wait. What if you can play setup on Heaven if you want? No, I mean you did well, Lily. That was just we got owned.
First game.
No, we got owned.
First game on split today as Sage.
Specifically, yes.
I'm thinking C long then, or B long.
C long.
On the left. Jesus Christ, this Omen does not miss.
It could be events already.
Show me it.
Oh God, these guys are crazy, man.
Oh. I'll find you.
One.
Last player standing.
Nice. Oh, I saw it.
I saw the vision.
Oh man.
Prepare yourself.
How do we want to do
We
this?
fight once again.
This is so hard, actually.
Can I go? Actually, yeah, I'll go like B this time.
You wanna go
Switch
B
it
main?
up a little bit? Yeah.
You could just
What it is.
do the diagonal
Over there.
wall. I think I'll hold B Heaven. Dude, I'm getting.
I do
flat.
usually knife Heaven when I push here.
Yeah.
Oh, I fell short.
Oh, one cross ramp already. They'll have Heaven. They'll have Heaven. Stage.
Launching
mid?
smoke.
They're in vents already.
Get down.
They broke my wall.
Playing with my
Bring
dog.
them down.
Thank you, Joyce. I'm holding.
Destabilizing.
We should fight this guy if there's 4 of us here. 1, 2, 3, push in.
Smoke's down.
1, 2, 3, push in. On the right. Have you?
Everyone hiding.
Reloading.
Lily, careful. Lily.
Two on side.
One mid, market.
Spike planted.
Begins. Scatter.
There's an ulti.
You got it. I got
Alright,
it.
one.
I got
Okay.
it.
I'm ulti.
Nightmare, take them.
You are powerless.
Swing it. Swing. Shoot. There's 3 of you there.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Nice.
Oh,
Good job. We can win this.
these guys are. Jesus, man. I'm taking your Odin post.
Thank you.
You just take this. You name the base up pro player?
Who am I
Hell
kidding?
no.
My knees are gonna kill after
Over there.
this.
Just buy me. Goom.
Boom boom.
Yeah, got me.
They have Phoenix
Yeah,
ulti. get ready for the executes, they might just push the site.
Yeah, they're gonna slam a site here.
Yeah, they have.
They might slam
here.
A.
I'm gonna immediately smoke off a main.
I'll lie.
I think smoke mid for me, so I can cross ASAP.
Okay. I'm smoked off mid. I'm smoked off
Nothing
mid.
A.
Focusing.
Low, you have slow orbs.
Omen TP.
Whoa, you guys are crazy. We're good. No, not in.
Not in.
Could have
not
ramps.
in.
They could have ramps.
Please hold the aggressive angle. We'll be able to know instantly. You can just jump peek that if you want.
Show me a target.
One mid.
Oh no. Can we fucking hold the advantage? Goddamn all of you.
40.
Oh.
Two mid.
Last player standing.
One B heaven, one on site.
One enemy remaining.
Last
Well,
one
that's
Spike down B.
Camera taken out. Copies are nothing.
that guy really did that, man.
Shoot
Yeah, that Lily, that Reyna player is kind of. It's like he's been owning me, man.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, hold the site.
Yeah,
Mr.
you
Toast, may I have a buy?
I heard, yo, you could jump peek this if you want.
Wait, but that wasn't a jump peek.
It was like, you could jump pick this if you want. Nah. And then I just died.
He-
I was just so confident.
No, I like that. Except for I got owned right after.
Focusing.
No one B.
Launching smoke.
Well,
A lot A.
They have ramp. They have ramp.
Okay, I'm smoking off ramps.
Smoke's down.
They have three like three ramp right now. Play off the trip.
Breaking them.
Bold ramp.
Oh, maybe I over rotated. I'm
Hold,
going
hold,
Yeah,
hold.
just go back.
hold.
Here,
Over
here.
there.
One. Wait,
I'm playing
did
out.
I hear
heaven.
wrong?
One
I heard
TP. So
TP.
TP away.
My wall's gonna break soon. I'm
Okay, hold,
waiting for that.
hold it, hold the wall. Get the angle.
I should go
You
pick
have
B
you have
heaven
Sage
again.
slow.
I jumping ramps. I didn't see anything.
Yup, two.
Slowing the push.
Focusing. Destabilizing.
Destabilized.
30 seconds left.
One.
Oh, one push.
Joke's over.
Spike down A.
Ah.
Last player standing.
No distraction.
Oh, this might not be good.
I scar you when you're 1v1.
And the worst part is we were all spectating.
Oh God.
What
I
the
saw
fuck
it so
happened,
good.
Heaven?
I don't know.
I got shot by two different people.
Blinded into. Blinded.
Yeah, and then blinded.
We have to buy it. Buy it. Buy it up. Buy it up. Buy it up.
Fuck.
Their fears betrayed them.
Please hold.
Here,
Please hold.
kill Lily.
Smoke's down.
Please hold.
I'm gonna go help you out.
B.
They're killing
2,
us.
3.
Ice orb. Just slow him down. Just slow him down.
Show me a target.
Some mid.
Not in yet. Rotating towards mid. They're mid already?
Enemy mid.
Do you have a heal, Lily?
Yeah.
For you.
Re-smoking mid.
They're in already, Jummy.
I know.
I'm blind. I'm blind again.
I bowled all of them? Oh, I might have bowled you.
Molly.
You will not kill my allies.
3,
Spike down
4.
mid.
Already on Omen.
You here?
You're right.
Last player
Fuck,
standing.
man.
No, they nerfed it.
Thank you for
Attackers win.
I was like, hey, I died in 2 bullets. Oh wait, Scarra. I involved all of them and both of you as well.
Yeah, I think I bowled 2 you guys and 2 of them.
2 of them, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it was not
Equal
good.
trade.
Yeah, I
Back to
oh.
pieces.
I'm gonna play
that
some
was
maps.
just one game.
It's okay. It was just split.
Yeah, split sucks.
We lost with 2 sentinels on defense.
Bro,
It's a rough one. It's a rough one out here.
Dude, you guys see what I was trying to do? I got blinded. I was trying to get my C out, like my wall, so that I'm invulnerable, but I didn't get it out in time. How do you feel about Star Fox being called a Gumio? I don't know what that is. Sentinel's just a mindset, bro. No. Fuck. Shotgun stage? Yeah. Dude, I just wanna fuck. Favorite ISO? It's super embarrassing when you lose the 1v1, but it's more like, how the fuck do I get value out of this like I need an entry so I can follow behind them and do the Vuln. So I think Vuln is his best ability. If you can Vuln people, it's like pretty good. There's Diamond? What the fuck? I lost to these guys.
Match found.
Just Diamond? Yeah. It's Lotus. This map blows.
This is the one where you have to pick like the rubble fights comp.
You know, this is actually an okay character on this.
Enough training. It's time.
Oh, because it's a good area to vulnerable them, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. His wall is very thin, so you need like Sunset / Lotus.
Lily, you can do a list if you want to do a list.
Oh no, it's okay.
Did the raise nerfs come through already?
There's raise nerfs, so like my grenade is nerfed.
Your grenade got nerfed a lot.
Everything is nerfed about her.
Yeah.
Fucking don't play her then.
Okay, play Funny Brimstone.
Play Killjoy.
Okay.
What the heck, bro?
What the heck?
I'm Killjoy.
You see Broccoli's Bring Chow in the game? Really? That's such a great
play this
collab.
enough times.
Make me proud, Jum Jum.
Oh, she's actually so good on this map. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna do the Lily version of Killjoy.
Where?
Okay.
What does that mean?
What does it entail?
You will find out in the game.
Okay.
They can't defuse a spike if they're dead.
Oh, we're off. It's nice.
Gumi, what do I buy in offense? 2 nano swarms?
And armor.
2 nanos, bro.
Yeah, what do you need your alarm bot for, huh, punk? A pistol round?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just buy a shirt.
Yeah, Jummy, just buy a sheriff and I'll stand right behind you. You can put your turn here, facing backwards, and I'll watch that point.
Yeah.
And you can still push onto sight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dizzy's up top.
Launching smoke.
There's Sticky!
One's on the right.
Oh my god.
Nice.
I got fucking hit with the stupid
One guy's
ass.
in tree.
There's my buddy.
Let's re-clear flank.
It said about it left or right. It's left. You can super tell because I look toward the left a lot.
Come. Are you guys stuck?
I'm stuck. I'm okay. I'm getting out.
Let's go. Let's run it.
Oh, that's my.
Trade me, I'm low.
We're clear.
I only have 1 smoke.
Let's grab the sword.
Waterfall.
Let's
Launching smoke.
Bomb grenade out.
Let's push waterfall.
Placing sentry.
Push them.
Up and away. My wingman's down.
Here, we went that. Oh.
Nice. Oh, this. I'm getting my orb.
30 seconds
Nice.
left.
We can wait.
1 enemy remaining.
Damn, you guys just
wait for 4. Get ready to swing with me. I'm gonna blind this. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Spike planted.
Come with me. Oh shit. Yeah. Can you make it?
They saw me. Oh, hello?
Yeah.
I'm looking waterfall.
Right here.
Okay, he's close. Go a little to your left. Nice.
Okay, time for a protein shake.
Wait, that's what he says? Time for a protein shake?
I hope their eyes will
What?
fight.
Time for a protein.
Go to self-assessment.
Dude, you know the craziest part of our Halloween party was when people took all of Sean's protein drinks and started doing those with alcohol. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, those are not for the party, guys. But like, all of our protein drinks got drank.
No, I've been seeing people walking around with them. I was like, okay.
Let's do a B. Let's drop a turret facing backwards.
Turret out.
Yeah.
Walk.
1A.
I only have 1 smoke. This is awkward. I thought I bought more.
Someone dropped. We're gonna contact this.
Show me a
You know?
target.
Planting.
Plant the spike, wings. Up we go.
Take it.
One more.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck is shooting me, man.
Omen?
Still got it. Careful now. Reloading.
1 enemy remaining.
Uppy!
Show me a target.
Up.
Stim beacon here.
Nah, damn.
You see that? Tell me you caught that.
Bomb grenade out.
Instinct
They
only goes so
wave.
far.
I could no seriously.
Skill covers
If you see
rest.
pictures, you'll see pictures of Danny with like that. You know who had it
Let's do the
first?
Same thing. Lily, why do you have a vandal?
That was drinking protein shakes and alcohol. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? She was showing them off to me. I'm like,
What are we
what
doing?
What do you do?
Let's
sure you
just
can
do the same thing mid. Lily, you're entering. Buy like a Spectre.
Val and Danny both
You're
had it.
gonna
That's so
entry.
funny.
I'm in a tree.
Go. Let her run.
Alright, we gotta go.
Smoke's down.
Fashion.
Stim beacon down.
Focusing.
Wingman's
Nice.
planting.
Watch your eyes.
Going. Oh, you can't shoot through smoke.
I'm healing.
Placing swarm grenade.
Oh my god.
Bomb grenade out.
On the left.
Nice, Lily.
Killed my bot.
Show me a target.
I'm I'm holding
Blue
there.
is flanked, no
You have Molly.
I don't have
I'm gonna
Molly.
ping for you.
Enemy down.
No. One's
What?
low, one's in the pit. Both in the pit. Both in the
I
pit.
didn't see his head, man.
Going up.
Last
Pinging for you.
player
Ping for you.
standing. One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Nice.
Go, Jeremy!
Ping again. Wow, he stuck it.
Wow, he's stuck.
It's half. Of course he sticks it.
I didn't know it
Go
was
out
half.
there.
My
Someone
bad.
dies.
My bad. Fuck.
Carry that weight.
Oh, I hit him for 104 too.
It's okay, good eco.
Eco. How's my guardian I saved?
Good bonus.
Good bonus.
Okay, you're right. It's Vandal time.
What?
Dream big, make it happen.
They don't have a lot of like
Yeah.
fight and revel here.
Say less. I'm gonna
Focusing.
Placing
Launching
sentry.
smoke.
Dizzy's up top.
Eyeball coming through.
He jump peek.
Reloading. Careful now.
Destabilizing.
Still on the right.
Grenade out.
Focusing.
Okay, hang. Hold my body. Lily, hold my body. Yeah. One's hit. Trade that. One more.
I'm blind.
40 Omen.
Ulti Omen.
One enemy remaining.
Ulti
Where's Omen?
Ulti.
Don't worry about
Rubble.
it. Don't worry about it.
What do
Yeah.
you mean rubble?
Not Rubble. Sorry. Wrong call. It's room. Lee? Fuck. I've never called that before, man.
The area pretty well myself.
You
You
cover
cover the angles
breakable.
I can't.
Wait, what?
Breakable or beam?
Oh. Yeah, I ultied them because
Breakable is a long call out.
I ultied them because I had 30 life. So I was like, oh, I'm just gonna heal. I did, and I lost it, man.
I need
You
a
got me,
gun.
Toast?
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Emily? No, you're winning? Win, one loss? I'll make noise. I'll make noise here.
Show me a target.
Wow, I missed. Okay. Wait, I
They
can't.
might have a free gun off.
Wait.
Yeah, careful.
I can flash through.
Wait, was I the problem?
Flashing through?
No.
Reload him.
No.
Should be stuck behind that box.
What?
I'm gonna go with Spike. Getting Spike.
40 on chamber.
What does that mean?
I got this.
Carrier's down.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Face your fear.
Might be a nice one.
This fucking thing shot, man. Nice.
Really? Oh, one's here.
One is pushed out A.
You think you'll see? Oh, this is kind of.
Get him, wingman.
Last player
Great idea,
standing.
great idea.
Spike down. B.
All right, Lily, it's all you. Oh my.
Oh my.
Dear Kirby, what about for 40 months? Thanks for something.
Jinkies.
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
Rising Kachi, we're watching the NBA, your second modern. Yeah, LeBron's the GOAT.
Save one. Or we have hero vandals, I guess.
Oh, I don't buy.
I can afford next with this.
I can do this.
Let's go B. B rush. Everyone. Lily, you're entering. Just run through the smoke. If it doesn't matter, you're Phoenix.
Someone's here.
Focusing.
Get it. I see you slowing down.
Stopping fire. Destabilizing.
Just take the site. Come in.
Oh, thank you guys.
You took the gun out. That's fine. It's
Don't
fine.
worry, I got it.
One flank.
What's the door.
What's flank?
Breaking that. Try again.
Where am I? Chamberlain 40.
Over there.
One door.
78 chamber.
Chamber's one
One
shot.
enemy
Main. Look.
You're here.
Do it.
Oh! What the fuck?
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has
I'm on with you.
Don't worry, Princess. It hurts, but I'm
I like how Lily goes full force and then goes back.
What do we learn by
It
fighting?
was just me there.
I'm going.
I
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna ult now. I'm gonna be so useful.
Wait, let's get over here. Here. You're taking this guy. You're taking this guy.
Just tell me where to go.
No, fuck it. Do the same thing.
Yeah. You can just go through B.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ult, okay?
Alright.
I will do a wall this way, so you have to look right and then mid. Okay. Oh, I'm the volunteer. I can't think.
You want to play? Let's
Oh,
play.
please no.
Do it. Follow my dog. Follow my dog.
Making cover. Destabilizing.
Oh, I got owned.
Careful now. Reloaded.
Alarm bot out.
They're all here.
Oh no, they're not!
Oh.
Found them.
Watch your eyes.
Get it, bug baby.
Enemy B. Reloading.
My ultimate is ready.
Okay,
One flank. Okay, Lily, peek flank with me.
I'm gonna go flash.
Do it, Joey. I like it.
Initiated.
One more.
Attacker spawn.
Oh.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Okay, well, don't worry, guys. It's so easy. It's so free right now. He has no idea I'm here. Okay, maybe he does.
Who opened this door?
They
did.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out
Comms,
there.
people. Comms. Bad comms. No comms kills people.
I say let's take rubble and then see what happens. You know what? Yellow it, man. YOLO it.
Alright.
Alright, I'm just gonna flash this
Right
angle.
there.
We
Yep.
push up here.
Nico,
And then
VTuber,
let's take tree.
I already replied to this.
Show me a target.
Launching smoke.
Oh, breakable.
Cállate.
Careful now.
Oh, chill. We're involved. Okay, we're gonna go through tree. Where are my tree goers?
Let me hold it. Volley now.
Breaking them.
I'm bold.
Reloading.
Volley
I'm
again.
flashing onto side. Wait for the flash. Wait for the flash.
Someone's there.
One guy's there.
Stopping fire.
There's two here.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, nice.
One was flanked. One was flanked.
Reload him.
Okay. Yeah, Brian rigged
Wait, this
Nico.
Reyna and this ISO at 0 kills.
Oh, I did not know. Holy shit.
Flawless.
They're still breathing. Cool.
Dang.
Very cool.
They're going to hit their spikes.
How many did Nico be used for the announcement? It's expensive. I mean, it's not that expensive, bro. You think Riot really gives a shit about like
Inside
5 to
joke.
10K? That's literally not even one little legend. It is not that expensive. I think commercially they definitely charge more, right? But if they double, it's like 20.
Yeah, I don't think they have an answer for us Rubble.
Yeah,
Like,
their Rebel
I-
sucks
I-
ass.
Good luck.
Dizzy's up top.
Focus. It's you and me.
Oh,
Lock!
Oh god!
don't need luck.
Oh,
Don't need luck,
he
don't need
picked the
luck.
wrong man.
ISO did.
Open this door and don't go in. Yo, on the right.
Fuck.
One's flanking.
Target destroyed.
Go through the doors.
Down. My ult is ready.
Two on side.
Show me a target.
All three.
enemy remaining.
Last one on A.
Where's the last one?
Y'all got this.
A.
On A. Has a Marshall, I think.
Inside of hut.
I'm ulting it. I have 30 life.
Oh shit!
Oh shit, Joey, you got me.
That was funny.
Wait, I did.
Last player standing.
You guys
40,
suck.
40.
I suck.
It's okay.
Raise your wall. It doesn't work in Gulag. It's literally no abilities. You just gotta aim and be good.
There's no way this guy's walking.
That's cute.
Up you go. Dizzy's down.
Yeah. Okay.
Good checkmate.
Hey, I like this game.
Oh, cutie! Thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome.
It seems both ISOs ulted and both ISOs lost.
Yeah. I played Valor with Lily, Toast, Gumi, and Jummy.
Yes.
Playing some ISO, and then afterwards I'm playing a little bit of Lethal Company.
They're kind of
I saw
brokey
cuties and playing some
except
Lethal
this
Company.
Chamba.
It's so fucking funny.
They're in our sights.
Hey Lily,
Flashing out.
you're our...
Up and away.
Show me a target. Breaking down.
Down.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
Team hits twice body.
ISO's there too.
One
Careful,
street.
Tyler.
Ready.
Wait.
One breakable.
Reloading.
One breakable.
Placing swamp grenade.
Focusing.
Swamp grenade out.
And we
What?
Lily, if you're gonna lurk up.
This guy's a freak.
Guys, I swear I saw him. I swear I saw him.
Either lurk up or
Wait.
help us.
Your volume's too loud.
Reloading.
Turn, let's
80,
turn.
80.
Let's go.
Guys, you trying to do James?
Jumpy.
Bro, I tried to go Lethal Company the first time yesterday.
Is that fucking up in your head?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I
Okay, hold flank. You.
You're the queen right here, Lily. You got
You
this.
got this, Lily.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
One
to
door,
left
door,
level.
One door.
Lily's.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, I got you.
Perfect trade.
Okay, Lily, this is the spike. This is where the spike is. Come!
We should not.
No more.
Last player standing.
Lily, watch your left now.
Oh, I'm so fucking confused. Where is it? Where?
On your left.
What?
You got this? You kill this fucker? Yeah.
Wait, ISO kind of counters ops, huh?
Wait, I can't believe he lived an op shot.
Yeah, his shieldy thing, right?
Yeah, that's his thingy.
Guys, I
His
know it doesn't
ability.
look like it, but I'm really trying my best right now.
Do we mix it up?
Just
Double
put
down? Let's
Phoenix on offense with an op.
No, I thought I could get the dual.
No.
I'm
I
sorry.
like the idea.
I'm sorry. I was just.
It's
bad.
Okay, first of all, why do you apologize?
Yeah. You just if you got the kill, you would have owned. No, don't worry about it. You gotta have an ego when you play duelist.
Like, you shouldn't worry about disappointing us. You should worry about disappointing yourself. We don't matter.
Wait, I kind of matter. No, I kind of matter.
Someone's there.
Destabilize.
Nice.
Scar, follow it in.
Wait,
I'm coming. I'm
I'm
going.
holding.
Oh, he shot me. One's on site. Nice.
Fucking C.
Once in the smoke. Hold that, Scar.
No, I'm playing ulti. Your turn's off, Jummy.
1-7.
One heaven. Left side.
I'm blinded.
Making cover.
Hopping rubble. Drop.
Oh, in the smoke.
Molly's down.
One enemy remaining.
Jesus Christ.
Nice, Scarra.
That makes me want to play some Fortnite.
Last round in the half.
Time to spend this cash.
Sure, man.
I need a drop. Cheers.
Oh wait,
Can I get this?
I need a
this
drop.
one instead?
Cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Just tell us where.
I'll go
B?
B.
Okay. I will Voln here
mine.
for you. Okay.
Okay.
So you.
Can you smoke right, Jummy? Smoke the right.
Let's play.
Alright.
Come on, let's go.
Voln.
Destabilizing.
I'm gonna ult. Wait for the ulti.
One break.
Face your fear!
Breaking down.
That's alright.
Am I dying?
We have to play.
Oh, I've been like in 3
Don't let them
utils.
defuse,
I'm
yeah?
deaf. I'm blind.
We're doing him no more molly.
I have all the debuffs possible.
Ah! I was.
No.
Oh no.
You good? You good?
Last player standing.
Open up the
You have Molly as well.
That's so funny.
You're so good. You're so
I
good.
can't believe.
Nice hold. Nice fucking hold.
Wait, these rounds have been.
Switching sides.
Okay, this is the hard part.
No more doubts.
Wait, I always thought that the way to make it easier is you just play this like offense.
I think I.
Lily, come with me.
I have to
We're gonna go get kills.
Okay, who are you? Okay, okay.
You shouldn't be asking that question. We're 12 rounds in.
Okay,
I'm
taught me this. Gumi taught me
Over there.
this.
We're 12 rounds
Just
in.
Be here.
Okay.
I can give you.
Oh, wait, are you guys actually okay? You're
I can give
pushing
you
out.
I think me and Lily is fine if you want to back up.
I'll vote and run. I'm voting and running.
I'll
So
get
I'm voting
flash.
up to here. Okay.
Over there.
Okay, let me flash this first corner, Lily.
Okay. All right.
You're just responsible for swinging. All you gotta do is swing.
I'm gonna get by sheriff.
Vote.
Breaking them.
They're smoking.
Nothing?
A,
Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Yeah, we're gonna help. We just move fast. We're gonna move fast. Okay, hold, walk. You know we're here.
Fuck. They're gonna be. One link.
Walk it.
Idiot, I saw 2 on
Oh, I
On
don't
the
think
left, on the
they
left.
didn't walk
You're
in.
good. You're good. Nice. One's on your right now.
One bullet, Lily.
One bullet. Nice. Jimmy got
Enemy
you.
remaining.
Nice.
Spike down A.
Still tree. Play off each other. Communicate.
Placing swamp.
We're deaf after he said that.
Though he couldn't walk ACT
Yeah, I think this is good.
to be, yeah.
You're good. Just buy time.
Nice.
Nice.
There can only
Okay, I
be
said
one
communicate and I hear dead silence.
You guys are.
Well, I heard this is
learned
good,
something.
so I thought okay.
Flip.
I'm nervous.
Where does make sure it go?
Wait, if you.
Your turn goes on top of this box on B, facing towards main.
Oh, fuck,
And then
I'm
your
too
alarm
late.
box goes
Too
on
late.
C.
Oh, I'm too
It's
late.
okay. You can place your turn on top of this box.
Oh,
Are you gonna beat this?
I'm gonna use
Smokes
this
A.
fucking cell.
I heard steps outside C.
Yeah, they're taking orb C.
Launching smoke.
I'm helping you.
Focusing.
I'm holding B.
I don't think they're in yet.
No.
Not in. Everyone hold.
I'm holding B main. I have an all table though.
One get jumped.
Reloading.
Holy, he fucking owned me.
Only B?
One.
Show me a target.
2 outside B main.
Making cover.
One more mid.
Reload him. Smoke's down.
Two. One's on the right. One's stuck on the right. Get across.
They move C.
Two coming in. Two in.
I'm running.
One
Oh,
enemy
all in.
remaining.
Oma on the right. Water. Bend. Nice.
I'm
Crazy.
Oh.
Nice.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after
I
this.
blocked.
He's good.
I've won 3? Okay, that's not bad.
Turret goes on B.
Yeah. Facing outwards. And then your alarm bot goes C where you can see their entrance. And you can put mollies there if you want. Some people put one molly here on waterway and then one on plant spot. But you can do anything you want.
Yeah, but we're not some people.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it is me actually. I'm some people.
Up and away.
3A.
Multiple enemies A.
I'm only.
Destabilizing.
The Molly doll.
I don't need this turret mid though if we're pushing out mid again.
Show me a target.
They're still they're just Pokemon product.
They're tree. They're everywhere.
My smoke's running out.
Enemy down.
Focusing.
Gumi, can you smoke this?
I don't have any more smokes.
Oh.
Coming.
Breaking them.
Enemy spotted A.
Phone?
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Entry.
Reloading.
Get him.
Fire.
I like how Lily's palms is just
Just as my playlist
I can't
ends.
do it anymore. I'm
Reloading.
losing it.
No.
Let's ruin their day.
Okay, I bold. Dude, every time I bold one, I'm like, all right, we got the kill.
yeah. Are we pushing out mid?
I think we
know where to
can.
Put out turret. Okay, 'cause I'll just put turret on C.
One, two, three. Here. Two?
Where's here?
Mid.
Oh no, mid. No.
No, they play default. Play default.
Smoke's down.
Play default.
Default.
One was A.
Oh, 2A.
Am I going C?
No. It was just.
Not on A yet. Not on A yet.
Show me a target. Destabilizing.
Principal.
One's on your left, Scarra.
One's
Holy shit.
One main.
One bullet.
Careful now.
One open door, one's on Scar's left. Door's open though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Scar.
There's Scars.
Yeah.
Get it for him. Go in front of him. Yes! Thank you.
Accept it.
Oh, God bless
Good
you.
job. Okay. He tanked that bullet to the head. for
Yeah,
it.
holy
Saving your
shit.
energy for the end.
Oh yeah, good
This is
job.
Your sacrifice will not be forgotten.
Buy her a gun.
Yeah, I got you.
Scarra.
Oh yeah, I got you. No. You got it.
I deserve this.
Yep. Dude, seriously, just aim mods, bro. Wait, I'm 19-9. What the fuck? I don't own it.
Destabilizing.
Dizzy's up.
Oh, two. Oh,
Oh shit, I'm at 20.
oh, nice shot.
Shot, Lily.
What the fuck? 80.
It's you and me.
Okay.
Oh.
You're good. You're full healed. Yo.
Yes, kid.
Oh.
Spike down A.
I hear movement outside A.
I'm out.
1C.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last one.
76 C.
You want to play? Let's play.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, Lily, you got the 3K.
Holy shit. Good game, guys. Oh. Did it freeze for anyone else?
No. Also, I lost all. Dude, I lost all my duels, man. I won one, I think.
Scarra MVP.
Good job, Scarra.
Okay. Wait, when you MVP, you get like double the RR. What the fuck?
Wait, how much did you get?
27?
That's your double?
Oh, okay. I don't. Yeah, that's my double.
Uno mas?
Yeah, I got something at 7, so I can play one more.
What do you have at 7?
Let me go play some ads.
Yeah, what is it?
Oh, I have a Lethal Company group.
What? With who?
With the person that I was trying to invite yesterday, Ori. But I thought you were busy. Or
We would play that game together.
Wait, I thought you guys were playing.
Wait. Okay. Wait. This is perfect. Toast introduced Lily to that game, and it's perfect. And then we can grab Sid and John, perfect. Or Jody and John, perfect.
Die.
Oh. Someone tell me what Lethal Company is.
It's a 4-player cooperative game that's been getting some traction recently. It's really fucking funny. Your goal is to get into a facility. You're 4 spacemen, and you find stuff to sell and bring back to your spaceship. And there are a lot of things trying to stop you.
Sounds like you would have a good time with Toast on that game.
We played yesterday, man. Oh,
Have you played the Fortnite Scarra, the OG Fortnite?
No, hers fun though. Wait, have you played?
No. Gumi's the only person I play Fortnite with, I think.
Yeah. Did they bring back the old version?
Yeah, with the
Retail Row, baby.
Oh yeah.
Wait, have I played Lethal Company?
Match found.
I don't think I have.
Me, Toast, Sid, John played 90 minutes yesterday. So and then that's it.
I've never played.
Fine.
I would recommend you. It is fucking funny.
What are we playing, guys? What are we looking at? What are we doing? Communicate.
Lily, what are you playing?
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Barbie Court, welcome back for 35 months. Thanks for your sub here.
Rough games, you know.
No, this is your time.
Give me an agent, Scarra.
Honestly, I think
Except for ISO, because I don't have him.
this is your Yoru map, right?
No, I don't know about that one.
This is your.
Okay, but you asked him for an agent.
No,
and then...
I actually like when you play Neon. Like no meme.
Oh, okay, I'll lock in.
Yeah, I can smoke or I can whatever. I'll smoke.
Okay, I played Soba.
Oh yeah.
I don't
yeah.
have Sky.
Thank you for filling,
Depend on
guys.
Abe.
Enough training.
Soba's good.
Dude, my Sova is like the most Jake shit where I don't know any lineups, so I just make up shit. I'm like, okay.
You know,
like,
you just do the Hail
that's
Mary,
exactly.
man. You just throw the Hail Mary.
The sad part is it's still pretty effective. That character's really good.
Yeah.
One minute, finding a playlist.
Well, I need a playlist. It's catchy.
What do you guys think of Wembanyama
Perfect.
in his first 6 games?
What did you say? Obama?
Wembanyama. You don't know about Wembanyama?
That-
Wemby?
That guy.
Yeah.
That guy is mid.
You think so?
No,
Are we
that guy.
talking
I heard
about
that guy's
basketball?
literally insane.
Yep.
I heard that guy's literally like the most cracked player ever.
I like the Le Seraphim team.
Yeah, Les Seraphine. Yeah.
Yeah, Le Seraphim.
Alright, if we have a Neon, let's go fast. You don't have Sentinels. Let's pound through, alright? Pound through. Fast pounding, okay?
Lily, I'm gonna volunteer. Okay, just run. Just go
Fast
for it.
pound,
Go for it,
fast
go for it.
pound. Go. Fast pound. I'm the fucking Sentinel. I better not be for.
Can I see? Can I see?
Oh, I got one.
Nice, Lily.
Reloading.
Doing this for Scarra.
He left. Omen was here.
Scar. With me. What?
Spike down A. Last player
Oh my god, he 180 swing on us. Lily, you did great. You entered and you got a kill.
Yeah, good job.
What the heck were the rest of you doing?
I got it. I got it.
I got on that. I got on.
That blind.
They had a lot there.
Wait, they had 3 there? 3 or 4. It was a lot.
Okay, let's do bind. I mean, let's do B. All right, we're forcing.
Fast pound's not the play. Yeah. Well.
We're forcing.
I'm droning through hoop touch.
Okay, I'm down. I like
Let's
forcing.
walk. You don't have senties.
You're.
Hold it. Just hold it. Nice. Let's go. Explode. Wait, we're being flanked. We're being flanked.
130.
I can't see
Fight flank. Someone. What? Someone. Anyone.
No charges.
Nice. Got the guns.
Go. Where's smoke?
I want to go A. I want to go A.
I'm joining.
Or actually,
Okay, when you.
I'm going. Jump in.
Focusing.
Guys, there's a bulldog.
Oh, garden.
Okay. Well, everyone just fucking dying. Let's go.
Yeah, he's going.
Were they both there?
Oh,
I heard a sheriff
One was
shot.
elbow and one was garden.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna plan for heaven and bath.
I have planted this.
You wanna double up on bath?
Okay. Actually, I might
Yeah.
walk it this short.
Okay.
Oh no. Yeah.
I can stall long enough.
Smoked off showers.
Never mind, they're both there. Helping
Right
it.
here.
he has the thing right on it.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
You guys are great.
He's out. He's gonna try and push in.
On the right.
He's off.
On the
I'm not
right,
peeking.
bench.
Nice round.
Nice forcing. Nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Dude, when the ISO swung out, you could tell that guy was sad.
We can do it.
He got blasted.
All right, where are we going, Lily? Lily, where are we going?
We're going to victory.
Okay,
Oh,
but
yeah, Fortnite, we about to get
can I get a
there.
more definite area?
We're going to Tomato Temple. Drop in Tomato Temple.
Okay.
Tomato
As fast as
Town.
you
It's
can.
Tomato Town.
It's Tomato Temple in Fortnite right now.
I know it's tomato
Right
soup,
now?
I know it's OG.
Right now? Yeah, it's OG right now, huh?
Well, I played it last night. It's a Tomato Temple.
Show me a target.
You want me to
All
jump?
right, 1, 2. Okay.
I'm joining.
Nice.
Gotta go.
That's weird.
Enemy B. Take this.
One's in TP.
Someone was in the smoke.
Planting for hookah and long.
One flank.
Whoa, full.
One's gonna be hookah.
I'm gonna re-smoke.
What do you? Okay. What? Don't expose yourself to
hookah?
hookah.
I'm watching it. I'm watching the angle. I'm gonna leave.
Lily's got the hookah drop. He's got the hookah drop.
You're good. You're good.
Another flank elbow. What? Might be on your left, Lily.
We're smoked off right now. Onside.
What? 80 so far.
Breaking them.
It's half.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Diffuse.
See you again.
What?
He's a prankster.
I always fall for that.
Little pranky prankster.
They went with hell, but we got.
I like a please.
Damn thanks.
Thank you so much, dude.
Guys, pulling your guardian.
I'm out of here.
Oh yeah. I can buy you.
No, I can buy myself.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
是时候进入状态了。
Hey, Lily, hold with me. Walk.
Where am I holding?
We're gonna slow peek this together. I'm closer, you're further. Okay. Nice, you're the fucking goat. You're the fucking goat. Don't overcook.
Chef, I'm cooking.
Don't cook.
Don't cook?
Don't
One
cook.
heaven.
I'm not cooking.
Okay, now peek to your left. Go out and peek to your left now.
What the heck?
To your left. Okay. One heaven.
One heaven.
You guys come.
Excuse me.
No,
What?
you get more further up.
Show me a target.
Get ready to TP to Scarra.
Nowhere to run.
Alright.
There's some showers. Oh, worth. Oh.
Yeah, Lily, you hold that. I like that.
They're gonna come here, right? Chef.
Maybe.
They're gonna
There's
come
2
here.
on site
Chef?
fighting Scarra right now.
Okay, but
No, Lily, everyone's accounted for.
Everyone's accounted for.
I'll hold
Yeah,
this angle.
yeah.
I'll hold this angle.
Please.
Spike down.
One's Octo.
Last player
Back
standing.
from 6:30.
Oh my god.
I can't believe someone shot you from Octo.
Oh, is that what you call
Drink
it?
some water, reload your
Fine.
mags, and let's get back out there.
It's fine. Okay. Here's the plan. I got ulti. Lily, how fast are you?
Oh, she's so
if I
fast.
get one orb, I can finger.
No,
there.
I am gonna ulti this, okay? And you run there. Someone, like, can you wall
Over there.
this? and just run there,
You want me
okay?
to run
Yeah,
there?
and then get
You want
ready
me
to
to buy a gun
shorty
there?
that guy.
Oh, sure.
You know, buy buy fucking shorty. Buy armor and shorty. Okay, buy full armor.
I'm ulti him immediately.
No distraction.
Go.
Go. Wall it.
I missed. Oh.
Scanning ahead.
Recalibrate.
Oh.
I have the spike.
Okay, free gun for you guys.
All right, Tweedle D and Tweedle Dumb are dead. Let's figure this out.
Why am I Tweedle D?
Why am I Tweedle dumb? Oh, wow.
One's on the right. Okay, who wants to swing with me?
I'll swing.
1, 2, 3, peek.
Last player standing.
Wow, I crouch into his headshot. She's I hit her 114.
$30 seconds left.
When you all?
Heaven. Oh, close now.
Defeated.
Spike planted. Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
What the? Is that a footstep?
He was about to cast something.
I am the hunter.
He's thinking.
I know, I went too far.
Oh, ATP.
And 148.
Sova, we need eyes on the enemy. Tell us where they are.
Okay, so what happened there? I lost, I know, but did the wall not go up?
There was an Omen Odin spring from on top of truck.
Oh, that sucks. Okay, my bad.
Lily, use your wall.
Here.
What? Oh, you wanted me to wall?
You always wall this.
Oh, here has a wall.
Oh, I was so confused. Like, why are you yelling at me? I was so sorry. I thought you were telling. Oh my god, no one else has a wall.
Hold this. Let's just walk in. They don't have sentinels. Just walk in. We're just walking in.
Focusing.
Okay. Get ready to smoke. We're
On the
gonna
left?
explode on site.
On the left.
Okay.
Alright. Do it.
There's 3 here.
Yeah, they're in the back. Get on. On the left. You guys, we have 2 on the side. Get there. Nice.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Oh my.
Last one.
Stabilizing.
Communicate.
You get the spike. I'm just scamming. Oh,
Nice.
nice.
Good job.
Wait,
Who died with me on site? Who was it? Good job.
No,
I
had a hard time pushing it. I got hit while walking in with Vold.
I was droning and then I
Yeah,
had
yeah.
smoke.
I got owned. Like I got fucking owned walking in.
I was in a fight with the other dude. Spooky meme slam.
Oh wait. How much did your dart do there?
My time.
Yui?
201.
Oh fuck.
Good dart.
Ball plus shock.
Yeah, that's.
Wait, that's actually a combo.
Yeah, that's good.
Get out of my way.
I'm droning.
B?
Hold this, Scar.
Yeah.
Hold it. I'm watching the long push.
Such a good shot.
We go long. That guy just TP long.
There's gonna be one here
Yeah,
somewhere.
one more.
Show me a target.
3 on A.
I'm gonna get on.
Alright.
Breaking them.
It's clear. I'm
Clear.
gonna end long. Good fast blink.
Spike planted.
Focusing. It's you and me.
Goodbye.
Backside. He has my guardian.
Can someone get ready to ping?
Nice kill.
Destroyed.
Open up the sky.
Last player standing.
One is in the smoke with me. Go on your left. One more.
Oh wow. Wait.
Where did this dude come from? You must have walked long. Fuck me.
Thrifty.
Okay, I can't play dumbass angles. Next guy actually can pop flash. Or like.
Dumbass angle.
Yeah, I played a terrible angle. That's why.
That's a new term I've never heard before.
Did anyone play math?
I'm gonna hero op this. Everyone buy full armor. I'll get us guns. Don't worry. How about yeah, buy for next. I got this. I got this.
Yep.
Oh, they're pushing. I think they're pushing. They're pushing.
Pushing out of A short.
Our spike is down.
26.
Spike
nice.
down A.
That's 2 guns.
Got the spike.
Reloading.
My job here is the.
I'm gonna reveal.
Everyone hiding.
Just Omen. Just Omen.
Just Omen. Just Omen. It's Odin. Odin.
Show me a target. Stopping
I'm the
fire.
wall. I'm the wall. I'm just walking up. I'm just walking up.
Scanning ahead.
Hold him.
them.
There they are. Nowhere to run.
Omen's gone.
No.
Both CT.
Watch out.
Spike
Both
planted.
CT. Both coming from here. Don't expose yourself. One gonna be heaven. One gonna be heaven.
I'm out of here.
Destabilizing.
Reloading.
One heaven.
We
One
have
heaven.
drone,
Don't be aim.
65. Oh no.
Play off tap. Play off tap.
Coming through.
Take
Play off tap.
I'm out of here.
Thinking bomb.
Last player standing.
Oh.
No, don't you don't get to apologize. You were told exactly what to do, and you went against it.
Accidentally did this thing.
Yo, good dodging the bullets
Didn't bring
though.
a snack. Did anyone bring a snack?
Okay. New idea. New and definitely OP idea. Can someone walk? We will all 5 walk up long. I insta ulti from garden to back site, and you guys explode. Okay? Or
Yeah.
okay. So just
We have to get on. We have to kill the guy Scarra ult if Scarra dies.
wait. Can someone toss me their gun real quick? Thank you.
Scanning ahead.
Wait,
There's
someone
two here.
just went out.
Over there.
Someone just dashed
Hold
here.
it, hold it, hold it. Stop making noise. For the love of fucking god. I'm gonna see if I can cam her out.
Okay.
Nope.
Can I ulti it?
Not yet, not yet. Let's get info. Walk up with me. Walk up with me. Can our duelist walk up with us?
Yeah, literally, you're exploding. You're exploding first, okay? Wall into sight and just go crazy.
Yeah, close. On my left. On my left.
I'm multi.
No distraction.
Just take it. I got one. There's another.
Go through.
I missed. I did not kill. Nice.
I got him. Push the Lily. Push the.
I'm drowning. Oh.
Camming this?
My camera is
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Oh, this is pretty fun.
30 seconds left.
140.
My advice: don't get shot.
Okay. I like that you guys got on. That was pretty good.
Not really though.
Yeah, because we couldn't clear
over
backside, right?
Yeah.
I drowned and I caught Omen, but
It's
Also, I gave you my gun, so I just had a more.
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I can buy for next with this.
Yep, I was saying. But I still feel be good at him. Yeah.
They're playing high-low. One A.
I'm walking star.
There's one on truck here.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Focus.
Did you guys see her at all from short? Damn, that guy got there. Did not expect that.
But sometimes old ways are best.
Where did Mr. Toast go?
Ooh, I don't know. You hear?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he got so tilted. He left. He hates us.
Oh no.
Who was it?
Listen, man, doing my
Every
best.
choice matters.
I'd rather he yell.
Holy moly.
Show me a target.
All right, we just need 4. We just need 4 and we'll be fine.
That guy dashed back.
Joe was playing Kuka, yeah.
Did 80.
Everyone hold your fucking angles. Nice Lily.
It's ready.
Joker kill. Here,
What's his smoke? Hold on.
the Jet's half-life.
Died.
Nice kill.
Stim beacon down.
On the left, on the left, on the left.
Let's go.
Nice. You too. Communicate.
I'm running to the side.
Jet is half. Jet is half.
There's 70.
Gotta go.
One CT.
CT.
I'm gonna play Molly. I'm gonna play Molly.
I don't like.
Okay.
Not 80 yet.
Buy time, buy time.
Take this.
Good, you took it, you
One
took
CT.
Last player standing.
What?
Oh.
Great communication. Fucking just silence after the.
It's so hard to talk while you're concentrating, you know?
Okay, there was some communication there, so that's an improvement.
I was playing
Last
Molly.
round before the switch.
Yep. I can't believe they killed you so fast with Molly.
I can buy someone if someone needs.
Oh, last round.
I can ult.
Oh. Yeah, hold on. Okay. Dude, I think the play. Do you want to? Should we just double up?
Over
this
there.
guy? This guy's been peeking 2-3 rounds.
Where?
Right here, right here.
Over there.
Out of hookah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I'm just leaving. I'll play high. I'll play high.
I'm drowning in.
Got you.
Almonds.
Maybe chill.
Here.
Scanning ahead.
Jummy, you're gonna want to make your way to us. I think we want
Show
to give
me
you
a
this.
target.
We want to give you this.
Over there.
Yeah, I mean, you can grab this
Yeah,
overall
yeah.
if you want.
They smoked me hookah.
What the fuck?
His name is Odin Gober.
Wait, sorry, I did not expect that angle.
Somewhere
Cross.
else.
Thank you.
Already on
Oh, he's on top.
Last player standing.
His name is Odin Gober.
One CT.
He's looking for the ace.
No, he's not getting it.
9 bullets.
I've got your trail.
30 seconds left.
Oh my god,
no
yeah.
ace
No.
for you. Holy shit.
Why are we running into an Odin?
Switching sides.
Oh, I was holding angle with smoke went down, but he was holding on a really crazy off angle. That was I got owed.
I was in hookah and I got sprayed down by the Odin.
Yeah.
When the smoke went down.
You get owned too.
It's so hard to trade on the Odin.
I want to.
Over there.
Oh wait, hold on. I'll play further up here.
I'm gonna dart you short.
I don't know if I should play this then.
Deep breath.
You guys are both playing long over there.
I'm gonna play it for smokes.
Yeah.
Play for smokes.
Scanning ahead.
Oh wait, you guys are genius. I'm going.
Okay,
I'm
that's
going.
good, that's fine. Oh shit.
Smoking.
I got abandoned. I got abandoned.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good. You did.
I'm
that.
playing. We need to play retake.
Deploying
Focus.
They're out on site already. Four on site.
What?
Spike planted.
I think I didn't even see my head. That guy just spammed.
Enemy spotted.
Lily's got flank. Lily's got flank.
Oh.
You're good, Lily. You're good. You're good.
What?
One hookah,
Lily,
one
Lily,
hookah.
Lily, 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 Lily.
Backside last.
I hit 60. I hit 60. Hit 60.
Camera taken out.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice.
50 kills. 50 kills.
Good fucking flank.
Oh. Oh, you.
She fucking dipped so fast though.
Instinct only goes so
No,
far.
honestly, that's better than dying
But there
there.
were like,
Yeah,
Yeah, you saw
so
3.
Yeah, I mean, it was the only path you could.
Yeah, you saw 3, and I was like, okay, cool.
Wait.
What are we waiting for?
No, wait. Are we buying? Wait.
Yeah, we want.
should-
We're
yes, you should
4-9.
buy when you win.
We're 4-9. We gotta buy. Like,
Repel them. Revealing area.
feeling it, A. How do you feel it?
Yeah, I don't think they would come B. I'm playing B with Lily.
Do you need me to watch short
Showers?
or yes? Yes or no?
Maybe showers.
Yeah. While I'm joining showers real quick.
Oh my fucking god, I'm bad.
They're holding for the push.
Yep.
Breaking them.
Oh.
I'm fucking bad. I got wall bangs.
Once in the hookah, Lily. Once in hookah. Yeah, you saw him. You saw him.
Okay, well, 2 on site.
A fine death.
Did they force? Is that your Spectre?
That's my Spectre, I think.
Okay.
They bought sheriffs. They bought sheriffs. Careful,
I'm
you
low.
haul.
I'm 1 HP. I'm 1 HP.
Lily's got flank. Lily's got flank.
Oh my god, it's cute.
Wait, did I?
They have you.
Was
probably?
a recall on me? I was looking for it. I couldn't find it.
One.
Nice.
Nice.
Another one there, Lily.
One you call.
Left. Nice.
Yeah, she's the fucking goat.
Nice.
Yeah. She's
For sure
the
you got
goat.
stuck. Oh, that's why. I was so confused, man.
Don't forget.
Lily.
Oh yeah.
Dude. You see how I died here?
Over there.
Who? You?
Yeah, I
You
got
get wall bang?
No, the Sova dart hit me. And so
Oh.
I tried to look for it to not get wall banged. I couldn't find it. Yeah. Very sad. I think you save arrow. They're not pushing fast.
I hear Bila.
Smoking.
Show me a target.
Nice.
Smoking
Shot.
you out. Smoking you out. Smoking you
Alright,
out.
we're chilling. Hold. Everyone else hold. Everyone else hold. Everyone else hold.
I'll
Everyone else
cross,
hold.
I'll cross. I'll take shower. You take the other
The one's
one.
on site already.
We're going.
104. Jet on the right. Nice.
One more inside.
104.
One side, one side, one side, one side.
104 Silva. 104 Silva.
They're both
I'm
okay.
joining.
Focus light.
Spike planted.
They're both on site.
One's in box. One's behind box.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Play together.
Oh, top.
Up on box. On the right.
Last
Oh,
player standing.
Reloading.
Nice.
Oh,
You're a beast.
my
You're a beast.
ass
God.
was clenched.
Holy fuck, you're a beast.
I was holding you in a call.
I'll teach him to respect their elders.
Go, go, go!
I would say you hit for 0. I don't want to say it.
Explosive. Like all 5 of them are
Oh yeah.
I can drop.
so fast.
Scarra.
Oh.
I need a gun.
We need it. We need it.
Yeah. I was thinking what I went to buy here. When they play post, this Odin player plays here every fucking time. I don't know why.
He loves the hut.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy, man.
Destabilize. Show me a
Here,
target.
here.
A.
Destabilizing.
Oh, he stinger rushed me.
Shower.
Fuck, no way, man. One U-Haul.
Vulnerable.
Careful, he has my gun.
He's trying to rush you. He's trying to rush you guys. Nice.
This way.
That's good. Good wall. Good wall. Good wall.
I'm gonna.
Enemy spotted. Down.
Where?
Nice.
Where?
No idea. Maybe one you.
I don't know.
One U-Haul.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy
Last you.
remaining.
Last you.
Still you. Still you.
Still U-Haul.
Yep.
Shock
I'm
down.
Just stick it. Just stick it. Just stick it.
My ult is
Fine.
ready.
Fine.
Nice, okay.
You can have it, Mr. Ghost.
Ghost.
My thanks.
Thank you.
Dude, I got rolled. That guy killed me so
Yeah.
fast.
I'm
That
ready.
hookah hold is like.
It's impossible. I think I know what to play that angle anymore.
Need equipment.
Thanks, Gooms.
Actually, Toast could play the angle if he wants, but I don't think I can.
I think Cypher's setup's just too good at B.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I think we just 3-stacked A and then shift over.
Eyes up.
Smokes A.
Show me a target.
There they are.
Breaking them.
There could be a U-Haul.
Breaking them.
Shock dart.
yeah, they're in.
Yep.
Spike down A.
Die.
Spike down A.
Spike planted.
Planted. One more. No
Short
eyes
A,
on
short A,
Sky.
short A.
Anyone seen Sky?
No,
Anyone seen Sky?
no.
Oh,
One
Sky's
enemy
right there.
remaining.
Okay, now it's short.
Short.
Short latch, short
Hold
latch.
that shit. Hold that shit. Hold that shit. Hold that shit. Hold that shit.
Top.
Sorry.
Nice. I'm always so undying and sticky.
You held that shit.
Holding it.
Nice. Oh, that was the buy.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Dude,
Go, go,
you
go.
know, yeah, some days you're 60 and 6, other days you're
6 and 16.
yeah.
Yeah,
I need a
you're
gun.
6-16 backwards and
Don't
forward.
worry, Scarra. I was there too once.
Please buy me, Lily.
Thank you.
More than once, actually.
It's okay. I Hulk out here.
Smoking garden.
Playing short.
You wanna? I'll leave.
Yeah,
shower.
we're chilling.
Oh, I'm not leaving
I'm
shower.
chilling now.
You have window, right?
Silva is a droning in.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving, Yumi. I'm leaving.
We're chilling.
Oh, I'm not leaving. I'm not
Smoking,
leaving.
resmoking. Smoke off.
They have a lot of outs. They're probably gonna go fast here. Gonna play offsite. They're gonna look for an ISO out.
I'm gonna ISO back.
What?
The fuck?
Yo, chill.
Oh, fuck.
How many?
Destabilizing.
They smoked here.
Focusing.
Two people teleported.
Okay.
Destabilizing.
No eyes.
They're
Fine,
holding.
that's
30
right.
seconds left.
No targets.
Got him.
It's
That's Spike as
you
well.
and me.
LTB?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
120, shower.
No way. Every
Show me a
bullet was
target.
shower.
I'm holding cross.
Nice.
120. Nice.
It's you
We're back.
and
We're
me.
back.
Nice, we're back.
Yeah, we just need to make it defense, man.
Need equipment.
Oh man, I was zoning out.
Uh,
Good, jump.
Thanks. We have hella ulties.
yeah. I'm like just waiting for them to push, but they spent a fucking year.
Yeah, no. I was just standing there and I zoned out looking at the mini map. And
This
I
is
just shot at
business.
my face.
Oh shit.
Three
Okay.
of them.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna smoke off short and showers.
Focusing.
One of them right
Breaking them.
I didn't realize
Breaking
it
them.
was
Not bad.
Oh, you're a beast.
Kill one, kill one. I'm leaving.
Omen TP'd.
Guy, this is your chance to ulti.
Yeah, no, that's complete shit if I ulti here.
Show me.
I think.
Spike planted.
He TP down. One you hold?
Okay, two bath. One you.
I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
I'm gonna smoke it off. Give me a sec. Oh, one.
You hustle.
57 jet.
Can we tap it?
No chance.
One still.
Making cover.
To run!
No distractions.
Someone needs to stick it. Oh, cubby.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
We're good?
Contract complete.
I just ulti this ulti out.
Nice.
Spike defused.
I didn't expect to get triple swung.
Yeah. You peeked that, I was like, oh.
I find them. I kill them.
Gotta go.
Simple as that.
Dum.
Oh, wait, Lily's kind of popping off.
You can't say you're jinxing me. You're gonna jinx
Okay,
it.
here, my bad. Kind of suck.
You fucking suck.
Huh?
I'm gonna dart long.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got your trail.
Let's A fast. Look A fast.
Show me a target.
Nothing else.
Destabilizing.
Double vault for you?
Destabilizing. Making cover.
Let me have their planting and I'll ult it.
Not planting.
They have you.
Smoking shower.
I think.
Spike planted.
What the fuck? Bowser reloading, man. One in the cubby, yeah. Two cubby.
I'll think.
Just watch.
One you off.
Both you.
One enemy remaining.
Get on it, Jummy.
Can you get on?
Last player standing.
Nice trade.
Nice.
Good shit.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Good job.
Nice.
Spoil the party.
I heard the util and I'm like, holy fuck. I just double rolled for toast to pray to God.
That's when we strike.
I'm out of here.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Yeah, there's some characters that got nerfed like every patch over time and they're still really good. Like Sova. The Sova release Jet were like fucking crazy. But like they're still good characters. What are you looking at?
Scanning
Oh,
ahead.
shower.
Looking at my dart. Nothing short right now.
Am I good?
I hear.
Oh, I see him. I'm leaving. All you, Gibby.
Shit. I saw long
Spike
B.
down B. One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Long B.
Shit.
Focusing.
Oh, nice hole. Nice hole.
Oh, good hole.
Dude, the Molly on their window is like free
Match
kills
point.
every time.
Wait, how much damage you do with that?
I'm out of here.
90.
Ooh.
But like it's free because
Yeah, it's impossible.
Spam.
It's so annoying.
Two of them are
Karen,
broke.
welcome back for 27 months. Thanks for something. Don't you need to be Liza Peace? Bro, it's doomed. I got
Guy's Odin doesn't go burr anymore.
No, he can't even afford one.
Yeah, he can't afford it anymore.
I'm gonna fast start short, Scarra. I feel like something's.
Yeah, I feel like
something.
Revealing area.
Focusing.
Damn. I used double
Might
tap.
have done the
It's
triple
the-
swung shower stuff again.
It's you and me. Breaking them. Show me a target.
I'm holding a shower.
Oh, you shit on them. They're not in. Not in.
Okay, chill.
Yeah, you go back. You go back. Jojo, you go back.
They got orb.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna. John short.
I'm smoked off B.
Oh, were they?
Stopping fire. Leave.
Give me, I'm leaving.
102 on
I'm leaving. I'm
Sova.
leaving.
I also hit him for 34, so he's lit.
Oh, could have been healed. Planting.
Careful, careful. I'm coming on. 3.
They have Sova ult.
2.
They're gonna play long.
Looking. They're not back.
On side.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Sova's probably playing long.
I'll tap.
Holy shit.
RBs.
No way, brother. That was a nasty shot.
Ah, you can't hit me though. Oh.
I was sweating.
Defenders win.
Whoa. That like couldn't win a round on offense.
It was such a good comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah. GG's.
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 That was nuts. Yeah. Wait, see, I'm telling you, I think I like your neon, Lily. You're.
Thanks. Oh, 99 out of 100.
Oh.
Oh man.
Shit. Guess we gotta go.
Gotta go again.
Oh, I gotta go, guys. GG's.
Shit, that breaks it.
GG's.
Killed the lobby.
another, I can't. That's what they do at 7, man. Jefferson Neon at ISO. Emily, before whatever you think looks more fun, but I think Neon is so hard that I would not recommend. Neon is like ridiculously hard. Really fun, but like your movement has to be really good, and that's the thing that I think might be a weakness of yours. Where ISO maybe might play toward your strengths more. I think your aim is better than your movement, so you should play toward that. I'm gonna go play some ads. I think I have some water. I need to pee. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Okay, let me go tell Ori. Ori, I'm good. We still good? Oh. Gift you a sub? Someone let him know. Someone let him know. So last game, sorry, try seconds all jugs. GG's, yeah, GG's. It was a close ass game. It does not work right now, guys. Oh wait, hold on. What am I playing though? I'm down to play this. Not this song. Sure, I'm down. I can't free stuff anymore. It's just broken. Not my fault. This happens. You skip arrow? Okay. Maybe your ears need to chill, man. You kind of look good with those. Okay. Oh, dude, Ori is stressing me out, man. Like actually stressing me out. Am I still good? Ori sleeping? That's what I'm saying, bro. Dude. Dude. Aim, it's true. True. No chill. We're chilling. We're chilling, guys. We are. Oh god, I lost you guys. Hold up, I clicked something. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, we're gonna do this. We're like Lethal Company with Ori. Did she change her? She did change her fucking picture, man. The few sub requests in queue, I cannot do any of them. They're broken. I can't make it work. I'll try gifting someone random a sub right now. I can't even press the button. It's just not available. Actually, oh wait, maybe it does work now. Hold on. Let me go look. Oh, this guy's already subbed, so I can't do that. Literally does not work. Like I can't even click it. Wait a sec. Oh wait, I can't click this. Hold on. Oh, that's really awkward. I think the full checkout and then complete it. Okay, we'll mark this as complete. Okay, that's really awkward, but I promise I wasn't trying to scam people. It's just really fucking awkward. Oh, it broke. Okay, well, I guess I'm missing 4 people. You know, that's fine. We'll get to those later. It sometimes just breaks. So like it just broke there. I don't know why. Realistically, I'm considering just taking it off. I'm strongly considering just removing subs, gifting subs in general. Because I can't make it convenient for me. I wanted just like it to auto work and it just does not. Do you place it at a similar value? I don't know. I don't know what to do about my channel point redemptions. Cause like they weren't supposed to be serious, and then they ended up being kind of serious. The boss is not doing all their work. That is unfortunate. You do it when mod gives a sub, pays it back. That's weird. I do not want them to do that. $250K for mod salary payout. Like you wanna have like a little fund. He group fund the goal. Oh, you want to group fund like a pirate ship? The real one? Yeah, they're only 8 million, 2 million. Let me go see how much the pirate ship. Uh, roughly 6 million, give or take. What? It's in an hour? Am I 7 p.m. PDT is Pacific, right? And that's right now, right? Right. It's 6 PST? No, it's 7. Pretty sure. What time is it? PS 7. Yeah, you guys are fucking crazy.
Hi, Scarra. um. Yeah. Well, but. Yeah. Yeah. I have it installed early at least. I'll let you know that.
Just, do I need to be back here in an hour?
No. I messaged Graven.
No, it's okay. I can come back in an hour.
No. Let me turn on OBS real quick. So you see the guy above me?
Yeah.
Don't say anything. Just give me 1 second. Let me turn on OBS, and then let me just.
Oh no, I know
Make
what's
sure I have
coming
the
up.
recording on real quick.
Oh no, I know what's coming up. No.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor.
Okay.
Okay.
Rolling Thunder.
I'm gonna start recording. Can you pronounce the name of the guy above me?
Like his username.
Yeah.
It starts with A. Like the name I'm seeing in Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Please God.
Achiolus? Why did he leave? Why did he leave so fast? What?
There's only been one person. I think like only like a handful of people, maybe even less than 5 people that he's met that has ever said his name correctly on the first try.
I'm retiring. I'm done with VTubing. I'm out of here. I'm never recovering.
How are you supposed to pronounce it?
Achiolus.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't like how no one agreed with me immediately, but that's cool.
As soon as you said I'm turning on OBS, I was just like, oh, I know what's coming up. It's happening.
Wait, you got Lethal Company without me?
Yeah, it got Graven because Graven posted it in the chat yesterday too. And then I was like, I already got it at that point. So it was like perfect.
Is it 4-player co?
Yeah, it's 4 player.
I see.
So you Scar, you tried this already with the
I played 90
QD,
minutes
right?
yesterday and it was fucking hilarious. I don't want to say anything about it.
Alright, sounds good. Okay, let me open this up. Oh, you have to use voice activation?
Yes, I would like. It's pretty necessary.
Okay.
Which means that we
Unnecessary
can't
or necessary?
necessary. Which means we can't
Okay.
really use. I need to disable this Discord React. I guess.
Yeah. We'll use Discord. And so this is online that we have to do, right?
Yeah.
What's the difference between online and LAN? LAN is closer party.
Yeah.
And online?
Atlanta is the same network.
Ah.
Pluto 7443. Welcome back for 16 months.
Okay.
I clicked the wrong one. Fuck.
Any settings need to change?
What?
Oh, what the fuck? Push to talk. Let's see.
Oh, dude, my bad. I didn't realize you were streaming.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
I should
all
have made
good.
that very clear. I apologize.
It's all good.
Because I joined because I didn't expect anyone to join, and then Ori joined, and you guys joined, and I was so.
I thought you were lost.
No.
I was like, I thought you joined, like, you
No.
know, like when you click something like by random, just because
Wait,
you
I
click.
actually couldn't click anything because I didn't know how to go through age verification on the server.
You gotta make sure you're 18 plus, you know?
Oh,
Are you 18 plus? I hope so.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let me. Your second yeah makes me very concerned.
Yeah.
Hey, let me drag us real quick.
Damn, your place is popping, bro. There's like fucking 50 people in here.
During not even like this entire week, the past 3 weeks, it's been like 5 full servers of Apex gamers. It's just like 5 different
I
squads playing at the same
see.
time. It's been very for real, the grind.
Okay. It's easiest to host a private party, but let me go see how do I invite people?
Oh, right. Quick question. How bad is the look sensitivity?
You'll find out as soon as it's not that bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to quantify that question.
All right. I'll just find out.
Okay, wait. Can I do?
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer.
Is this you, Ori?
Which one?
I heard Alt F4 gives you a. Wait.
Yeah,
Do you have everyone
that's me.
invited? Can you host?
I can invite. Yeah, I can invite.
You host. I'll leave.
So I'll host it. Friends
If you
only.
have all of us on whatever, you can just host friends.
Yep, I got it. So let me see.
Akor, welcome back for 77. Welcome back for 8 months. Thanks for subbing.
Wait. I just realized I'm tagged in this. I don't have the game.
Oh.
Remove me from your thing.
Wait, you're not
here.
playing? You're just chilling.
I'm just chilling. I didn't buy the game yet.
Oh, I thought you were like
coming.
you're like the person who was replacing the other person who I have not met. Oh. Okay, cool. I am okay, my bad. I was not familiar.
I was not familiar either. I was so surprised I saw my name.
This is crazy. Wait, this music is popping. What the fuck?
Really? This music makes people really angry.
Oh, really? Yo, this shit's so fire, man. Dude, I'd fucking do a beat to it. Where's the music? Why is it not on again? How do I turn the music back on?
Settings and there's no settings. Like
Damn. Okay, I'll just beatbox.
all
my
you
own.
need to have is if you're doing push to talk. You know how everyone says they have different skills?
Yeah.
Maybe you should find yours soon. Rob Insignia 21, welcome back for 28
find
months.
it
Thanks for
one day.
subbing. But yeah, just make sure your push to talk is, if you have a push to talk key that you want to use, you cannot bind it to your mouse because this game is scuffed as fuck.
Oh, okay.
And
You're not in the game, Scarra. I invited you.
oh, I did not look. Hold Okay, everyone has different volumes on their thing, so I'm just gonna talk in game. Hold up. Hello. 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 Oh, perfect. Your volume is great.
Okay.
Axiolius.
Please. No. No.
Okay, perfect volume. What about you, Ori?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
It's so lit. You know, I feel like we should be like a boy band right now. I think we got the moves, we got the looks. I can beatbox. You guys can sing to it.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Let's hear this.
Can you guys start singing already?
As soon as the beatboxing starts, we're gonna go.
Yeah.
Just as soon as it starts.
Wait. Okay.
Yo. Yeah. Yo. Yo. Yeah. Yo. 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 Okay, yo. Yeah. Yo. Okay. Wait. So your name is unpronounceable. So what should I call you?
The easier one is Fortani.
Axiolus. Okay.
Okay.
이거다.
Is that close? Axiolus. How is that not how you pronounce the name?
It's Axiolus.
Axiolus. Well, you know, that was pretty close.
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay. Oh my god.
Would you like the alternative name?
Yeah.
You can say Fortani instead.
Nah, I'm gonna keep trying.
All right.
That would be fucked up for me to give up. Hello, Graven.
I'm gonna hear like 12 different iterations.
Hello there. Oh my god. Okay, hold up a sec.
Hello. Welcome, Graven.
Hi, Graven.
Hello
there.
How's it going? Your mic is a little loud compared to us. So there's
I can turn it down.
Yes, please.
Now that we have 4 people, we can remake it. Are you guys ready?
Wait, why do we remake it?
Our boy band is called Underwater Boys. Okay. UB for short. And then our logo, our like fan chant is like, it's like, yeah, go Underwater Boys after the chorus, right? Okay, so I'm the beatboxer, Graven's the rapper, right? Scarra is the
triangle
singer.
player.
The triangle player and the singer. So, and then Axiolus, you can
I'll be
hold
the
that
chorus.
clipboard.
I got you.
Yeah. You hold the clipboard and you be the chorus, okay?
All right.
So
All right. This clipboard has the ratings.
This
I
is
got it.
this is our board right now. This is perfect. All right. So this is our first time playing the game. We have no idea what to expect.
Whoa.
Should we equip anything?
Okay, wait. Before we anything, go. Someone go pick that board up and start reading.
Okay,
Who wants to be the leader?
I'll read it.
Okay, start reading.
Order number 4186-915. Service manual. General descriptions, emergency procedures, block schematics, diagrams, exploited views, parted lists. Paladin electronics. Okay. Specifications. Specific.
Come on, you got this. Take your time.
Specific.
Would you like to phone a friend?
Yeah, can you do it real quick?
Specifications.
Specifications.
Graven, would you like to take over?
Oh Lord, you're making me read. Oh Lord. Okay. Yeah, let me get warmed up really quick.
Oh, Griffin, meet yourself on Discord.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Using your echo scatter. 19. What's the 19 for?
Anyway,
What's not important. The company's patented echo scanner, hereby referred to as the scanner, is an essential tool for employees. Your crewmates may have their own best interest in mind, but the scanner will always be by your side. Press right mouse button to ping the scanner while looking towards objects of interest. If the scanner detects an object, it will return general information such as monetary value, the name, and purpose. The color of the info will indicate other special information. Green, a place or object of interest. Yellow, an object which can be returned to the company's valuable, as valuable scrap. Red, biological matter such as wildlife. Tip, use the scanner to find the location of the autopilot ship.
All right, great,
other places
great,
of interest. Okay.
great job. Okay, that's all we need to know. Literally, right click, it can show you stuff that you can interact with. Okay. We are going to different moons to find stuff that's worth money. You see this very thing right here? You see this thing right here? At the very top, it says profit quota and deadline. If we do not get that in that amount of time, we might be in trouble.
Okay.
All right, cool.
3 days, that's nothing. You know what they call us at home?
What?
Daft Punk at home.
Yeah. So let's
All
do
right.
this. We got this. Oh,
You have to
let's
get
start. Let's
profit.
start. Yeah. We're booty hunters for a living, you know.
Are we outside? Okay, wait. You know, someone open the door.
So open the door. Okay. Where's the door? Is this the door? Alright.
Huh. Okay, maybe.
It didn't malfunction.
Huh.
Wait.
Are,
Let's see.
are we
Access terminal.
not? Oh.
Current data. Please enter favorite animal. Hedgehog.
Maybe I should have read.
Please describe your role in
No,
a team dynamic.
okay, so this
Team
camera is
leader.
the world that we're at. Oh, we're not at a world. Okay, yeah, someone get us the world. Land us somewhere. How do we land?
Okay, I'll read it.
okay,
Oh, you can read it.
also-
No, you read it. Okay, you read it.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
I'll read it.
Alright. Let's go.
Alright. How do I read it?
Oh.
I have no idea.
I think I flipped too much. How do I read it? Uh-oh.
Guys,
Wait, I hear sounds.
I
I
have
hear
sent us
sounds.
to a moon.
Oh, inspect. I got it. Oh no, I didn't inspect right. What the fuck? How do I read this?
Yeah.
No, wait, how do we go?
Okay, I can't read. Okay,
How do we go?
Alright, you got this for 20.
All right, where did we left off?
I don't know. I read the number 19. That's the last thing I remember.
Okay. It says if the scanner detects an object, it will return general information such as the monetary value and stuff.
Oh, I think I
remember
read that one.
part. Yeah. What was it? Autopilot ship, terminal, and you. As a contracted worker, you have been loaned one of the company's prestigious autopilot vehicles. This is your home base. Additionally, you have access to the terminal, which is full of uses.
Here we go.
Perhaps the most important use of the terminal is routing the autopilot. You can watch any moon, including the autopilot's included in the autopilot's GPS. However, to transport you to faraway moons, we ask you to for some of your company's
We can
credits.
watch the moon together. Isn't that so romantic?
The cost per moon is determined
We
by
need
a
money.
cost
We need
benefit
fucking
analysis.
money. Keep your eye on the prize.
Can you put the autopilot to the money?
It says
We need the fucking money.
Yeah, we need money to go to other places.
We can
the
travel
terminal,
together.
The
Where's the
terminal
fucking
gives you
money,
access
Lebowski?
to the
Awesome.
company store.
My pungo.
We can
We
purchase
We can
items in
travel
bulk
around
under
the
30 pounds.
city together, you know.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh lord.
So yeah, it says purchasing tools, B theory, the terms and conditions which no one cares about, general information. All right, I think that's it.
Oh, the weather's
Alright.
rainy outside right now, but it's
Oh,
okay
I
because
love
I'm
the
already
rain.
dripping with good looks.
Yeah.
So let's go.
Facts.
Oh, we can change our suit too. Oh shit. We can go outside.
Love
already.
that space
Is it
punyo.
opening?
Damn, I didn't know you was chill like that.
Okay, I've said this to a moon called Vow. How do we get the fuck out? How do we
dost
start?
Thou want to travel the moon with me?
Okay, I was never
Dost
responsible for
thou-
this. Click a button.
Okay.
How do we start the autopilot?
Well, we need credits for like autopiloting. I think.
No, they cost like 0 to go to like the some of the moons.
Fuck, we didn't even start the game yet. What are you
Oh,
doing?
perfect. I think that's. Aha!
What the fuck?
Yo, we suck at this. None of us can read. What the hell?
Hell
It is what
yeah.
it is.
It was literally a Lever Cold start game.
I think we're screwed, guys.
Okay,
If
guys.
we can't even read to get off.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Guys,
Oh,
it's
damn.
8 a.m.
Just need
Okay.
eyes, bro.
Alright.
Let's make sure
Should
we
be
all.
traveling together?
Yeah. We're all looking for a facility together.
Wow, this terrain sure is a little
Okay,
rocky.
look at each other
Seems
with.
like there could be life in
Oh,
here.
that's a cliff.
That is a cliff.
Help, please, please.
Are you guys okay? Oh.
You won't die here though, right? So it should be
Oh, maybe we go over there. Maybe go over there.
I'm good. Come on, lads, let us travel here together. Oh, it's actually quite nice and sunny outside right now.
You know, this ain't too bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice. How do we walk up here? How do
That
we
is
get
a-
up the surface?
That's a good question.
All right. Can you jump on me? Okay, jump on me. Can you?
Just barely.
Oh God.
Oh,
Awkward.
What if I go this way?
I think
I had
we
a
may have
major lag
encountered problem number 1.
Hi, Dad. That'd be really unfortunate.
Please help me.
Hey, I think we got 2 people dead.
You're joking.
Oh
Yo, we
Lord.
barely started.
Wait.
Alright,
Okay. We lost 2 people. That means
Yeah.
double the loot for us.
Alright.
I'm just playing. Let's go find a way to bring them back.
Yeah, let's
to the ship,
get
to
over
the ship.
here. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Ship's over
The way
there.
they run is so funny.
It's so funny, right? The running animation is so hilarious.
Did it not come back?
Oh, they don't know. They are not aware.
Well, I am also not aware.
How do we bring them back?
Good question.
Oh, they
Something
are
happened,
not
man.
aware. Oh, so anyway, those are bees. Those are bees.
Oh, what the fuck?
Where's
Okay.
the clipboard?
Oh, it's right here.
They have to read. Okay. So you see the top right. What does that say?
This don't say anything about bringing people back.
See? Hold the right mouse button with me, okay?
Okay.
What time is it?
Alright, I guess it's
Oh,
we
you
just-
can vote?
we just come back to the planet? after this? You know, for first day, I didn't think two of us would die just from walking in water, but first thing for everything.
So there is a lot of different ways you could die in this game. I would argue that I've seen more deaths than anything else in this game.
I may be dumb.
God.
I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't. Yeah.
Hey. Whoa. This is a little.
No, we're not really good at this, are we?
Oh.
So
okay.
Would you guys like to explain what happened?
So as you can see, we now have 2 days left for our profit quota.
Oh, that's awesome.
Profit? You had me at profit.
Yeah. We need to find something at profit. Probably the first thing we should do is not fall down the cliff.
All right, Fortani, I need you to be the thug shaker.
All right.
All right.
Send us to a planet.
I think. All right, guys. I have a plan for this time.
Okay.
I think our plan is we should not lose 2 of our teammates within the first hour of landing.
That
okay.
I don't know if I can follow that.
You know.
Hey, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go this way. Let's go.
You let it in the eclipse? You said this is an area with an eclipse?
Oh, it'll be fine.
What does that mean?
It'll be
Let's go
fine.
this way.
In movies, what do eclipses do?
This looks like a cliff. This looks like a cliff. Be careful.
Yeah. All right, let's go to a different direction because
Yeah.
clearly water is bad.
We're looking for a facility with a door. It was a very obvious door.
Oh, do like doors.
If you spam right
Those
click,
aren't
you can hopefully find it.
I'm stuck on a rock.
Main entrance, found it.
Oh, wait, where is it?
It's so lit.
Oh yeah, this way.
Oh heck yeah!
All right.
All right, guys, we gotta make it back before too late. I think.
Understandable.
All right, when do we gotta make it back by? Oy vey.
Huh. So about making it back.
Oh, let's go inside.
Oh.
Huh. Okay, guys.
Damn, that's a little crazy.
Who wants to be the leader?
For real.
All right.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Oh. Hey, you guys like parkour?
Oh, I mean,
Hey, coffee mug.
I don't know if you need to do that.
Oh, we could just go around.
Yeah, we can just Oh, you found the coffee mug?
Or unless.
Okay, let's go this way.
That mug's worth something. That's like $10.
Yes.
Oh.
One.
Oh.
We're good.
We're rich.
Wait, what is this? Is there an area back here, B?
This is a collectible.
There's nothing here.
Okay, nothing here.
Why y'all run like that?
I don't know. We run really weird.
You run with purpose.
What the fuck was
We
that?
run like we're
What the fuck was that?
modes, to be honest.
True, yeah.
Is there a door that we can open?
Guys, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think the right way is this way.
Down?
Alright, who's jumping first?
Do you see that pipe right there?
Oh.
Alright,
Yeah.
here, I'll jump first if no one else wants to.
Okay, you go.
Okay.
No! Wait, he's the guy who has our bug though.
Yeah. Don't worry. We'll find. Maybe someone should go look for him.
All right. It's my turn. It's my turn.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Perfect. Okay.
Fantastic, guys.
Yes.
All right.
So like don't worry. We'll get our stuff and we'll save him.
We're not much better off considering the fact that we already lost one person now. Oh hey, what's happening?
Oh! What? Ah!
Well, Topper.
Am I dead? Hello? Ah!
Hi. Well, that's awkward.
so.
Okay. I have never been to this planet before, but I think this one was rather difficult. Like, we went from like the easiest planet, and then someone chose a solar eclipse planet.
All right, mess up. Who chose the solar eclipse planet?
But that's okay. We still have another day, guys.
All right.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, 1:30. Okay.
This one is still eclipse. This one.
Yeah, autopilot us to a great planet. You know, someone just spin the dice.
Aggressive
I just
light
installed this game. This is fun.
Yeah, autopilot us to a great planet.
Yeah.
Oh, and just a heads up.
Let's see.
The way this game works is we can also order supplies that fall down on the planet. So like flashlights and stuff. But I don't remember.
Awesome.
I don't remember how to do that. I think it's here.
Landed us on a rainy planet.
Oh, this is a nice place. Very nice place. It's very rainy. Oh, there's a scaffolding right there. I just saw it.
Why did we get a new creature discovered?
I just scanned the creature.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, just scan the bird.
Okay. It's 8, guys. Where we go?
All right.
Is the facility right behind us over here? Do you see that?
Oh, we could try that.
Dude, I love how you guys run.
It's a bird. It's a bird.
Hey, main entrance.
There's a way for us to get in. Is there?
Main entrance is on the other side.
I think we just walked. This is the wrong way. This is the wrong way. Hello? Guys? 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 Oh.
Hello.
Oh God, where's everyone else?
Oh, they're coming. We were just checking the top of the pipe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You guys all died.
I should have said that. Yeah, sorry. The other two just died. You know, so just.
Wait, okay. We're still missing one.
Graven? Graven? Can you hear our voices, Graven?
Graven was right behind you, right?
He was in front of us, actually. Maybe if we beatbox really loud, he'll hear us.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get started.
I'll go and look for him.
Oh, this is how everyone dies. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
I told you, with the power of our beatboxing, of course
he's being
Graven's gonna
chased
come
by
back
bees.
home.
Oh, bees. Oh.
Was past tense. We're chill.
Yes.
We talked it out. We're cool now.
Let's go.
Oh.
All right.
Guys, you're not gonna believe this. We found Coke. Or
Oh
beer.
my goodness, bottles.
Oh my god. I grabbed it. I grabbed it.
Oh my God. Wait, I
Can you return these to the ship first?
Yeah.
Oh, nice,
So
nice.
you can return these to ship either like one at a time or like if everyone has stuff. But we eventually need to do 130 worth of stuff.
Wow, that's a lot of
I
stuff.
can do that.
Hey, wait, there's a bunch of stuff here.
Ooh, a stop sign.
Hey, let's find the most valuable things in here.
Guys, there's a fire exit.
Oh, that's just an exit.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Oh, it's just the exit.
Yeah.
So who wants to go down the, or I guess me.
I'll do it.
Okay, well, hold up, guys. Just make sure everyone's okay.
Yep.
I knew it. Everything just ends up as back rooms.
Oh.
I can't believe this.
Wait, something moved. Something moved towards the left side.
Yeah, what? Or you going after it?
Oh, that's a turret. Oh wait, it's an active turret.
Oh.
What the fuck? I don't think we should stand in front of it, no?
Yeah, I don't know if we can make.
I don't think that's risk. I
Yeah.
don't think that's worth the jump, is it? Oh, okay. Can you grab it?
It's not letting me jump.
All right. Let's go.
Guys.
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My hands are full.
Well, let's just go back.
Yeah, let's run back. How about that?
Yeah, let's all run together.
Where's the exit?
Are you guys good with directions?
Oh, don't go that way. Don't go that way.
Oh, that's where it was.
Do not go that way. Do not go that way.
Wait, that's the exit.
It's not the exit?
That is the exit. All right, go to the right, quick.
Okay.
Take this home.
Is that everybody?
Is that everyone?
We're missing one. We're missing one. We're missing the guy with the pole.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, let's go to the ship.
Yeah, let's go drop this off first.
Oh.
Yeah, I got bad news.
What?
It's quicksand.
Someone's gonna have to catch this. I can't go down.
Yeah, just drop it.
In
All
my
right,
hands.
Go.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
You know.
By the way,
Where's
there
that way
is,
back to the ship?
Yeah, there is what is it? Quicksand.
How quick is it?
I was just sinking into it.
You
So I
should
don't
probably
know.
not hold that then.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look, bees.
Oh, we talked it out.
Yep, down here.
See,
Would
guys,
you like a
we
tea
didn't need
kettle in
those,
these trying times?
we didn't need those extra days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh wait. Uh-oh.
It's
Oh
quicksand.
no.
Wait,
Oh,
guys.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Come on, man.
Hmm.
Alright, let's go to the other side.
Hmm.
Maybe we might need to
Maybe we should have taken the side that didn't have the quicksand on it.
Yeah. How do we?
I'm just gonna drop it here.
Should we go to the company and sell it?
Yeah, you know what? Let's go do that.
Yeah, let's. How does the routing go? Let's see.
Or. Really, really unfortunate that our teammates seem to have dropped the ball. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Who could have seen that though?
Very.
Really? Like.
Yeah, I have no idea how to work this.
Okay, don't. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Let's start the ship out of here.
All right. We have to put these into storage.
Oh, you know, we'll just take it to the planet.
All right, all right.
And then we go to.
Oh no.
The company building.
Yeah, let's go and sell it.
So let's talk about what happened, guys.
To sell your scrap metal and other goods.
It was pretty quick.
2 days left to meet the profit quota.
I could have sworn someone just warned us about something.
Pilot for the company building.
Where do we put this?
Okay, I mean, we could just store it. We can just like put it on the floor. We like store it here. Ha! I don't think that will fit.
Yeah, it's basically I'm just company building. So
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
going there right now. Just do we just land?
Yeah. Yes. Let's go.
All right. Let's sell these.
You guys ever go to a boss before? And you didn't fit all your criteria, your quota?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, see?
I'm sure our boss would be nice to us, so we should be okay.
Oh.
First day on the job, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure the boss will forgive us.
I'm sure space pirates will be completely reasonable.
Huh? Okay, wait, let's drop the stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Ain't quite a lot of money.
Guys, where is it?
Hello?
Hello, boss.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so is that it?
Yeah. Wait.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh my god.
See?
Easy.
We made enough money, so it's too easy.
Yeah, no, we would have made more if that quicksand wasn't right next to our feet.
Yeah, that was the quicksand's fault. Yeah. That's.
Yeah, quicksand was pretty quick.
Oh, you know what?
Hey,
Okay, let's get out of here.
On the bright side, you know, Graven did ask how quick is the quicksand.
That it was very quick.
I found out the hard way.
Should we go back to the same place, or?
Nah, let's find somewhere else.
All right, let's go to the place called Experimentation.
Sure.
Sure.
Hey! We must be in orbit.
Overtime bonus?
Oh, okay. And now, because are we rich? Do we have money?
Yeah, we have some. We have $200, I think.
Yeah, okay. Now look at this. Look at the store. You know, someone hook us up with some flashlights.
All right, flashlights.
I don't mean to be alarmed or alarm you guys, but this is the first time I've met the quota since I started playing.
We're kind of geniuses. I'm telling you, we're pretty professional at our jobs.
For real. I just installed this. I'm already meeting quota.
Yeah, I have seen so many ways to die in this game.
Yeah, but us, we're different. We're built
Oh no,
Yeah,
I saw that
this
one.
team right here, we're just built different.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, boy band supreme. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do we need anything else?
I don't know, like a walkie-talkie or some shit. But you know what? Just buy whatever looks good.
Yeah, I ordered 4 flashlights because they're just so happen to be 40% off.
Okay.
Oh, they're on sale? Hell yeah.
We have 177 credits left.
Oh, that's a lot.
Should we save that for later?
You know what? Let's just say that we got 3 days.
All right.
All right. Do we?
Let's look at the moons.
Maybe.
Well, we got 2 stormy places and an eclipse place. So...
You know, maybe just choose one.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll choose a world. Okay, I'm looking at my world right here.
That was pretty good. Oh.
Give me out.
I should just delete it. I should just not send this out yet.
Okay.
Hey, there's a big building over there.
Oh, nice. Let's go for it.
Oh.
Let's go.
There's a building off to our right, by the way.
There's also a ladder. Oh, what the hell?
Wait. Where's our loot? Do we? Oh, is that lightning?
Hey, let's go to the building that I saw earlier.
Let's go.
Wait, the main entrance is right here. Yeah, it's up there.
Ladder
Hey.
right here.
Oh.
Nice.
What the hell is that?
There's lightning.
There's music.
Oh, wait. Are they? Come back.
Whoa.
What? Do you see that? When you order stuff from space, they send it to you with an ice cream thing.
Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, go pick up one of those. Well, the green one. Please. That one.
Oh, we have a limited battery.
Oh, you are quick to know this.
I looked at the top left. I was like, oh.
I'm gonna have someone stuck in my head this time.
Get over here.
Man, I missed the last Stormy.
The door right here?
Oh, hell no.
What happened?
Did you make that noise?
Oh, hey, that's a landmine. Careful.
Can we pick it up and bring it back?
I don't think that's how it works.
You.
I felt your god just now.
I just took the light with me.
Oh, God, it has.
What?
Maybe you gotta put that back real quick, or maybe no, maybe bring it to the thing. Bring it to the thing.
Okay.
I have never seen what radiation does to someone, but in all the movies I've watched, it's not a good thing.
Radiation, baby.
Oh,
I can be your superwoman.
Maybe you gotta go back. You gotta go back and send that like immediately.
You know what? Actually, here, hold on. I'm curious about something.
Okay.
Landmine, right? Can we just have?
I wanted to pick it up. Wait, am I?
I think you're.
My menu.
Ship computer terminal to access secure doors.
Oh, so the terminal in our thing. Huh? Oh, we're good.
I guess we can open doors through it,
I think what you're holding is slowly killing us.
Oh. I'm not holding it anymore.
Wait, I think it's expensive. I think we kind of want it.
It's a really big light.
Yeah.
But let's. Wait, where do we go from here?
No.
Are you gonna bring that light
You know
back?
what? You give me that, and you guys look for more stuff.
Yeah, we'll look for more stuff. I was gonna say you can bring that back first if you want.
Yeah. I will bring it back, and you guys go look for stuff. Just drop that shit.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Is that the right way?
This is not the right way. Which way do I go?
That way. I think it's that way.
We can go up, maybe.
Oh.
Wait.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
Huh?
No one's helping her? No one's helping her?
Man, there's a lot of landmines here.
I see you and me are back together.
Wait, how the fuck did you die?
Hi there.
You know when you told them to choose a stormy place?
Yeah.
Do you think lightning and metal work well together?
Han's about to.
You got it.
I got handed the.
I don't know. It told me to drop it and it exploded.
I think she went upstairs.
Why did you follow it?
Hey, there's a nice area up here.
They don't know that you died. They don't know.
They don't know. They have no idea. They are not aware.
No idea.
I almost walked my ass straight into a landmine.
I saw that.
Like, oh, must be valuable.
A boom.
Oh, okay.
I don't think there's anything good here.
There's downstairs.
All right, let's check
I
it out.
can't believe you were yelling the whole
Kinda
time and
relying
they
on your
didn't save you.
likes. I can't see crap.
My brother in Christ, I'm at 25%.
All right, let's make this quick.
You got a face hugger? Someone's got to rip it off of you, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
I'm checking upstairs.
Run.
There's an exit up here. Right there. Fire exit. Just exit. Let's exit.
Okay, we chill.
Alright. Yeah, let's look around.
Oh.
I've got nothing of value. I'm just telling you right now.
Ooh, I had some metal objects. I had a key on me. Ooh.
You tell me we're gonna get hit by lightning?
Yeah, probably.
Oh my god. The way they run is so fun.
Oh, okay, look, they see it.
Why is this thing Oh. Oh.
They found the reason.
Hey, I got a body.
Oh, you bring my corpse back. Wait, he didn't see where he went.
We gotta time this, alright?
He's gonna time it. There's no way he dies.
Oh my god.
Run.
Oh my. Yeah, so that's what happened to me.
Where is it? Oh, that's where it is.
Oh my god.
Okay. He's got.
Hey!
Hey!
Oh lord.
I was so confused. I was like, where is it?
80!
Nice.
That's a dub.
Huge value.
So could you guys explain what happened to us?
So on my way out, I may have gotten struck. And
I see.
And then while you guys were running around inside,
I see.
Ori may have kissed someone.
Ah, was it
With
a
Tom.
pale centipede?
No, it wasn't. It was squishy and slimy. It was all over me.
Ah.
What?
You know, Graven, that was very unfortunate timing.
Oh,
I asked, where is it? Immediately get struck by thunder. What are
The gods answered your question.
They really did.
Yeah,
They
so
said,
I
"Yo, let me
didn't
show you
understand how that worked until I got struck. Also,
I see.
Also,
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, Ori got sucked off by a face sucker.
Ah.
Yeah.
I
So
thought I saw head crabs in there.
If
Hold on.
I think if you guys see that, you guys can like rescue her. You gotta get like punch it off or something.
Ah.
Is that a thing? I can throw hands at this shit?
I don't know about. Oh, if you still have your battery or your flashlight, you can charge it here. Right here. This little coil.
Yeah,
I think
could not do that.
I think there's only one. There's only one flashlight left.
Yeah. The place that I came out, I would have been struck by thunder.
Oh.
Because I have metal on me.
My hands were full. I was carrying this thing.
Let's
It's
go
cool,
with.
I'll make it up to you.
Let's go with this place.
Yeah. See.
Wait a minute.
Waiting?
How
What?
much money did we just have?
Which what?
we have an 80.
Okay.
You got anything from the store that I could throw hands with?
You know,
Not yet.
What's in there, man?
Our new balance is 93, so apparently we lost money.
Did you guys read this note? It says you're in deep. Access file secured.
So.
Oh, is that?
It turns out that if we
Right
die, the amount that we do is taken from our total. So we just lost $83 from that last adventure.
$83? That's like 2 burgers.
Yeah. So.
Okay,
77 to 93.
but you brought my corpse back, so we saved some money. Good work. Hey, we picked
I died, so.
Oh.
I did not bring your corpse back.
Hazard level D.
Is D better
D's
than?
not.
Oh.
Wait, is this the same area as before or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now I've been taking the 0 money areas.
Alright, let's go back to where we were.
Yep. And this time let us not fall into quicksand right next to the ship.
Well, now that I know what it looks like,
Yes.
I guess I'm a little better off.
Yeah, there's no way that we're gonna do that again.
Surely not.
Surely.
But not
This
this
is
way.
not the right way. I gotta go around.
My character's stamina is just not cutting it.
We
man.
have we have the worst stamina for this mission. We take like a 10-second sprint and then we put a breath.
Nah, guys, no. It's just it's really high gravity. That's what it is.
Of course.
Oh.
It's like the Dragon Ball gravity chamber thing.
All right. Oh.
Oh shit.
Ah!
All right, let's go up. We're not going to that door.
Is that a gun?
That is really bright. And yes, that thing below was a turret, if I recall. All right, the person with the flashlight, go ahead.
This flashlight ain't doing shit, my guy.
All right, should we explore somewhere else?
Oh, there's a steam leak. Steam leak. Yeah, maybe we leave. Maybe we leave.
Can we shut it?
Somewhere, I think.
Oh, there's a door here.
The door?
Wait, there's something right here.
Where'd you go?
Oh,
Pass the steam.
What the heck?
Wait. Oh. Okay. Wait, guys, get up here. The steam.
X8. I don't know if that means anything.
Do you want to return this first? Just
Yeah,
to
should
secure
we
the
go
money.
back first? Yeah, let me go with you.
Whoa. Oh, you guys got 2. Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
All right, Graven. Where'd you go? Graven?
I'm right here.
All right, they left with 2 big things.
Okay.
So like we gotta stick together. So go for it. Go. I'll follow you.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's do this.
Oh, okay. There's a door.
All right, steam to the right. Let's go this way. It looks a little more visible. We'll go this way. Closed door on the right. I do see.
This is the actual door.
Seems clear so far.
Oh, it's one of these.
Ah, that is loud.
Fuck it, I'll take it.
Hell yeah. I think that opened the door.
Ooh, we get out. Okay. Oh, they got it.
The valve.
Oh, hell yeah. Wait, they returned the loot.
Hey, I hear something. Come this way.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good.
Wait. Oh, I let us in a circle. That's my fault.
Oh, it's no problem. I saw a crab. Oh, they're still here. The sound stop. Oh, I think we're back. Wait.
Where's the exit?
Oh, this is not.
This is not the same way, huh?
Huh.
Okay, so that's the switch.
Maybe we go back over here.
They're trying to retrace my steps, even though the flashlight's dead.
Wait, wow. Let's go. We can go through. We can go through the door.
Yeah. That's a lot of spider webs. I don't think that was there before.
Oh. I think they're coming back for us.
I would hope. Dead end.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Oh. I am rescinding my authority. Yeah, go ahead, Captain.
All right, let's do this. I bet.
That doesn't sound good. How do I get it off? How do I get it off?
I have no idea.
I can't get it off. Goodbye, man. I'll tell you stories of you. Have I been here? What the fuck? Hello? Hello? Hello?
All right, let's just go back.
Let's just go back for now, just in case.
Yeah, I picked
Okay.
up the
Well,
I
we did our best.
We did our best.
We can share this oil with everybody when we get back. This is gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Like if we all get a sip each, you know.
They just start the ship.
Well, I don't think so, but we should get back there soon.
Oh, we can't. You see the whole right mouse button?
Maybe I need to drink a bit of the soda first before anything.
You bring back the empty can.
I don't think it's empty. I think there's soda inside. Isn't this really rare?
I'm surprised
to
that's
find
even an option. Wait a
perfectly good soda
I think you can only do it 2 or 3.
on an abandoned planet?
But yeah, it's like
Maybe we'll store
you
them
can
here.
vote for
We
it to
got back
go.
quite a lot of goods actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, we bought back a lot of good stuff.
Okay.
I guess let's just
Oh,
wait to
not
see where
bad.
they are.
Yeah, not bad.
They know how to come back.
No, you know what, Graven?
Maybe. I'm gonna see if there's a way to scan.
Hold the thing.
I'm gonna put these stuff in here. Looks good. Sort it up a little bit, you know? 9:45.
Okay.
The players. Oh fuck! Did they die?
Wait, she didn't hear me
Because,
screaming? I
last
heard
time I
her.
don't think so.
I heard her right before I died.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Oh god.
Well, I guess all we gotta do right now is to wait until see if anyone comes back in here.
Yeah.
Oh, the bugs muffle my voice. Oh my god.
They're holding
Oh man.
I wanna be able to beat it off people.
There's 13 items left outside.
What did we hear earlier? I don't know.
Wait,
if it
why
was
is he leaving? Why are they leaving?
I think it was Scarra's scream.
Oh.
Should we just
Shit.
No, it's gonna close automatically anyway, right?
Maybe.
Monitoring Scarra. What does this mean?
Oh, I changed the camera view to other people.
So
this is the life of
space pirates.
Yeah, it's brutal out there. Oh, okay. I probably should have taught you guys the monitor. So when
do you want to close the door?
when you like move, see players, monitors, if we're dead, we're probably not moving.
Alright.
Okay, so you can actually see through our
Quite a lot of glibs, so alright.
Well, yeah, you can see that we're not
I looked at the
moving.
camera, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
No notes. Oh, they both
Yep, that's
died.
that's kinda...
241 out of 632.
Hey, welcome.
Welcome back.
So what happened?
We both got
So
face
what happened
hugged.
was.
Yeah.
So what happened was.
You got face hugged.
Yeah.
Okay,
How much we
okay.
bought that?
Wait, real quick. The last thing I forgot to teach you guys. You can switch the camera angle to people, okay? And when you do, if we're not moving and we're not looking around, there's a chance that we're dead.
Yeah, I figured that out at the end. I looked at the camera, I was like, wow, Scarra's real patient, and I was like, he's dead.
Yeah.
Never mind. That's not patience.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the company, so we go drop the things off.
Oh, we're
What
at the
killed
company?
you guys up in there?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I just said that's the company.
Okay.
Alright, let's go.
I'm hoping that all the stuff that we have right now is enough for what's it called? For us to hit the quota early.
In overtime.
Yeah, because
There's
there's
the
overtime.
wheels
There's
still left over, so if someone grab the wheel as well.
The wheel.
Was it like a dark monster that killed you guys, or?
Yeah, what killed you guys?
What are those face huggers that muffles you and then you slowly die?
Thing. There was also a bunch of bunker spiders too, I think.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
There's just a lot of things in there, man.
Yeah, it wasn't best.
Hey.
That was a tentacle. Okay.
238.
Oh, those apparatus are nice.
We just need a little bit more, and we will go on the.
Alright, we have one day. It's perfect. Let's go find it. Alright, let's go to the next place.
Should we risk it or no?
Risk what?
So we can go to the other areas, or we could try to save up for the teleporter. Was what one of the items I saw was.
Oh, you know what? That sounds pretty good.
I like that idea.
So, what area should we go next?
Maybe search for lobby. I don't know.
The one that brings us the money.
Yeah.
We got experimentation, we got assurance, and then we got vow. Experimentation is rainy, and then like the other moons that we haven't tried yet all costs money.
Let's go rain. How bad could rain be?
I could use some rain here. It's pretty dry.
Oh, we need to leave. So close the door.
Door closed. Capitan.
Alright, so with the whole monitor thing and being able to open doors from our terminal, do we need a guy in the chair?
I think what happens is if you find the light switch, you can turn it off, and if you find the big generator, you turn off all the doors.
Ah, gotcha.
So like
I did see that when we turned off that steam valve, it did open 2 of the doors.
We picked up the generator and everything was open.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Are the doors normally not open? Is that what?
They were closed.
Yeah, they're normally closed.
Okay. You guys ready? This is the one with the quicksand, by the way.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, thanks for the warning.
Yeah. I say this is the one with the quicksand because I'm pretty sure the quicksand only appears if it's raining. I'm pretty sure. Or not, actually.
Luckily, we have never died the same thing before.
Area.
No, it's the same one
Right.
I've been before.
Oh no, I'm saying like the one with the quicksand. This was the one with the thunder that killed Scarra.
And other people.
And other people, yeah. Is that? Oh,
I thought that was
I
something.
thought we already. Yeah, I thought it was.
Okay, well that's cool.
All right.
Okay. So
is everyone here?
Wait, wait, we lost one.
Oh no. There wasn't anything outside, right?
Hello?
We good?
Hello?
He's not here.
Hello? There's nothing she could have died to yet. Hello?
Found her.
How?
Yeah, come here, stairs.
Oh, there's another way.
Yeah, come this way, come this way.
Wow, you
I think
found
this will bring us directly to
Oh,
rooms.
this is where we exited
the
from.
side
Yeah,
entrance.
come here, come here.
Oh, you guys are
Perfect.
up there.
Yeah, the fire exit's right here. You ready for this?
No. There's nothing upstairs. There's only one way to go.
I got a V-type engine.
Okay.
Ooh, that's gonna be money. You wanna bring it back first?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, okay. There might be stuff here, guys.
Can't see anything.
Put that in.
It's too dark.
Yeah, the mental map.
A little bit too scary, no?
I have partial and
It's so
aphantasia.
dark.
Oh. Ooh, bottle.
You bring back anything?
Wait, a key.
Oh, is this an area that we were at? I recognize this. Nothing here.
Running. Wait, where's Felios?
Bring it? You went to go put it back.
What about Felios? Yeah.
Oh, hey, there's a slime up here.
What?
What the hell is that?
I don't know. I thought I saw something.
Oh, we can go in this area. What's this area?
Wait, do we have a key?
I have a key. I have a key.
Can you try using it on this door?
I can't.
Unless it's gonna
I'm
work at
stuck.
all.
I'm stuck. The slime's.
Oh, you can hop onto the forklift and then hop over.
Well,
Or
now.
not. Should we just go back?
Wait. What if I run over here?
Can we go this way?
Let's go this way.
This area, guys.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Which door?
The door on the railing over there.
Oh, wait.
That
I can,
door's locked
yeah,
right
yeah. I
now?
can look. I can look.
Yeah.
Oh.
We climb up on this side.
Wait, try jumping on here. On here and then up.
Perfect.
Yes.
It worked.
Oh.
There's another locked door.
Oh boy. Alright, let's go the other way.
Guys, no need to alarm you guys, but it's a slime.
Yeah, let's go down.
Yeah.
Go down this way.
Let's
I
keep
was
going.
curious. Come down this way. Go this way. Go first. Go first.
Guys, did you guys ever see Raven submit the item?
Yeah, he submitted it. Is it safe down there?
Yeah. I don't see anything dangerous.
Right, let's go back up, I guess.
Wait, there's this thing. There's a thing. You guys.
Something over here, by the way.
Oh,
There's another passageway
okay.
over here.
Wait, that was some. Oh, was that you?
Oh, there's a bug on the ceiling.
Oh, let's not go there.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay, I'm just not gonna go that way.
All right, let's go somewhere else.
Wait. I got a secret.
All right, let's see it.
Okay, dodge this one.
Okay. You fell.
Huh?
So we lost one.
Oh. Oh god, if anyone could hear me right now. Was that not the exit? This is the exit, right? Hello? Graven? Hello? Guys, do you think I can get over this?
Oh my.
That was just unfortunate.
Oh fuck, man.
Oh my. What are the odds?
Okay, I meant to tell you that there was a hole there, and then I didn't.
Yeah, I kind of noticed after I was expecting solid ground, and I just went into the abyss.
I didn't expect to walk straight into a slime coming back into the place.
That's what I was like. Wait, I don't hear him coming back. Wait, did we get anything?
No.
We all died.
Wait, we have to meet the deadline by today.
Oh, the engine that I brought back is gone.
Did we get anything back?
Yeah, we should have like voted early, I think, because I think that might have saved some money.
No, it's okay, guys.
There would be no survivors though. That's the thing.
All right, do we have to? Oh my God! Wait, how much money did we just lose? We're at 53 now.
I don't want to talk about it.
Can we like? Oh God! Can we like sell money to make our quota? We're not there, guys. We're not there.
Yeah, we have to.
Boys, we are
route to the
missing.
company.
The company's. Dude, we sold our souls to the company. Okay, they're gonna eat our ass.
Yeah, we can't even sell our souls. They already owned it.
So
tips for the job.
Wait, I'm new to the shop. Surely they're gonna treat us okay, right? They promised me a lot of great things during the interview, and I was really happy with the follow-up.
Did you read anything of the contract you signed?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really let me read it. I kind of just had to hurry up and do it, but I did read the workbook and the manual, the employee manual.
Oh, shit.
So if I give them the excuse that I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player and I cannot read the contract, will they give me a
interview?
buy?
Oh. Yeah, maybe I give them our clipboard.
True.
You just sell the clipboard. It gives us just.
Oh.
Hey, you wanna go first?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, I think this was a good test run. I think we should do the run.
Yeah, I'll work more. I'll do overtime. I'll do overtime. Let's go.
I don't need to sleep. I don't got plans tomorrow.
I can work on the weekends as well. It'll be fine.
Yeah, holidays I can work those.
Yeah, I don't
Mellow
need time
Jello
to
100, welcome back for 105 months, man. Thank you so much for the resub. You're a real one, dude. Sorry I missed you.
They don't call me Graven for hire for nothing.
They don't call me Ori for hire for nothing.
Well, guys.
What happened?
Well,
the boss did not really like it when I rang the bell.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Discipline?
Goodbye.
We got disciplined, man.
So we're running it back, right?
Yeah, let's go back in.
All right.
Okay.
We understand now.
Yeah, since we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Welcome to your first day on the job.
No, skip this shit.
This is your very own
Find a place to
autopilot
go.
ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract.
We are ready.
I am ready to serve.
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer.
I also ordered us 4 flashlights.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
We're actually gonna own this time.
Great asset to the company.
So just know the thing that's gonna give us our flashlight is gonna drop in somewhere nearby. So we should just wait for that and then go for.
Yeah, I think it takes 1 hour, which I think is like 60 seconds.
Is it? Yeah.
All right.
And it makes the ice cream noise.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Yeah. Where the fuck is Ori going?
She's on an adventure.
The grind don't stop, I guess. You know.
Oh
Hey,
my god.
We got slots.
How's the bees?
You want to teach that one person to use? Like, Coil is so easy.
Hey, there it
It's
is.
up there.
Oh, that just so happens to be near the bees as well.
Hey! Ice cream!
I guess I'll grab Ori's.
Wait, whoa.
Already got it.
Where's mine?
Huh?
Oh, perfect.
Did we not get 4?
I got 2 of them. I got one for Ori. It's okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, is that? Oh no, that's a shadow. Never mind.
Yeah, we're really spooked out here.
I thought it was quicksand. I'm traumatized. What can I say?
What was the way again?
Over here.
Yeah.
You got your scanner, right?
What was that?
Oh wait,
I'll catch
hey
it.
Ori, we got your flashlight.
Hey, why did you run so fast, huh?
I was going for the goods, you know. Go this way.
Alright, let's...
Oh my god.
Which way?
She did.
I'm gonna go up.
Nothing here.
Dead end?
There is a turret up here.
Is that gonna attack us, right? We should be fine.
I...
I guess you just gotta go one at a time.
No, whoa.
So the other way is a dead end.
You have to go around it. You have to go around it. It spins the other way. Ooh, someone collected some bottles.
Okay. So the other path that we could go from the start is just completely a dead end.
Ooh, a stop sign.
At a stop sign. I can punch them off at you.
Ow!
Okay.
Like, ow!
Does someone want to bring this back?
You know, she will. The laughing girl. The jester over there.
Is your hands full?
Oh my god.
Where are you,
What's
Scarra?
wrong? I found
Where are you?
something down there. I do not want to go down there anymore.
Alright, let's go back first for Tiny. You and I.
Oh, run! It's coming!
Which way are you going?
I saw something awful.
What's coming?
You want to wait and see?
I do not want to see.
Which was the exit?
We gotta run.
Where are you guys? Where do we go? Where do we go?
This way.
Oh my god.
You all good? Ori?
What happened?
She might be. You know, this might be a we go next angle. There's a monster in there, by the way.
Nice.
You know, I'm gonna go deliver stuff back.
There was one outside too.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Ship's this way.
Okay.
Right there, watch out. Oh, no, never mind. That's just a bird. But yeah, there was some like worm thing coming up from the ground.
Yeah. Wait, where's everyone else?
We're about to find out, I assume.
Oh.
Oh, it's the front. Well, I dropped this thing off.
I got a cookie tin. Well, let's go look at the cameras. Oh, that's us. Oh, wait, is that... Are they moving? Oh, I don't think she's moving. Oh, he's moving!
Fortani's still alive, but there's something red.
Oh, there's something right there.
Ah. It's going after him. Okay. Let's see what I can do.
Okay. I'm gonna... Yeah. You know, not all heroes wear spacesuits. Oh, I'll protect the ship.
Sounds good.
Yeah, got it.
Make sure the goods get to where they need to be.
Yeah. Oh, God, man. Grab the beehive. Oh, is that a thing? Oh, I'm super low. Okay. Oh my God. Wait, they're right next to each other. Okay. Oh, guys, you know how they emote in this game? Shit. Not what I meant to do. Oh, it's 1 and 2. Oh, shit. Oh my God. He's in the I6. Don't worry, man. I'll help you. I6? Can I open that for him? How do I open that? Like a button? A button? Any buttons? Oh, it's already open. Oh. Type I6 in the PC. I6. Oh. Oh, I don't think he's moving. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah. Perfect, perfect. Oh, shit. Ah! No fucking way.
What the fuck?
Well.
A dinosaur came in and killed me?
Well, that's just unfortunate. Shit.
Oh.
I tried to get you out of there, Fortani, but
I know, I tried all. If I had known I could take more hits, I would have just like taken a hit to drag it inside and then just jumped over.
It's okay, guys. We didn't get anything because we all died. It didn't.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, let's go back. Let's go back.
But I saved my
We gotta be
flashlight.
faster.
That flashlight's still there.
you did save the flashlight.
Oh yeah, you can take it. That's a cursed flashlight. I freaking died in the thing. You want to vote? You guys
I
are
know
voting.
you can get critically injured and then heal from it, like 6 seconds later.
All I know is Ori hit me with a stop sign, and now I'm like red health. Like what the fuck?
You get hit with a stop sign?
Yeah, that's why I literally got killed. Like I can die like a gust of breeze.
Yeah. There's a giant monster that was just camping my front door, so I couldn't do anything.
I did what I could. I tried to distract it. I distracted it for like 2 seconds.
I didn't know how. Oh wait, hazard level B.
That's not even
Is
a
that
real
good or bad?
letter. Don't worry about it.
Bad.
Oh, B for bad. I get you.
Main entrance or side entrance?
Oh, you guys feeling frisky?
All right.
Why not?
I was gonna
Wait,
say.
we're missing one girl. Someone,
she's
someone with a stupid laugh.
Is there sanity in this game?
I'm losing it right now.
Alright.
All right. Which way to go?
You're still laughing.
Oh! All right, I'm out. Peace, guys.
All right.
I'll see you guys later. Guys, look at me. Hard carrying my team. Look at me. Wait. This is not the ship. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, I did it. We are 1/3 of the way to the quota because of me. Get the beehive? I don't know where the beehive is. Okay, I think I go through the side entrance to maybe look for more stuff. Well, yeah, but I don't know where the bees are. I'm looking for it. Maybe not as good. Bolt. I don't like that sound, guys. I don't know what that is. I don't like that sound. Oh.
What the fuck?
There is something that sounds very dangerous in that room. I took some stuff and I ran.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'll bring you back there and then we'll go back into the room. Go this way, this way, this way. Can you jump over here?
Yeah.
Where the heck are you? Nice. Okay. Jump over here.
My health?
You're fine, you're fine. You won't die. Alright, let's bring this back in here first and then let's go.
Wait, where's everyone else?
They're still in there. Pretty sure they're fine though. I didn't check. I brought a bolt back in here. I think they're still alive. Yeah, they're stuck in between the room with a few people, but
Oh wow, that seems like they're surely gonna live.
hey, come on, let's go. I want to check out this area over here, Scarra. Move here, follow me.
Yeah, area?
Yeah, there's like the
Oh,
thing over there.
the bees. Hello? Mark, oh. What the heck?
Oh my god. Is there an entrance here or is it just like a big silo? Oh! Journal entry. Swings of Things, August 21st. Guess that was it.
Wow, we found lore. I
don't
love
care about
lore.
I want money. Fuck lore, man. Fuck lore. Get bitches. Get money.
That's what I'm saying. Where'd you go? Hello? Hello? Oh.
Oh, Graydon died.
Okay, maybe we head back. Maybe we go back.
Yeah, let's go back. It's also hitting 3:30 p.m.
Yeah, it's kind of late for me. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Graydon
Wait.
died.
Okay, yeah, but we have a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, should we leave for now?
Sure. How do you get the face huggers off of someone else?
You,
'Cause
I
tried pressing
think you need an item.
Okay.
I think it's like the shovel, or like the stun gun. The stun gun, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Start shit.
Oh,
let's go.
Someone said you need a shovel or a stop sign.
Hey, you know that stop sign could be used on enemies and not our own crewmates?
Yeah. I'm starting the ship, guys. Goodbye.
Okay.
Close the door.
How do I always sustain the most injuries? Wait, I got experience.
Wait,
Oh,
how was I the most profitable? I brought back a corpse and a key.
I swear to God, they scammed me.
I always get the most credit for your work.
I'm pretty sure Scarra brought back an entire
I brought back
engine, and apparently
3 things.
Apparently, a small dinky key worth like $10, and the corpse of our crewmate is worth more.
This is the first time I've gotten experience, guys. I swear. I didn't even know that was a thing in this game. Okay, oh, Karen says that because we haven't catched.
All right, we're going to this place because this is not rainy or eclipsed.
Got it.
Actually, wait, should we sell stuff?
Nah, we can do it the last day.
Okay. I just don't know, like, if we die, do we lose everything?
Yeah.
No, I mean, just don't die.
Okay. I was gonna say, we could try and sell it early. If you
Nah.
Just roll through it, bro. We'll be fine.
Alright.
We're good.
Alright.
What's the word?
What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
What's the worst we can do? Well, we can die.
Wait, I need to pee so badly. I'll pee after this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this the one where we run to the back part?
Yeah.
Wait, territorial behavior is on the list, so I'm pretty sure we got those things again.
Wait,
Let's go.
Huh? Oh. It's a coil.
Yeah, not the birds, but the other things.
Yeah, the other thing that just kills you?
Yeah.
The miss the day we sell true. Wait, what's that?
Oh, that's a bunch of bees.
Oh, I heard the beehive can be sold for stuff.
Yeah, you can sell it. If someone wants to distract the bees, someone grabs the nest.
I got it.
Run.
I got it.
Run home.
Run home.
Here.
Were you helping Scarra get the bee nest?
No.
So Graven and Scarra decided to grab the circuit bees nest, and all I heard from Scarra was, "I got it." I saw him run off into a distance with a shit ton of bees following him.
No fucking way.
And Graven just.
I didn't have stamina.
Wow! Hey, look, fire exit right here.
Okay. Wait, come here for Tony. Come here first. Can you do this with me? I really want to grab it. I'm thinking that I should go on the rails. I don't know if I can go on the rails. If I should, do you think I can run there in time?
I feel like you can run on this rail. Well, actually, yeah, maybe.
You can.
How about try crouch jumping?
Crouch jumping?
Yeah, can you try?
No.
Okay.
I can see if I can go there really quickly.
Look, Scarra's corpse was collected. Alright, try it. Oh, you just ran right past it.
Hello?
You know, when I say you ran past it, I was expecting you to actually run on top of the landmine as well.
Oh my god.
You ran back on it?
The bolt was really heavy. It was really heavy. It was really heavy.
I think he needs to grab the bull and we gotta dip.
Raven?
Uh-oh.
Hey, Graven.
Hello there.
We got another one.
We're playing like more delivery
yeah,
as opposed to playing Lethal Company.
Yeah.
This game is so funny though.
It's actually really
Motherfucker.
How hard is B have to collect? That's what I thought. Is the game worth it? I think if you have a group of 4, it's really funny. It's $10 and I don't know. I'm not like a cost. Oh god, can you hear me? Hello?
I like playing with these two.
Hello?
These two are fearless.
Can you hear me without push to talk?
Fear.
I think so. I think. Hello? Can you hear me without push to talk?
They can hear you?
Can you hear me?
I don't think you can hear each other if you're dead.
Oh, no, we can't. Hello? No, I mean, I meant you. Because I'm not pushing to talk, but when I'm dead, it just does non-push to talk.
Oh. No, I can't. I mean, I don't think you spoke.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Also, I was told the hive gives you a lot of things.
So there is a big ass spider.
Don't worry about it.
Ran
We got
towards
big
the
ass.
hives.
I got the hive, and then
that thing. Oh, fine.
It's.
You know the first thing Graven said when we landed is that this place is territorial.
Oh,
yeah.
We get it pass.
So you ran into a hive of native bees.
To the left.
Yeah. Okay.
On an unknown planet.
Everything you own in the box to the left.
Yeah. What's the plan?
I just realized.
What up?
I just realized that the corpses of Ori and Scarra are worth 1 small key.
1 small key. Should I grab the beehive or not risk it?
Is it still there?
Beehive never got delivered, yeah.
You can try grab it if you want.
These guys are gonna learn the hard way.
Sure, I mean.
We're gonna go get.
Fuck it, you said sure.
Alright, I'll just. If you die, if I see you stop moving, I'm just gonna launch the ship.
Sounds good to me.
Alright.
Alright, this is
I'm like
Scarra.
stuck in space with your laugh. I'm taking fucking damage to my brain. Oh, he cannot do this. Oh, this is not a thing. Oh, this is not a thing. Oh, this is not a thing.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Oh no, Graven.
Draven's about to learn why. Oh.
Graven's dead for sure.
No, wait.
Wait, don't you have to be in the sun? What the fuck? Oh, I thought you had a thing on his head.
You need someone to distract them. Yeah, this is a multi-man operation. This does not look good.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I need 2 people for that kind of job.
Yeah. I'm gonna just vote for the ship to leave early.
I would do the same.
Oh my god, please don't look for it, man. Please don't, man.
I think he's just grabbing my body.
Okay, but doesn't his name look really close to Ophelia's?
It does. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't think I can get that body.
Smart guy.
Yeah, this guy's a genius, man.
Yeah, he is.
Alrighty. What the fuck?
You have a lot of notes to you. Oh my god.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I gotta finally take a piss, so I'll be back.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay, well, we can deliver the goods.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I learned that the beehive, they're very hard.
Yeah. I figured. That hurt.
You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
I landed the ship.
Perfect. Oh my god, we just have lugs and bolts, man. Oh, I guess that's it.
Yeah, we had like another nut and then a key.
All right. Oh, real quick. Our boss is low. You ever say stuff for next brother? Oh, is that a thing?
Alright.
Oh, thank God.
We're chill.
He just grabs me as well. Just die. Nice.
Perfect.
201.
Hey, we met the quota.
Should we try a different moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Other.
Yeah, we're here for the money.
Alright, let me take a look at the other moons.
We gotta make our legacy. We're space pirates. We gotta be the best at it.
UJ's well back for 100 fucking months. Thank
hey,
you so
guys
much,
want to
man.
try the moon
The
die?
100.
Sure.
That sounds great.
The life on it says it's highly unlikely for complex life to exist here.
I'm not that complex. I'm a simple guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I'm not.
All right. Oh, never mind. We can't even go there. It's $600. All right.
Oh my god.
Never mind.
Guys, I'm looking for food as we wait. I should fucking cook more recently. I haven't cooked in like a week or two. Dude, when I start going out, it's like really like I get really lazy. Going out as in like any kind of event. You know what always hits? Indian food always hits. Indian food is so fucking good, man.
238.
Okay, wait. We can start buying some good stuff, you know? Get some shovels, get some flashlights.
Yeah, let me get a shovel.
Let me take a look at this real quick.
What's on sale?
Currently, walkie-talkies, lock pickers are on sale, and we have $201.
Oh, I heard that. I heard the walkie-talkie is good. I don't know what it does, but I heard it's good.
I'm pretty sure it's just long-distance communication, probably.
That sounds awesome.
If we split up in groups of 2, we can probably just get 2 walkie-talkies.
Oh, if we split up in groups of 4, we would probably die instantly.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a walkie-talkie going to waste if we're splitting up into 4s. You said we should pick up a shovel?
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah, grab a shovel for someone.
Alright. Okay, I ordered 1 shovel. What else should we get?
Flashlights.
Flashlights? Regular or pro?
We'll survive with regular.
Okay. 4 flash. Actually, 3 flashlights. Because I still have mine, thankfully. Alright, we're down to $126.
Yeah, we can save that.
We're pretty good.
I'm gonna turn off the lights so we can save electricity.
Alright.
Damn, we're really eco-friendly.
Yo, it's dark as shit in here. I can't see crap. You know what?
Oh my god, man.
Hey, Scarra, I'm gonna trust you with the stun grenade.
What? Okay.
Alright.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, okay.
Is the same price, is almost the same price as 3 flashlights, so pray to God that you make it work. If you stun yourself,
I will throw it at the closest group of people.
We're gonna immediately get our items and Scar's immediately gonna run around at us.
The
do we need a lockpicker? Huh?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these.
Is that all? Do we need anything else?
I think we're good.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. We're overly prepared.
Okay.
Guys, I ordered Korean fried chicken.
A good safe measure.
Oh my! I literally, it tastes so good in my mouth.
Right now.
I'm just. Oh my god.
All right.
Yo, wait. Is she back? Or are you back? Oh, you're here.
Hi.
Wait, why your guy just ordered Korean fried chicken? Oh my god, I cannot wait.
Korean fried chicken. I want some right now.
Honey, Korean fried chicken. Oh, the honey really just.
Sour garlic Korean fried chicken.
Your mother used to background, so I started playing. Now I'm ranked 3700. Wait, you're a beast.
All right, guys. We've never been here, so good luck.
Yeah, no, but we're adventurers. Oh my god, we're gonna die.
Oh, this looks.
Wait, this looks like the first place we went to, and Ori fell down a cliff.
We fell down a cliff. It wasn't.
Actually,
Ori,
you know what? I think you might be right.
No. Okay, I'm
let's
waiting
not go there,
for the ice cream truck.
Yo, oh yeah, by the way, we ordered some items.
Yeah, we ordered a lot of stuff. Wait, hold on. We need ice cream truck. He had Fury Curie Portuguese Rosage. I have not.
Wait, do you guys see that off in the distance?
Oh yeah. Like.
Oh, that's the thing we didn't go to.
Entrance.
Perfect. Let's make our way there.
Wait, where's the ice cream truck?
Yeah, where's the ice cream truck?
Right here. There it is.
Oh. Oh my god, there's so much stuff.
Alright.
Right, there's a flashlight here. Who does have a flashlight?
Where are you? Where are you, Scar? Here you go.
Here. Oh, we're...
Take it.
You
Put
trust...
good use to this.
One more flashlight here.
Okay, stun grenade. Okay.
Here you go.
Perfect. Perfect.
Alright.
Alright, we all set?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I did have a lag spike. Scar, did you get the stun grenade?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Okay, how do we get
I
around?
dropped it and my whole game froze.
Okay, I would recommend not falling off a cliff. Perfect.
Oh, we can just go around.
It's like a lagoon.
Yeah.
That's
This reminds me of reminds me of the forest.
Is that a horse? Oh, that's it. The first time I came here, everyone fell off and died, and I've never been back.
Oh.
And so, like, I came here with you guys, and everyone fell off and died. So,
that's what I'm thinking. We're in beds that when we're coming back and it's slightly darker, someone's gonna run straight across to get
that no one was gonna do that. That would be crazy.
Hey, I found the key.
Oh.
Nice. Was there anything on the other side for you?
Oh.
I got the blowhorn. That's it.
I got bottles.
All right.
Yeah, maybe I'll just put it at the entrance, and then we just come back for later.
I was gonna say you could just put it back right now. If you
Okay,
want.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Is that B? Free soju? Hell yeah. When I get my fucking wings and this? Oh, hell yeah. You know, the only reason I ordered wings is I saw they're 40% off. And I was like, oh my god, a deal? Can't help myself. There's no way they're gonna die before I get back there. How big is the order? I ordered 16. I'm probably gonna save a lot of those for the next day. I can't finish 16. Oh, it's been on the whole time. I didn't recharge it. It's fine. Ten minutes later, Weeds of our Hello?
Yeah, we're gonna find this out that's
Hello?
Hello?
Yo.
Hi.
Oh, you guys are, I'm upstairs. Yeah. Hello. You guys all good?
Hi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're chilling.
Okay.
This is the way back. So I guess we just continue through the fog.
Yeah, let's just go through the fog.
Yeah, we gotta find that valve and close it.
You want me to stun grenade it?
I don't think that's
If
how it
only that
works.
worked.
The fog is gonna get so stunned.
If we stun the fog, it'll collapse and we'll be able to walk through, yeah.
Well, if we just... Oh, spider behind us.
Graven.
You want me to
Wait,
beat
the
it?
stun grenade. We have a stun grenade.
Well, are we killing it? Like, I don't think we're killing stuff.
What, you mean that?
You want me to try?
We can try.
Stun.
Go for it, Graven.
Beat the shit out of it.
Oh.
Beat its ass.
Wait,
Get
dude.
it.
That? I'll show a guy who's boss. Yeah, beat him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, bang him.
I think we killed it.
Bang him.
No, we gotta like double tap it, you know?
Make sure we should throw a grenade again.
I tried.
Just rearm.
No, I think we did it.
Okay.
Okay, it's good, it's good, it's good. We're gonna go this way.
Graven is dead.
There's a bug coming down the hall. Be prepared.
There's another one?
Oh, there's the space huggers here. One just went to the ceiling. Right in front of us. Right there. You see it?
Oh, I see it.
Someone shine a light so I can see it.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Who wants to be the sacrifice?
I got it. On the floor.
It's like a lice. I ran out of battery.
It's on the roof again, right above me.
Is that
Right there.
Oh, hell no.
What?
Oh my.
Oh, let's run.
Scarra.
Yeah.
Scarra? I ran out.
We're in the wrong area. We're in the wrong area.
Oh man.
Oh, door.
Close the door.
I don't have any light.
I don't have any light either. I think it's on the opposite side, Scarra. Scarra, where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm here for you.
It's literally on the opposite side. Don't open that door. Do not open the door. It's
Okay,
literally
well,
right
there's
there.
nothing here. It's all dead end.
You're kidding
We have to
me.
go this way. We have to go this way.
Okay. Dude, I can't see shit right
Well, I just spam right click. Oh, there's a sheet. I spam right click and pray to God.
now. Okay, let's go this way.
Ooh, what room is this?
This is like a PC, guys. Nothing to grab here.
There's
though.
nothing
Like,
here.
surprisingly, all the PC parts, all the monitor parts, there's nothing to grab.
Yeah, okay. We are eventually gonna have to go back. It's a full dead end.
Oh, fuck. Dude, I don't... Dude, I can't see anything right now. Wasn't there like a left turn that we could make here?
Yes, right here. Okay.
Let's go. You go first. I'll be right behind you.
Fucker. Oh, there's another sheet. I have 2 sheets. Okay, now we go on.
Okay, perfect. I'm sure there's like a...
There's a creature behind us. Creature behind us.
Grab it.
He's dead. Oh no. Dude. Don't look away. Oh my god.
Wow.
What was that?
I think it's one of those where you have to look at it or it kills you.
173, yeah.
Oh
It's
god.
the one that you have to look at it, but what the hell killed you?
Oh, something else from behind me.
It looked
Wait,
like a
that's
centipede, but
That's actually
alien.
kind of funny.
Oh guys, we're fine.
We're dirt poor.
We're
Scarra
fine.
put in so much effort to just slowly get the like SCP looking monster through the doorway just to get killed by the centipede right after.
Wait, I literally was like, I think there's someone behind you, Ori, and then she died instantly. Neck
I
just
literally
snapped.
didn't hear anything. There's no audio cue whatsoever.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, okay, Ori's got this, right? And I see her slowly walking through the door trying to catch up to Scarra, and I see the thing just run up the stair just to kill her. I was like, holy. Alright, we got 18 bucks.
Okay, let's go find another planet, guys.
We went from $81, or $86, I should say.
Our
and then from the
profit's
famous
zero.
Words, a certain someone said, "It'll be fine. We're not gonna die."
What's the worst that could possibly happen?
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, I'm gonna order one flashlight because what else are we gonna get? Might as well put it to good use.
Yeah.
Fair. I was not expecting containment breach to be up here.
Considering the fact, that at one point, I'm pretty sure, I forgot if it was Ori or Scarra, one of you guys entered through a door on one of the other planets and literally entered the bathrooms for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw one of the backroom areas. Yeah, it looked really close. Oh,
Yeah.
this area. Okay.
Yeah.
Good thing you didn't stay.
Wait, what did you guys die to?
Huh?
What did you guys die to?
Oh,
That
in the
Mauler
hallways
thing?
when we were looking
Oh
through,
my
there's a
god,
giant,
that thing?
Like, yeah, there's a giant bipedal thing that just ran through the corridor.
Oh god. Okay, I'm leaving. You take the flashlight.
Yeah, the thing usually appears. Yeah, we ran like.
Dude, the difficulty of this game seems so interesting. Like the first place is like there's like one creature or two creatures, and the other places there's like 6 creatures. We're all fucking gonna die.
The game is really fun.
We're fucking not even living.
Yeah, it's fun. It's not that fun when you run into landmines and stuff.
No, that's hilarious. That's the best part. That's actually the best
wait.
part.
Hey, Ori, you want to explain the corridor landmine thing?
The what?
In the like hallway, you're like, hey, I got past it when you came back with the axle.
That one was so
I
funny.
don't want to talk about that. I'd rather not talk about that, to be honest.
Well, my hands are full with just this. All right, I'll be back, guys.
Wait, you can carry other small stuff with you.
No. This one says my hands are full completely.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Hey, bees.
Yeah, we're gonna go back. That beer? Yeah, it's fucking soju, baby. We need alcohol for the Korean fried chicken. We carry small stuff we pick it up before larger. Oh.
I think I went the wrong way, to be honest.
That's right there. It's right there. It's in front. It's in front. Oh, press right click. Press right click.
Oh, nice. Thank you. I'm locust. Oh my god, really
Wait, we
so
owe.
much money.
I also noticed that the money that we owe this time is much less than before.
Oh, it's because we passed the first one.
Like before, right? On our first run, we owed 258 or something like that.
No.
Now we owe only 238.
Oh,
for the
weird.
second payment.
The game gave us a difficulty adjustment. Like these guys fucking suck.
It nerfed us secretly. They're like, yeah. Wait, where's Word?
Oh.
Huh.
Whoa. There is a no, you're fine. There's a turret to our left here. Like
I'm just gonna go a different direction.
What the fuck is that?
I'm just gonna go upstairs.
I'm behind you. I'm behind you. I did not want to go there. Oh, there's nothing here.
There's nothing in here.
Oh, you had a paddle. What the fuck is that? That looks so sick.
Yeah, I
Careful
got
to
two of them.
Alright, where should we go?
Hi, guys.
You gonna go back first? Oh.
Oh, there's only one place to go. Right? Or can we go down here?
Maybe? Oh.
Oh, a key.
Nice.
Oh. Wait, which one is on and which one's off?
Just turn something on.
Just press all of them. I don't know. Something might.
I turned all of them off.
Alright.
Okay. I think we have.
Wait, does that mean the turret's off now?
Oh, I mean, we can check. Nope.
Nope.
I think you just have to run past it. Yeah, running around it. Are you guys here?
There's a big ass spider in the hallway up front and to the left. There's a lot of spider webs.
Okay, well there's a fucking turret here, so what are we doing?
I guess going back.
Oh.
So there's a spider, like a lot of spider webs up front.
Oh, maybe not.
No, did we get enough stuff?
Should we just? Yeah, I was gonna say, should we just call it quits here?
Yeah, maybe we're like, you know, we got it.
Alright.
Oh, but this time we go for the bee. No, I'm good.
I don't think there are bees here.
I don't think that was a good plan at the start. Wait, where's Graven?
That's a good fucking question.
He went to go drop stuff off and then I didn't see him after that. Raven? Raven?
He's not here. Wait, he's inside. He's being a trooper right now.
What the fuck? Yeah, he's... Where the fuck is he?
He's inside the hallways. The dark hallways.
He's literally next to the turret. He decided to go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh shit.
There is something chasing. We're very close to him.
Okay, I'm gonna look for bees. Kill the turret. Oh, how do we do that? You need a password, right? Oh, 6 p.m. Ooh, I do not feel good. Who will show up? How? Wait, where does it show up? Hello. It is 6 p.m. It's a little dark.
Yeah. Yeah, let's close the door for a little bit. Cortani went in to pick up Graven.
Oh, they're coming back.
Let's open up the door. Where are they?
I mean, they're
That's the
they're
outside,
like,
right?
yeah, they're like really close to us.
I can hear them.
got shot
Perfect.
instead.
Yeah, 136 stuff. That's fine. That's more than half.
Yeah. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back.
Oh.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse. 158 guys.
Money making. Let's go.
Okay.
Alright, can't wait until we hit like 237 and then all die on the last day again.
Why am I the most paranoid? I got XP.
Wow, I got experience.
I got XP.
There's something wrong with this. Yeah, there's something wrong with this most something employee thing.
Let's go.
For some reason, Scarra's always the most like
paranoid. No, that doesn't sound like me.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing wrong with that one.
You know what? I think I am confident in all our abilities. I'm going to give us a different move.
Oh, I like it. Okay, if you guys see the if you right click it, it's called coil head. You gotta look at it.
Coil? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing that killed you in a murderous fashion.
Literally did not see anything.
Like
and then I
literally
just
split
died.
your body in half.
Holy fuck.
Oh, this place has aggressive life.
That sounds promising.
No, if I wasn't nerfed, I'd also be aggressive life form.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, so where's the entrance?
Oh, we have not been here before.
Yeah. Oh wait, it might be over here. Just this way, maybe?
Let's go see.
I just realized what the walkie-talkies would be good for.
What's up?
The person watching the monitor and seeing what monsters are around.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. How do you use a walkie-talkie?
Push a button and talk into it.
Oh, the main entrance right here. Oh my god, this took forever.
Up above, this way.
Everyone here? Everyone good? No man left behind. Wait, where's the other?
This is really awkward.
There's one.
Man, I missed the days when all of us were together and managed to reach this point all at once.
Well, how did we miss? Hello?
We'll be right back.
Alright, I'm just gonna go in first.
Yeah.
Oh, hey!
Oh.
What are the odds?
Where?
Can I take that back?
I'm out. I got some bottles. I'm out.
Nice, the alcohol.
Guys, it's bad. I'm lost. No, my sense of direction. Oh, yeah, it's here. My sense of directions is so bad. Like, $47? Yo, we can literally just leave. Like, I got the good. Yo, more stuff.
More money.
You play Minecraft, you get better. Okay, little Vespian engine. Did you check the monitors? Nah, my friends are okay. You think they're dead already? Oh, up here. A dead end. Wait, I found the key.
Tanya, where the hell did you go?
I got a key.
You got on the left.
Okay. You can run, jump over them, by the way.
I'm assuming the key doesn't open that.
Oh, here's a valve. Can't pull that.
Yeah, I turned that one off.
Well, Ori was
Yeah,
delivering
let's get
stuff.
out.
Oh, wow. They delivered.
Oh, face hugger.
Oh, spider.
Now we gotta go.
First $30, baby. Graven? Hello?
Where's the body? Oh, never mind. Let's go the other way. Okay, so we're not gonna go that way anymore. He died.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Where you at?
I am so far away from you. But I'm trying to go back. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, just run away.
Oh my god. Dude, I got there's something
die.
outside.
I
come
got gunned down, man.
Gunned down by what? What
A
happened? You had, like,
turret,
so much
but
stuff
also
like-
there was a coil head next to it. So
Oh
I
my god.
Oh, what is
Great.
Oh god.
what is that?
I have no idea.
Oh god.
There's
Oh,
literally two of them right there.
this is looking pretty good. Very promising.
Let me just try to get down safely.
Oh my god. Graven's sneaking by.
This guy's playing a different game than us right now.
Ooh, clown horn.
It's right there.
He-
Shit.
He's
Oh,
he's
shit.
literally playing Among Us. Oh, wait.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
He's right there.
Are you in Discord yet?
I guess if you make noise, like if you're running like I did. Oh, he's right.
Oh.
Come on.
What's up?
Get in here.
Close the door, close the door.
Who's left?
Get in here, it's just us.
They made it.
They did it!
They made it. They actually made it.
Does it make noise?
It does.
That is funny.
That's funny.
Was the monster chasing you? The animal thing?
Didn't even see me.
All right.
Am I still most paranoid? Yep.
Bro, why are they bagging on Scarra like that?
Bro, I'm literally. What the fuck? That's crazy, man.
I don't think I've ever seen without the quote-unquote laziest employee tag.
No, I'm the most
let's
paranoid
go
every
sell
time. All right, get us over there. Our leader needs us.
That's funny.
Oh.
Landing the ship.
The way you grab stuff is you grab lighter stuff and then heavier stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was
So
trying to
you can
say earlier.
stack it.
It's just like you can grab like a bunch of small stuff, and then you can grab the big stuff if you have like one slot left. Oh. Should we sell the key?
I'm selling the key.
Okay.
But Cloud Force is good. That's what I'm saying. All right, I think we're good, right?
No, we still have stuff.
Oh. Oh my God, we're so rich.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we did work.
We made a lot of
You know, I
money.
just realized
What?
What's up?
the entire engine, right, sells for about 50 something. The clown horn sells for 65.
Yeah, I mean,
What
yeah,
the
that makes
hell?
sense.
Holy fuck, we made money.
We did it.
Nice.
We can feed the kids.
Finally. They can come back with the milk now. Finally. Alright. Should we actually can we try the hard areas? No,
Yes.
not yet.
Oh.
We
Zero
cannot.
days, 0 days.
Yeah, we can't even try any of the harder like money currency maps.
It's okay, we can try it next time too.
Wait, are they really expensive?
Oh, the cheapest one that you gotta spend is 550.
What? Oh.
Yeah, it's like 550, 600, and 700.
Oh.
I'm assuming we make that all back, right?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Assuming we survive.
Hmm?
Now here's the thing. Is it worth getting the ship teleporter? I don't know what that does.
I don't know what that does
I
either.
don't know what it does either, but it sounds cool.
Yeah, just buy whatever, man. We're rich.
Alright, sure, let's get it. It costs 416 though.
That's
Or we
fine.
or we have 416. It
we're
costs
rich.
375. Alright, you know what? Let's get it.
We're basically rich.
Yeah.
And we have a flashlight.
Oh, wait, this is actually kind of crazy.
Oh, right here.
What?
Yeah, basically what this does, right? Whoever is being monitored on this screen, if you can use this teleporter to make them, whoever's being on the monitor, to teleport back to the ship.
What?
Except the downside is that they can't bring any of their items.
Oh.
So if you're just stranded,
But we can save them.
then
Yeah.
we can just immediately save them.
I do like that.
That is pretty cool.
We now have $41.
How much is a radio? Oh, never mind. We would need 2 of them.
Yeah. Walkie-talkies 12. I'll get flashlights.
Alright.
That's a good one. Okay.
Let's see. Where should we go?
We got overtime bonus.
Hey, overtime bonus.
Whoa.
Hey, yo, hold on. Time to buy some
20
more
bucks. Hey,
flashlights.
who wants to go to McDonald's?
Yeah.
Yo, that doesn't cover it anymore, man. McDonald's is so expensive now.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Also, what the hell is a Grand McChicken? I went there the other day to get a sweet tea really quick, and I'm like, so it's a McChicken but bigger, or?
I never heard that before.
I just saw it.
One of these guys sounds like Joe Biden. That's a fucked up way of saying that.
I think one of the fast food
$18
places I
for a
went to
meal.
today. Yeah, one of the fast food places I entered today was a KFC and a Taco Bell combined.
Yo, yeah,
I was
that's
just like, what?
That's American. Don't worry, that's all American.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
just like, what?
This is America.
All right, hold up, guys. Hold up, guys. Get back over here. We're waiting for the ice cream
good?
truck. Actually, except for you. You don't need to wait for the ice cream truck.
Well, I bought 4 flashlights anyways.
Oh.
4?
Yeah.
I still have one.
Yeah, I didn't take that into consideration. Oh, well.
Fast
Only
food
one of
option,
the
but
shit
you have
just in
free
case.
food. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I've heard. But you know, if you use the fast food
damn
app
it,
for
I just
McDonald's, you can no
realized we
longer
should've
sue
bought
them
the
ever.
walkie-talkie.
You think about that? Wait.
Damn, I should have bought that. Because now that we have the teleporter, someone could be on the camera duty. See someone.
So someone wants extra flashlights for the trip or what's up?
Nah, if I would leave them there.
Just save one, I guess, on the ship.
Where did oh. No, I'll go the other way. I'll go up the other way.
Okay, I'll come up with you two the other way.
Split up, gang. It's like Scooby-Doo.
Let's split up without walkie-talkies.
Perfect.
We just gotta assume if the other people are alive or not.
Closet turns into hold up in court. Oh. Oh, a metal sheet.
Nice. Looks okay so far. Huh. Want to explore upstairs first?
Yeah, go up first.
Yeah.
There's nothing up here.
Oh.
Oh, I hear them.
Yeah.
Hello.
This is where most of the monsters are, no?
Yeah, I can. Oh my god. The fuck was that? Who was that?
Grab his key.
Wait, are they right there?
No.
Oh.
Okay, let's. You won't
Wait.
smell that?
I have 2 keys.
I almost fell.
Oh, this is locked.
Oh, who's got key? We need one of those.
Yeah. Let's explore the giant room.
Yeah, we got 3
Yeah.
keys between us 2.
Oh, oops. Someone turn off the lights. Which
Oh,
is
fun.
makes it really
A lot scarier.
spooky.
And can't wait to try thinking there's 4 again and just jumping into the pit. really enjoyed that one.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? It's the server room. This room usually has nothing in it. Oh, an engine.
Oh, engine.
Oh, I need to go back.
Yeah. We can take the side exit again for it.
Yeah. Yeah, can you guide me to the entrance of that? Oh, it's down here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can go back.
Okay.
I'm
just checking to see if there's any other way that we can get to them besides with that.
All right. Goodbye. Ooh, a bolt. Ooh, a fish. You know what's crazy? Your flashlight stays on. If you can't switch your items, so your flashlight just burns power the entire time. Java shop, yeah, but it's like it's just funny that that's the way it's done. Yeah, I'm gonna recharge up here. No, man. Whoa. Okay, there's Raven. Ori. Okay. It looks good. Oh God, you're here.
Yes. There's something fluttering behind me like a bug, and I immediately ran out.
Oh. It's like real life trying to do anything with hands full. True. Except for I don't play games for fucking real life immersion. I kind of like the left side.
Exit
Yeah. I kind of like the left side. Wait, you find anything down there?
No, there's just another locked door. There's like a monster with us.
Oh wait.
Like a bug, is what I heard.
Uh-oh. What did I just hear?
That's the thing. Run.
Well,
So, hey, you want to go through the front entrance?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's... Actually, it's almost 6 p.m.
Oh, shit. I mean, maybe we'll meet over here.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Someone dropped something off.
Oh. Okay, we go back.
Yeah.
Oh, there they are.
Whoa.
That's good.
We saw a giant locust.
Yeah, that's not.
Did you scan it?
Oh.
Oh, never mind. Found it.
Alright, this shit.
Oh, is it coming to him?
Yeah.
Great job, guys. We all lived.
Yeah. Have we tried the teleporter yet?
No.
Nope.
Okay. How am I the most profitable? I didn't do jack shit.
The most paranoid? It was me.
Why am I so...
Wait,
You know what?
I got
Not
some
gonna-
experience. Yes.
Yes. You know, I'm not gonna complain either. Apparently I'm the most profitable even though I have $0 on my name that run.
Stinks.
Yeah.
Okay. We're choosing a new place. Where are we going now?
Okay. Should we go back to that really profitable area?
Yeah, the one where we died.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that one, you know, but you know what, let's go here.
It's cool. Yeah, every couple days the quota increases.
What I was gonna say is we could try to sell some stuff and then
I think we lose a day
what's
though.
called?
So like we yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could
So,
sell
but you
stuff
could
and
sell
then,
stuff at like days where the store is higher. So it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting. Alright, yeah, we're
my
getting
plan
out here.
was
Everybody
to
charged up.
sell stuff and then buy walkie-talkies so that we can beam, but yeah, it takes a
Back
day.
here
then.
again.
Yeah, your favorite.
Yeah, our favorite.
God.
Our favorite place with the environmental danger of B.
It's too fast.
That was spooky.
This is already bad. And we have 3 with us right now.
Okay, but hold up.
Oh wait, there's her.
Look what I learned to do. Hold up. Ooh. 1 and 2 emote.
Yeah. You press 1 and 2, you do a little... Visibility low. Steam leak detected in area.
Alright, do like we do in all horror movies and spread out.
Alright. Let's go, Scooby Gang. Hey, cool. Want to bring it back?
I'll bring it back, yeah.
Which one? Oh, here. I can take that.
I guess I missed the key. Oh, hell no. Yeah, we got a nuclear reactor that powers the whole plant. But it opens all the doors. Hello? Oh. Wait, hello?
You scared the fuck out of me.
Bro, do you hear the noise? I'm getting scared. That would be, I don't know.
A lot of sounds here. There's too many sounds here. Do you hear that?
Who?
You gotta wait till they come back.
What? Oh, you get TP'd.
Why is
Goodbye. Hey. There's already a dog there, by the way. Be careful.
Oh, we yeah, we saw something inside. We also tried to beam both of you up.
Oh.
Scar, there was something behind
Hi.
us.
Yeah, there's a dog in there.
Yeah, on the monitor, it was basically like zipping at like speed.
God.
Holy.
Yeah,
Alright, dude, bring back.
Scarra went into the same hallway that it was about to enter.
Yeah, I got Ori's flashlight right here.
Yeah. Alright, who wants to go adventuring?
Oh, we're going?
Do you want to? Actually, what's the time? How much time do we have? Oh yeah,
Dude.
we can still go. We can make another trip. So, who should I beam up?
You know, if we don't stop moving for a while, you know what to do.
If we're covered in red. What are the chances you run into Coilhead again?
There's Coilhead? We gotta run. We gotta run. Oh my God.
What?
We ran into a, we gotta go. Like, as soon as they get back here, we're going.
Yeah, I saw it. It immediately came down the hall.
Oh my God. Good TP.
Yeah, there's some delay on it. That's the issue.
Oh,
Because I pressed it immediately when it got onto you,
Oh.
and then you just teleported now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay,
oh my
what?
god.
Red dot came to you guys immediately.
I think
Go,
we
go,
gotta
go, 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 go.
Leave.
Yeah, right now it's on the ship, so.
Oh.
Oh lord.
Oh, hey, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
guess I'm the laziest again.
No, I'm apparently the laziest but most profitable, which makes no sense.
Wow. You work from home.
Yeah.
Apparently. I'm always profitable.
Okay, guys, we have 200 stuff here.
Wait, we're not gonna have enough.
And we need 160. We can do it.
We have 260 at the moment.
Oh, we have 260. Oh, maybe I missed that.
Yeah, we have 261. We need 358.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. Where should we go now?
You know, just surprise us.
Alrighty. Well, that kind of sucks. So we got stormy, rainy, and eclipsed only for all of our places.
That's fine. You know what? The eclipse sounds great.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm probably gonna call it here, by the way. I'm gonna grab food and after this. So
Me too.
Yeah, same. I gotta be up at 5.
Oh.
Yeah, I gotta leave as well. It's almost 1 a.m.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. You guys can't play without me. I get it. It's not a big deal, man.
Yeah, 1 a.m. Those are prime hours. The day's just getting started.
God.
No, this looks
just like
abandoned.
home.
Aggressive life forms.
I'm down to throw hands.
Oh god. Wait a second.
Oh wait, this is the one where the base is like over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this one. This is the one where Ori drowned.
This is the worst.
Man.
Yeah, she's
Watch out.
famous for that.
It's right there.
What?
Where's right there?
Sneak. Right in the head. On the main entrance.
Oh.
What?
Oh, run. Who's it chasing?
Fuck.
Who's it chasing?
Lolly Coffee Fix for
Is it
someone
chasing
who's...
Brayden?
Oh my god.
And then there were 3.
Oh boy.
Do you think he died?
I don't think so.
Okay, got some cookie dough.
The cookie tray. No, I just realized. How are we supposed to get back?
That's a
If
good
the fridge is
fucking
destroyed?
question.
Oh wait, I put the generator.
Oh, maybe I go back now. I'll take the generator. Oh yeah. I'll take the generator and cookie tray.
Okay. Oh hey, chemical jug.
I'll grab it.
Oh wait, you got it. Can you give that to me? I'll take all 3, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I can't grab all. Oh, I can. Wait, no, I can't. Okay, hold on. There's a way around it.
I'll grab
No, there's a way. I'm dropping the flashlight. Here, hold on. Give me the other one. Oh, I cannot do. I can only do
Oh,
generator.
it's because the chemical jug is two-handed.
Yeah. Okay. Greg, give me the generator. I'm just taking 2.
I'll grab this one and. It's
Yeah,
just
when you get the chemical jug, it says, "Oh, spawn."
Whoa, I mean,
How do we go across?
so,
This
wait, so this could support 4 ways. It's this that Draven died.
Oh.
Okay, well, hold on. Give me a generator. Give me a generator. Drop that shit. All right, I'm going. Wait, you're going?
I'm going to.
Let's both go.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
go.
Where? Oh. There's 2 up ahead. Let's go around.
He's a cute cat, but I can only do hit like just over, right? Oh, it's fucked. Ooh.
Oh. Hi.
Hello,
Man,
dude.
where's Scarra?
Dude, the fucking the eclipse is so OP. Apparently, it means it's always nighttime, so we get like the 8 p.m. guys immediately.
They really need that gen.
Yeah, all the fucking night crawlers coming out.
How much is the gen?
I don't know actually. I don't remember.
Can't believe they got Ford.
Okay.
This is.
Do you know where it was?
Wait,
fuck me.
Is he right there?
Oh my god! If they can get the gen, it's worth 80.
Okay, we kind of have to get the gen here.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I can distract if you grab the gen.
Sure.
Okay. I'll run this section.
Oh boy.
Where is it?
Oh god.
I have one of them.
Why isn't he crouching?
Oh fuck.
Oh god.
GG.
Ah, damn it.
Welcome in.
Hi. I had no idea where that generator was.
Dude, I
got
died
eaten.
in such a bad spot. I'm pretty sure it's like really hard to figure out.
You know what sucks though?
Hmm?
Wait, if you died, doesn't that mean you died with it? Or like it died? Or...
It works, yeah. And for quicksand, you lose all your items. I wonder if it's the same for getting eaten.
Yeah, this
You know
thing
what?
just.
You know what sucked? We have 291. If we
Oh,
bought
Lilac
that-
Coffee,
that
thank you so much for
generator, we
gifting
would've
10
made
subs. Sorry I missed you. I was in the middle of fucking dying.
Can you hear me?
God bless.
Her gen was like on the hill.
Oh, if only she knew.
Oh.
Sonny?
Oh. Wait, she
The panic. The panic run.
Man.
she's gonna pray that we have enough.
Okay, say
Didn't even bring our bodies back either.
Wait, do we have another save?
No,
'Cause it
we
says, like,
do
0
not.
days. We can try maybe. Try go to another planet.
Well, thank you so much. Teleport dead bodies? Oh, I don't think. Yeah, Ori speaks a lot of Kanto,
Yeah, we should
actually.
vote.
We can force her hand. Bob's no way.
Yeah. Yeah. If you do vote early, it'll be like ship is gonna leave in an hour.
Oh wait, you guys already voted.
Yeah. I already voted.
Fuck, I'm gonna vote.
Because I think she still thinks that we're
No, we're gonna force her to leave.
Leave, Ori. Leave. The thing's gonna come in. Leave.
我自己走唔係我唔想喺度翻工，就係我驚，跟住我冇朋友就係咁少少，就希望你哋有啲心 forgive me，no forgive me 少少。我門開咗，OK，好，OK，我咩度 ，OK，goodbye，再見，OK，拜拜，OK，thank you，OK，thank you。
The door opens?
OK。
I did not know the door opens.
So basically, we can like open and close that door. But if the door stays open, then the like hydraulic will slowly go down like rapidly, and it'll be forced open.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Welcome.
Okay.
No, I immediately died.
It's time to meet the boss, guys. The big boss.
Wait, hold on. Let's go to another moon. Let's see if we can.
Says he doesn't have friends, he's only gonna work. That's funny. I'm pretty sure the big boss was not gonna like this move.
You know what? Let's try anyways.
Nah, fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball. Oh, it worked.
What?
Oh, we're live.
Great.
Here, just put all the stuff down. Let's try to get that little bit of cash left.
Okay, guys. We got like 100. 100 in and out.
Yeah, we're sitting at 291 at the moment.
Yeah, we're working overtime tonight. We're not seeing our family.
Oh, yeah.
We need at least 69. Hey.
Oh
shit. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey. That's
hey,
cool.
Engine. Wait, there's 2 items already.
Oh, engine.
Wait, we have enough already.
Okay, well, like, you know, let's keep going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did a turret here?
See shit here. Just get the fuck out of me.
There's a turret right here.
Where is right here?
Do you see me right now? Do you see me right now? It's right in front of me.
Dude, I can't see shit right now. I don't.
Yeah, just don't go to the right.
Alright, don't go towards the light.
Oh, there's another turret. They're literally right here.
Oh.
What is
There's
that?
another turret. There's 2 turrets.
I think we should not go.
Oh!
Huh. Does that bring back the dead body? Oh, it does.
Bro, there's so many.
I got the engine. What happened?
What, did he die? How did he die?
Yeah, he died.
How?
I think he got shot by a turret.
Oh, the second turret.
You can disable turrets. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, so it turns out you can use the teleporter on dead bodies.
But isn't it cooler if you just
that's convenient.
That's what I
parkour
just
him?
did. I just teleported his dead body.
That's good. That's good.
God, the run is so funny. The best part about the game is the run.
We can sell the corpse. I mean, we can bury the corpse.
Right,
You can bury him with all the body build that he has.
Exactly. All right, we made enough. All right. Hopefully we can actually.
Oh my god.
That was
Hopefully
the
we can-
trees. It was the trees.
Yeah, calm down. Calm down.
Are you sure that was
It's just trees. Watch. Don't say that. Oh, Carlos, like wait. It's like clockwork.
Oh no.
It's like clockwork. Welcome back.
Okay, guys. You guys think they'll let us turn it in?
That's what I'm trying right now.
Yeah.
All we can do is pray.
Why does it say deadline
They'll
now?
accept us.
As you have not met the
Oh no.
performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our
Hold on to something, guys.
Stay behind.
All right.
You know, I thought that would work.
You know, that was a good,
Well,
valiant effort.
That was a good try.
Guys, I am out. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for the games.
I am done. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Alright,
game.
games.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. GG's. I'm out.
Where you will eat and
Alrighty.
sleep for the duration.
Okay. What do you guys think? I think this game, God, I think this game is funny. Like, I don't like games that require you to put someone on the thing though. Maybe walkie-talkie would be pretty good. Oh, that's what I tell. Yeah, I think that's what I told you to play. It's really funny. I'm out though, guys. I am fucking dead right now. I'm going to go and raid Yvonne. She's playing League. My guys, have a great night. Thank you for watching.